Chapter 10. Kegel's Choice. Joe woke in an inky room with a low ceiling, only about 7-foot clearance. The walls were glittering black rock, the glassy waves and edges reminding him of obsidian as they gleamed in the deep scarlet light of the glowing red globe suspended in a straight line between rows of circular bunks to the open door. Then the feel of the putrid air in his chest returned to Joe in full force, choking him. Joe sat up and dry-retched onto the rippled black floor. His lungs began to struggle again, his breaths coming in quick, ragged gasps.
"Careful,"
Libby said, grabbing his hand.
"Breathe from this."
She held a white cylinder over Joe's lips, and Joe felt cool oxygen bathing his lungs. Then, too quickly, Libby pulled the cylinder back.
"More,"
Joe gasped.
"No,"
Libby said.
"Battlemaster Nebel said we only get one. Some of the other groups already used theirs up. Just try to breathe slowly. See? The rest of us can do it."
Joe forced himself to breathe despite the urge to gag, taking several minutes to prove to himself he wasn't drowning in his dad's septic tank. Once he had his itching lungs under control, he surveyed the sullen faces peering up at him from the 15 alien bunks inside the room with him. The beds were sitting on low shelves set into the ebony rock, and most of the kids in the place were watching him expectantly. Maggie looked like she had been crying. Monk's lips were pressed together unhappily, her nose wrinkled. Scott looked almost green. Elf looked wide-eyed and scared, on the verge of hyperventilating again. After scanning his face a moment, Libby drew her black, scabbed knees up and wrapped her arms around her long legs, setting her chin on her knees to watch him.
"Where are we?"
Joe said, glancing around. The place appeared to be a cave, dug into a cliff face.
"The barracks,"
Scott said, motioning to the other groups of kids in the room. They were all sitting on large circular beds, half hidden by the niches of rock that cradled them. Chests made from the same icy blue metal as the shock collar sat at the end of each bed. Piled atop each chest were 6 stacks of black Kongi uniforms. Beside the big round beds, tall, open niches had been dug into the rock. Their rifles hung inside, and their packs lay neatly on the floor beneath. Someone had even taken the time to fold their blankets.
"The lizards did that,"
Monk said, following his gaze.
"Those were tacky, Monk,"
Scott said. His voice almost carried the same disdain that Nebel and the other Ureki carried whenever they said the word. And Joe frowned.
"What about the canned air?"
Joe was feeling a strong urge to gag again as the rancid atmosphere dribbled down his bronchial tubes and pooled in his lungs. Trying to fight down his desperation, he added,
"Any idea how much is in here?" "Not a lot,"
Scott said.
"Those guys ran out in 10 minutes.
He pointed at the bed beside them, where all of its occupants were sprawled out, gasping piteously. Joe took the device from Libby and peered into the tube. It appeared to be just that, a tube. When he depressed the red button on the side, however, he could feel a rush of cool air against his face. He quickly released the trigger.
"Battlemaster Nebel said they want us to adapt to this place,"
Libby said.
"That we're going to be living here for 3 turns.
3 turns? Why do these bastards do everything in 3s? Joe muttered.
"Maybe they think it's lucky,"
Elf said.
"Maybe that's how they count,"
Scott said.
"We count by 10. Maybe they count by 3. Maybe the first Kongis only had 3 fingers,"
Elf said.
"Or 6,
Scott said.
3 on each hand." "Ureki have 4,
Maggie said.
"I can count to 4, Joe. And that pretty purple lizard had 6 fingers on each hand,"
Monk added.
"That was a tacky, Monk. At least I didn't pass out, Scott."
Monk raised her chin proudly.
"Joe, everybody but me and Maggie passed out, but Scott passed out first. The tacky had to carry him like a baby."
She stuck her tongue out at Scott, who sighed. But Monk went excitedly on.
"Tacky sorted us by number and stuffed us into this tower. Each battalion has a different level of the tower, and there's 9 levels, and there's these circular stair thingies that go back and forth around each level, like my mom's front deck that she made Daddy build her, and there's a bunch of different doors, one for each platoon, and we got 4th platoon. I was listening to them, and they said that only 8 of the 9 levels got filled, and it's all your fault, and they should gut you for it." Why is it your fault, Joe?
She paused, blinking at him expectantly. Joe reddened as Libby and several of the other kids glanced up at him with curious looks. He swallowed hard. When he didn't answer immediately, Monk heedlessly went on.
This is all of 4th Platoon. They were carrying kids away from the landing pad for hours, and they're still only now waking up. Battlemaster Nebel was mad. Said we're already behind the rest of the regiment and we don't need to sleep. Said we—
Wait, you're sure they were tacky? Like Commander Lennon's pictures? The others nodded at him. Joe's heartbeat quickened. He had been hoping it had been some sort of oxygen-deprived hallucination. If there were tacky nearby, then there might be tacky tunnels nearby. If there were tunnels nearby, they might want Joe to go down them. And that wasn't going to happen. Ever.
You look scared,
Maggie said.
Don't be scared. They're a little smaller than you, Joe. They don't even have really big teeth, and they're pretty, like Mommy's necklaces.
Monk nodded vigorously.
They looked like big rubies. Rubies are red,
Scott said.
Not purple. Amethyst is purple.
Monk glared.
I was the one who saw them, Scott. You were passed out.
Scott rolled his eyes.
If you knew anything, you'd know.
His words were interrupted by a deep rumbling sound that sounded like someone gouging a chalkboard with an ice pick. Immediately, everyone grouped up closer to Joe, nervously looking at the open doorway.
What is that?
Joe said, standing. He could feel the vibrations in his lungs, the reverberations rattling his very bones. It sounded like an upended freight train screeching sideways down a highway.
It's been doing that ever since we got here,
Libby said. But what is it?
We don't know,
Scott admitted.
But it's been coming from all over. And sometimes it's quiet, too, like it's a long ways off. I want to go home,
Elf said softly.
I don't. I want to see what's making that noise,
Monk said, sticking out her tongue at Elf. Immediately, Elf looked like he was going to cry. Hey, guys, Joe said. Calm down. Be nice, Monk. I'm gonna go see what I can figure out, okay? He stood, then caught himself on the wall as an immediate wave of dizziness hit. A sharp pain in his palm made him yank his hand back, however, and when he examined it, his hand was cut from where it had slid across the glassy black surface. Seeing himself bleed, Joe felt a surge of panic once again welling up from within. Since when did walls cut people? Fighting his growing alarm, Joe took 2 deep breaths, trying to ignore the sickening way the putrid air clung to his lungs. When he was pretty sure he wasn't going to vomit all over himself, Joe opened his eyes and scanned the corridor of beds to the door. The exit was only a rounded hole in the wall, and yet it appeared to be several stories above the ground. Between the door and himself, the ridges and waves of the floor rose in deceptively elegant lines, enough to cut his feet to shreds. They give us boots and gloves for this? Joe asked, eyeing the floor apprehensively.
Yeah,
Scott said, pointing to the pile of black gear atop the chest.
But Battlemaster Nebel told us not to put anything on until he teaches us to do it right.
Joe snorted. I can dress myself. As the kids watched, he gingerly stepped across the floor and examined the pile. He found the largest outfit, pulled it loose, and unfolded it. His breath sucked in. It was identical to a Marine cami jacket. The material, the feel, the bagginess, the cut. The only thing that was different was that it was jet black. Joe slipped his arms into the sleeves and settled it over his shoulders. It felt good to have something substantial on his body again. The flimsy white shorts and t-shirts from back on the ship had left him feeling exposed. Probably their intention. The jackasses, Joe thought, disgusted. As he had seen his father do 1,000 times before, Joe buttoned the jacket, then pulled up his pants and stuck his feet into the hard black boots. He laced them up, pulled the pant legs over the tops, and stood up. He didn't have any way to secure the cuffs of his pants like he'd seen his dad do because he had no boot bands, but he made do by tucking them into the tops of his boots. Then he pulled the heavy, leathery gloves over his hands, marveling at how the material seemed to mold to fit his fingers, almost like a liquid, yet remained tough and durable. Once he was fully dressed, Joe took a moment to look himself over. It felt like he was missing something, but he couldn't put his finger on what was nagging at him. He glanced at the others. "So, what do you think?"
"I think you're gonna get clobbered,"
Scott said. Libby nodded her agreement. Joe scoffed and strode to the door. He could feel the eyes of the other children following him as he walked. The Ureki hadn't even bothered to place a guard. And why would they? Joe's heart began to hammer painfully as he stared out at the foreign landscape. They were a good 50 feet from the ground. Even from here, he could see the purple sparkles where the black rock of the plaza reflected the sky. It was a deep, glassy ebony, apparently the same material the building was made of, but crushed. Joe's stomach cringed when he glanced up. The buildings were huge onyx cylinders 1,000 times bigger than any skyscraper. Framing the purple sky, they were so tall it seemed like they bent inward, creating a barred dome above him. Joe looked away before he fell over. Out across the crushed black stone plaza, the massive bases of the huge obsidian buildings had stone stairways carved into the outer rims, snaking around the buildings and attaching to wide, railed balconies that encircled every story like the one upon which Joe stood. Black elevators moved up and down the sides, carrying a flood of purple lizards and colorfully garbed Ureki. The glow of electricity lit up the windows of the enormous structures, reminding him of the office buildings back home. Massive, arched bridges hung between them, allowing 4 lanes of traffic in either direction. Joe stared, feasting his eyes upon the skyscraper city. The Ureki, in particular, fascinated him. Instead of a constant, uniform black, these wore every color of the rainbow, their clothes shimmering oranges and reds and purples that fluttered around them in shawls and scarves and skirts and ribbons. Those that weren't walking along the highways encircling the buildings were traveling between the skyscrapers over the massive bridges with little open platforms that hovered over the ground without wings or any other visible means of keeping themselves afloat. When Joe finally pulled himself back inside the barracks, Maggie said,
"They made them from the trees."
Joe blinked at her. "Huh?"
"The buildings.
Maggie tapped the wall behind the bed with a tiny knuckle.
They're trees."
Joe gave a derisive snort. "They're not Then his mouth fell open as he stared at the glossy, obsidian-like material. He glanced outside again, looking at the enormous circular skyscraper pillars in a new light. It was so obvious once he thought about it. The buildings were the same size and shape as the massive white alien trees surrounding the city. From somewhere outside, the scraping sound came again, a distant rumble that seemed to come from beyond the city limits.
"I want to go home,"
Elf whimpered, cringing closer to the wall.
"Can I please go home, Joe?" "Scaredy cat,"
Monk taunted.
"Elf's a scaredy cat. Neener, neener, neener."
Joe scowled at Monk. "We'll go home, Elf. We just gotta find a ship to take us." Elf's hazel eyes flickered up to Joe's face in wretched, painful hope.
"Really?"
Joe winced, suddenly understanding exactly why none of those parents ever told their kids where the Congis were taking them. Yeah. We're just waiting for our ride. As soon as we find us a ship, I'll hotwire it and get us home, okay? No sweat." He patted Elf's shiny, bald head. Despite how stupid it sounded, Elf seemed to take that at face value.
"Okay, Joe,"
he said, giving him a shaky grin. He glanced outside at the huge skyscrapers and swallowed, taking visible courage from his lie.
"A ship. Okay."
Joe turned and realized Libby was watching him much too closely, a small scowl of disapproval on her young face. He flushed and immediately dropped his hand from Elf's head. Feeling guilty, he cleared his throat. Yeah, Elf? There's really no way to... Joe was interrupted by the heavy boot tread of an Ureki behind him. When he turned, Secondary Commander Kegel was standing in the corridor of big, circular beds. The Ureki Suda were fluttering, reminding Joe of the motion of the fins on a cuttlefish. Kegel motioned at the door.
"Come with me, Zero."
Joe tensed, sensing that something was not quite right about the secondary commander's abrupt appearance. For one, he wasn't flanked by battle masters and tertiary and small commanders. For two, Kegel's stiff, almost nervous demeanor was sending warning signals through Joe's brain, his body language utterly opposed to the calm, confident, and always angry facade the aliens put on for training their recruits. The normal Ureki reaction would have been to pound Joe senseless for disobeying orders and putting his clothes on. Kegel, on the other hand, kept glancing over his shoulder like he was worried someone would see him. "Where are you going?" Joe asked, nervous that Kegel hadn't called forth any of the other children. That was never good. Kegel's pupils narrowed on him in icy black slits.
"Today is not the day to question me, Zero. Come with me, or don't."
The way the Ureki said it sounded almost permanent. Then he turned and trod back down the hall, his booted feet clunking hard against the stone, giving Joe the option to follow or stay behind. Having heard something dangerous in Kegel's voice, Joe reluctantly fell into step at a wary distance. The Ureki led Joe to a small floating platform resting on the deck outside.
"Get on the Hawk."
Kegel climbed aboard the platform, then waited impatiently as Joe first nervously put one foot, then the other, on the inexplicably hovering device. It had no buzzing or whirring, no mechanics that he could see at all. When it began to slide sideways, Joe clenched the railing until his knuckles were white, and he kept his eyes on the floor to keep from seeing how unnaturally the thing moved. Almost as if gravity didn't even exist to it. Joe's stomach clawed its way toward his feet as the craft jumped over the banister and out into the open air with the grace of a gazelle. As the Hawk dropped away from the barracks and skimmed above the plaza below, Joe nervously eyed the glittering black courtyard surface, knowing it would cut like shards of glass if the Hawk tumbled them out onto it. But it didn't. They shot smoothly across the plaza, then dove between the first of the skyscrapers, Kegel navigating the narrow roads between the massive buildings a little too quickly. Joe watched uneasily, but held his tongue, thinking that the Ureki had a quicker reaction time than humans. When the craft scraped against a staircase hard enough to leave a streak of metal, however, Joe knew something was wrong.
"Ah! What the hell?"
he shouted. Kegel ignored him.
"Hey!"
Joe cried, touching Kegel's arm.
"Where are you taking me?"
Without taking his attention from the road ahead, Kegel lashed out viciously, nearly knocking Joe from the platform. Joe caught himself, barely, on the railing and backed away, his nerves giving rise to panic. Oblivious to Joe's rising fear, Kegel pulled onto a main avenue that shot between the enormous trees. The 60-foot-wide road was strangely empty. On either side, utterly mind-bendingly massive white trees towered above them, increasing Joe's anxiety. Unnatural black things that looked like barnacles clumped together on the surface of the white trunks, each one the size of a small car. Joe noticed a house-sized, turtle-like creature clinging to a trunk. As he watched it, the thing closed its jaws over a barnacle and its flat upper tooth scraped the surface of the protrusion. The screeching chalkboard sound that followed was enough to shatter glass. Joe slapped his hands over his ears, but Kegel never even looked up, focused entirely on the road in front of him.
"He's taking me out of the city,"
Joe realized, his heart beginning to thunder in his ears.
"Where there's no witnesses."
Kegel flew for hours in silence, saying nothing, not even acknowledging Joe's presence on the skimmer. Joe had begun planning how he was going to try and make a break for it when Kegel brought them to a halt in a huge, circular clearing with only a few jagged stumps where buildings should have been.
"No,"
Joe realized, getting a better look.
They were buildings.
The clearing looked like it had been flattened by a bombing run. Shattered alien megaliths, the massive tree-like formations in which the Ureki made their homes, lay everywhere, honeycombed with caves and the remnants of sidewalks and bridges. Kegel veered from the road and took them across the ruined landscape, the destroyed buildings passing beneath them.
"Was there some sort of war?"
Joe asked, watching the shattered ebony edifices over the edge of his skimmer. Everywhere, he could see pits of varying sizes whose shadowy entrances seemed to fade into darkness. almost like tunnels. Joe's fists clenched on the railing, and he suddenly felt weak.
Please let it be some sort of war, he thought. Please let it be some sort of horrible war and those be bombing holes.
Training ground, Kegel grunted. It was the first thing he had said to Joe the entire trip. Kegel brought them to a halt at the edge of the ring of destruction, almost touching the root system of one of the massive alien trees. He put the hawk down between 3 of the ruined buildings, the stumps shielding the hovercraft from view of the distant roads.
This is where he kills me,
Joe thought. His lungs began to labor for air, and he grew painfully close to another gasping attack. Here. Kegel shoved a white cylinder at him. Joe stared at it. Would Kegel really give him oxygen if he was going to kill him? Walk with me. Kegel climbed off the hovercraft and started through the jagged forest of broken trunks, his gun gleaming on his hip. Reluctantly, Joe followed him.
What's going on?
Joe asked once he caught up. He eyed the gun, wondering if he could take it before Kegel broke a few more bones. Remembering how fast the Ureki could move, and how violently, Joe quickly amended his plan.
So,
Joe said, trying to break the ice as Kegel marched them silently toward the undisturbed edge of the utterly enormous alien forest.
Where are we going?
There was something about Kegel's mood that reminded Joe of his Aunt Caroline the day she bludgeoned her 3 dogs to death. The same week, they had put her into the mental institution. Kegel ignored his question and kept walking. Nervously, Joe glanced up at the colossal pillars stretching to the sky above him. Because the silence was making him nervous and he'd never been good at keeping his mouth shut when his dad gave him the quiet treatment, he babbled,
"What are those things? Trees?"
Kegel scowled, and for a moment it looked like his secondary commander wouldn't answer him. Then, reluctantly, Kegel turned his sticky brown eyes up at the canopy. Not trees. The closest approximation I can give you is a form of mold. The branches at the top are not there to consume light, like earthling trees, but to spread spores. That is what makes the sky purple and the air sweet.
Sweet? Joe snorted. It stinks like my grandpa's porta-potty.
Kegel immediately gave him an irritated glare. Your human home was a rotting ball of bio-waste, and the air was as stale and tasteless as the inside of a ship. It's a pity our fur-lee cannot grow on such a fetid mishmash, or I would have brought some along. The idea of Earth suddenly becoming a dark, sweltering, stinking ball of huge alien mold spores left Joe with a whole new respect for invasive species. He swallowed hard.
So, fur-lee? That's what they're called? What are they made of? Are these?
He rapped his knuckles on one of the black stone foundations of a fallen building.
Fur-lee?
Yes.
What is this stuff?
Joe asked, frowning at the black stuff.
It's like glass, but harder.
It is a carbon composite. The fur-lee deposited on the inside as they grow. Hundreds of billions of them make up one tree. They draw carbon from the air and digest it. Joe stared at the building, remembering his last geology class. Mostly pure carbon, he knew, came in a few very useful forms: oil, coal, and diamond. The little hairs on the back of his neck started to raise as he considered that.
Wait a minute. That's too hard to be coal.
It's not coal, Ferg.
It's diamond?
Joe blurted.
No way. Just no way.
It's carbon. Diamonds are only valuable on your backward, carbon-poor planet. Congress controls whole planets made of diamond. Joe squatted and touched the stone at his feet. It was crushed, as he had thought, a glittering mat of sharp black crystal. He stood up, bringing a diamond with him. When he held it up, he could see through it. It was at least 10 carats, totally flawless except for the near obsidian darkness to it. Enough to buy him a palace back on Earth. Joe dropped it back to the ground. Standing again, he hurried to catch up with Kegel, who was still walking towards the multi-layered alien forest.
Where are we going?
He asked again. Kegel ignored him and kept walking. Fur-lee are a blessing to a planet, he went on. They create 10 times the living space. If you look, the branches of fir-lee are woven together so tightly that you cannot see the ground. Many species exist in the upper canopy that have not seen the underbrush in millions of years, when their ancestors decided to climb to the top to see what was up there. It was so with the Ureki, back on Poen.
Nervous that he wasn't answering his question, Joe nonetheless asked, "And what is up there?"
Spores. The richest concentration of nutrients on the planet. It can be eaten raw or gathered by the shipload and distributed to factories for distillation. Any planet with fir-lee will not starve.
"It won't see the sun either," Joe muttered. "And it'll stink like crap." Kegel kept walking. Something about this little jaunt toward the woods was bothering him. Joe's palms grew sweaty, and he watched Kegel closely, planning out his next move. Humans could run a lot faster than Ureki. Almost twice as fast. At the first sign of Kegel reaching for his gun, he was going to sprint back to the hovercraft and try to get it running before Kegel caught up. Still, when Kegel stopped suddenly, swung around, and put the barrel of his gun in Joe's face, Joe could only stare at it. The tip was swirling with shimmering waves of heat, an indication that it was charged and ready.
"Tell me why I shouldn't kill you, Zero,"
Kegel said, his voice cold.
"What are you going to do that will make it worthwhile for you to exist and me to die? Why should you live when I'll lose everything?"
Joe lifted his eyes from the gun to Kegel's face. A million reasons flooded through his mind, but he could not pin down any one of them. He was a kid. He missed his family. He liked to play football. He hadn't said goodbye to his new friends. How would Maggie survive without him? Scott wasn't big enough to get them a ball whenever Trill made them race. They'd all starve until they grew up, and neither Scott nor Elf would grow up to be more than 5'8" or 5'10" from malnutrition. "My ground team," Joe said. Kegel's gun never wavered. Despairing that he had said the wrong thing, Joe waited for the shot to come, knowing that running would only make Kegel pull the trigger faster. Ages ticked by. Centuries. Millennia. And still Joe stared down the barrel of that gun, waiting. Then, slowly, Kegel lowered his weapon. The moment of silence seemed to stretch into eternity, Kegel not offering anything, and Joe afraid to ask. Finally, the Ureki said,
"I was going to kill you, Zero. I planned on it since the day I saw your mark. I planned out how I would hide your body, how I would explain your disappearance to Legras, how I would take the penalty for losing a recruit. If you'd whined about your youth, about your family, about how you wanted to be a good soldier, I would have shot you."
He tucked the gun back into its holster. Joe held his breath. "So that means he's not going to shoot me?" Kegel was silent for several more moments, picking rock dust from a gouge mark in the black stone that almost looked like tooth marks in an apple. With his back to Joe, he said,
"I killed someone today."
Joe felt goosebumps break out all over his body.
A peacemaker. He was just doing his job, researching what he had been ordered to research. But I had to stop him. I had to save your life, just in case the Trith was right.
"Right? About what?" Joe asked weakly. Kegel fixed him with an intent stare.
"About the fall of Congress."
Joe did not know what to say.
"I made it look like an accident, but only time will tell if you evaded them. Whatever happens, I will be gone. My fate has already been decided."
"So you're not killing me?" Kegel continued to pick at the rock. For as long as anyone can remember, there's been a prophecy that spells destruction for Congress. The fourfold prophecy. Nobody tells it more than once, since the more times it is told, the more chances peacemakers will hear it.
Kegel turned to face him.
So I will tell it to you.
Joe felt goosebumps prickle his arms again.
The prophecy arrived soon after the 8 original species banded together to create the first regency. It originated in 4 separate places at once, 2 of which Congress hadn't even discovered yet. It says a race will one day rise up against Congress and win its independence, and that Congress will smash its armies to pieces trying to bring it back. The Dosha believe they are the ones, but their revolts always end in defeat. It makes the believers think that it will be one of the new species we discover. Some, like Nebel, are even foolish enough to believe it could be humans.
Joe was unsure what to say. Kegel still radiated a feeling of instability, like he was only a heartbeat from yanking his gun from his belt and blowing Joe away, despite what he had said. Carefully, Joe ventured,
You think it could be humans too? Not humans. You're too frail. I think it will be something else. Something new.
Kegel turned back to the wall.
But it's hard to deny the power in a Trith stare.
The Ureki looked like he wanted to say more, but didn't.
Did you really save my life? Kakai. The Trith said I would.
Kegel glanced at the horizon and seemed to steady himself.
Every soldier must endeavor to avoid the peacemakers. But now you must be doubly sure not to fall under their scrutiny. Along with the prophecy of my death, the Trith told me that the bearer of your mark would in all probability die. There was only one path you could take to save yourself, and out of the infinite possibilities in someone's future, it is not likely you will choose it.
The Trith talked about me? Joe asked, stunned.
He did.
Caught completely off guard, Joe simply blurted, What did he say? Immediately, the secondary commander's expression darkened.
My fortune was for me to know, not you. If the Trith want you to know anything, they'll come to you personally. Just pray they don't. A Trith never gives the whole prophecy.
The whole prophecy? They tell futures?
They are the future, boy. They walk in it as we walk in the present. If one comes for you, run. Don't listen to what he's got to say. Just get as far away as you can. Tell the peacemakers you saw one, but never tell them it came for you. That's a death sentence as surely as quoting the fourfold prophecy.
Joe was getting more and more freaked out, realizing that he was finally recognizing the odd tone he'd first noticed to Kegel's voice. The secondary commander was speaking as if he had already accepted his own demise, and was counseling Joe on how to avoid the same fate.
Okay, what does a Trith look like? How do I avoid them?
Kegel flicked the rock chips from his fingertips and turned to him.
Trith look like what humans thought aliens looked like before Congress discovered your planet. Small and gray. Big heads, black eyes. Somehow, you knew. Nebel thinks it means you humans are the ones.
But why would they visit us? Kegel looked across the ruined city and seemed to think about it.
To give you something,
he finally suggested.
If they gave anybody anything, they gave it to the government, and the government hid it from us. That's so typical. They should have told us. Maybe it wasn't something to be told, Kegel said, his pale brown eyes returning to him. Maybe it was something to be used.
And in that moment, Joe almost thought he saw hope.
in his secondary commander's eyes. Joe couldn't help but snort.
But if they did, a lot of good it did us when Congress attacked.
Kegel stiffened as if he had personally insulted him.
We didn't attack. If we'd attacked, your backwoods planet would have been annihilated right down to its last insignificant iron atom.
Which, Joe realized, was probably pretty damn close to the truth. He swallowed nervously, deciding a change of subject was appropriate.
Why was somebody investigating me? Was it for what I did on Earth?
Trill reported my collection of prophecy-related artifacts. The peacemakers are conducting an investigation. Soon they're going to find that ever since the Trith visited me, I've spent large portions of my life researching the fourfold prophecy. It's enough to have me executed, just like the Trith predicted. If they find a way to connect you to the drawing in my personal files, they'll execute you as well. The peacemaker I killed was sifting through the ship's files, examining the time I took you to my dormitory. I had to destroy his brain sac so they could not access his memories of the symbol on your arm.
He really saved my life.
Joe swallowed hard, dread thickening into an intestine-squeezing ball in Joe's gut.
You're serious, aren't you? You killed someone to save me?
It's custom for a Trith to make 4 prophecies during a reading. He did so with me. 3 of the 4 have come true. I don't have a choice. I never did.
Yeah, but prophecies can be vague. Like I said about the cave.
These weren't vague. These were precise. Right down to the moment each would die.
Each would die?
3 very good friends. The Trith told me where and when I would watch each of them die.
What was the 4th prophecy?
Kegel hesitated, his huge brown eyes showing his first hint of real fear.
He said, I will die frightened and alone on Kofat, with no one to carry my ure to pawn, because it will be destroyed.
Joe felt a wash of goosebumps roll down his back and arms. He didn't know what to say. How did someone argue with a prophecy? It was like trying to argue politics or religion. It was no use because Kegel was already convinced. And Kegel looked terrified. Clearing his throat anxiously, he said,
Pone's the place with all the ghosts?
Kegel looked away a moment, seeming to steady himself.
If an Ureki does not get his ure carried to pawn, he will haunt whatever place holds his ure until he is taken home. Even a rebel Dasha prince will gather up the ure on a battlefield and return them to Poenian priests rather than risk the wrath of the dead.
So, what happens when they're destroyed?
Joe asked softly. It took Kegel a long time to respond. When he finally did, he swept a handful of pulverized rock from atop a ruined building.
They dissolve,
he whispered, looking at the specks of obsidian he had collected into his hand.
Like dust in the wind.
So, what are you going to do?
Kegel tossed his fistful of rock dust at the ground.
I don't know. It's too late to kill you.
Kegel started to head back the way they had come, then paused.
Here.
He tugged a black circle the size of a large bracelet from his arm and held it out to Joe. Joe gave it a wary glance. Another shock collar.
It's not a modifier, you furgling,
Kegel growled.
It's a costume. Give it to Battlemaster Nibble so he knows of my choice.
Kegel shoved it into Joe's hand. The thing was distinctly alien, though its black, utilitarian curves were unmistakably military in origin.
Take off your shirt.
Kegel withdrew the small black ranking device from his vest and waited as Joe reluctantly unbuttoned his jacket.
Joe got goosebumps as Kegel reached forward, touching the cool metal to his chest. "He's marking me as one of them."
"I don't want it,"
Joe said suddenly. He threw the Kostja on the ground between them and slapped Kegel's rubbery tentacle away from his chest before he could finish.
"I'm not fighting for Congress. I'm going home."
As soon as he said it, Joe knew Kegel would kill him. As Kegel's Suda began flipping like enraged hummingbird's wings in his wrinkled neck, Joe backed up a pace nervously, tensing. Too fast to dodge, Kegel whipped a heavy, stinging tentacle around Joe's neck and shoved him forward so that his face landed in the glassy dirt beside the black armband.
Pick it up! You don't want Battlemaster, that's fine. The Kostja is a message for Nebel.
Joe realized at that moment he would pick up the Kostja, or Kegel would kill him. He picked up the Kostja.
Don't even think about putting it on. You don't deserve it.
Kegel's eyes glinted with rage as he spun and returned to the hawk. Having the distinct feeling he could follow or be left behind, Joe struggled to catch up. Chapter 11. The Tribunal's Visit. When Battlemaster Nebel found Joe fully dressed, he was not amused. Joe tried to give him Kegel's armband, but the Ureki stared at it so long Joe wondered if he'd done something wrong. Finally, Nebel said,
"You'll wear it, to remind yourself what he's done for you. I ever see you without it, I'll kill you."
Joe stared. "But Kegel told me not to—"
"Kegel is dead,"
Nebel snapped. Joe's heart skipped. "But I just talked to him."
"A day, a week, it won't matter. He's dead, and you're the cause. Let you remember that when you live and he dies. Now put it on."
Biting his lip, Joe slid the armband over his wrist and up his forearm. It settled comfortably over his bicep, under the cloth of his uniform, though to Joe it felt like the thing had been made of cold, heavy lead. He wanted to get rid of it, to do anything except have it there, on his arm, strangling the muscle. Apparently Nebel did not mind the fact Joe had hid it under his sleeve, because he barely gave it a passing glance before launching into a tirade about his state of dress.
"Can't you follow one simple instruction, Zero? Tuck your shirt in, pull your pants out of your boots. What do you think you are, an overseer? Take it all off. No, not the Kostja. You'll wear that till you die. Start with your boots. You want to be dressed so badly you can teach the others how to do it. Start over."
Battlemaster Nebel made Joe dress and undress 8 times before allowing the others to begin putting their clothes on. By that time, after the stress and septic air sticking in his lungs, Joe was close to vomiting. He sat down on one of the ground team beds to catch his breath, Kegel's Kostja tight on his arm.
"Zero, is my instruction so dull that you must sit down to endure it? Stand up. Where's your rank? Kegel thought you were Battlemaster material, yet all I see is a fat primate without a star. Why didn't he rank Zero? He must have changed his mind, eh? You do something to piss him off, you stupid Janja turd. Get up and start sprinting up and down the aisle as fast as you can. Don't stop until I tell you."
Joe, his lungs already struggling for breath, was in a near panic. He knew he couldn't run without vomiting up the meager bowl of Nuajon that he'd swallowed that morning. He started to shuffle along, desperately trying to keep his breathing under control. It felt like somebody was shoveling the contents of a porta-potty down his bronchial tubes, filling them until there was nothing left to absorb air. Joe never knew Battlemaster Nebel had snuck up behind him until his casual blow sent him sprawling.
"You stinking puddle of Shaba vomit! Run! Let's see how long it takes you to soil your shirt like a Jahul. Recruit Battlemaster my ass! You've never excelled in anything. Your only strength is you were bigger than the rest of them when you were drafted. I give you 18 ticks before you pass out like a tacky."
Joe stood, fighting to keep his breathing under control. This was the first time Battlemaster Nebel had singled him out, and before this, Joe felt as if he had some sort of understanding with the Ureki. At his hesitation, Nebel hit him again, sending him back to the floor.
"What makes you think you should be here instead of Kegel? You don't deserve it. You can't even follow simple orders. Look at you! You're just a frightened tacky. Get up! Get up!
You furly-eating primate, get your tacky-loving ass off the floor before I puncture it with my foot!
Joe sat up, struggling for air. The edges of his vision were fading again, and Joe gripped the bed nearest him to keep from passing out. Nebel reached down and wrapped a tentacle around his throat. Into his face, Nebel said,
Kegel thinks you're Battlemaster material, but you're not. You're just ungrateful, selfish, human slime. You're not worthy of his sacrifice.
Looking into Nebel's furious brown eyes, Joe knew he spoke of Kegel's decision to let Joe live, not the lack of a Battlemaster's star. Nebel blames me. He thinks I should have died. Another Ureki had appeared in the doorway and used that moment to make his presence known.
Did Kegel really choose Zero as a Battlemaster? Has he lost his dreet-loving mind?
Battlemaster Nebel wrenched around to glare at small Commander Linen.
If Kegel wants to waste his recruit potential, that's his prerogative. It's gonna come from his hand, though. I'm not gonna attach my name to this sootbag. Sometimes I think that 7th point sucks all the rationality out of them. Don't I know it?
Battlemaster Nebel reached down to haul Joe off the floor. Before Joe was quite balanced, Nebel shoved him across the room towards the others.
Until Zero proves he's worth more than a wad of tacky soot, Kegel can kiss my ass.
Commander Linen gave an amused snort.
Regiment formation in 36 ticks. Commander Legras says the tribunal arrived this afternoon and wants to inspect us.
Battlemaster Nebel froze, his Suda fluttering suddenly.
Ghosts of tacky, curse them. Don't they know we're 2 weeks behind? And we haven't even met our prime yet. Kakai, the fire-loving Gen Ferglings, know. But they've already inspected 20 other cities and don't want to delay, so whose ghost is our prime to tell them to wait? Dasha or no, they don't give a tacky soot. They didn't make Legras prime?
Nebel demanded.
He's already got the rank. The planetary overseer decided that every new Kofati regiment should be run by one of his sons, and apparently he's got enough sons. You ask me, the Sooter's making a move to rebel. In the old territory, the damned Ferg.
The little gill-like Suda were fluttering ever faster in Nebel's neck.
Rethaven? I thought they convicted him and sent him to Levrin. Overturned the ruling,
Linen said, with an Ureki grimace.
When authorities went to pick him up, he'd gathered all of his sons together in his palace, and the peacemakers wouldn't touch the place. The gutless, tacky cowards.
Battlemaster Nebel turned to the rest of his platoon.
You heard him! Everyone outside! Form up at the base of the stairs. Zero, you'd better get off your ass or you'll be puking up your liver after I'm through with you. I'll be damned if I'll give a tacky bastard like you, Battlemaster. You're lucky I'm gonna give your unworthy-ass squad leader. You! You look like you'd make a better Battlemaster than this lazy charhead. Get up here and get them moving!
Sasha stepped forward like a startled deer, her jutting lower jaw hanging open in shock.
Now, recruit!
Nebel bellowed.
Everyone down the stairs!
The piranha-faced girl shouted.
That means you too, Zero!
Smug satisfaction oozed from her words, making them come out in a sneer. Joe struggled to his feet and managed to follow everyone down the stairs and into one of the ragged lines on the crushed black, glassy material of the plaza. Every step was an act of desperation. His gut was roiling, and his vision was a narrow strip by the time they finally came to a stop. Once they were together, Battlemaster Nebel led them across the plaza, their lines jerky and crooked. As they marched out across the obsidian gravel, Joe glanced up, and his nausea returned. Overhead, the tall Ureki buildings seemed to close together in a cage above them, the buildings creating a dome of seemingly endless black poles against the violet sky. We're never getting out of here, Joe thought. He had to fight the urge to run, to keep his steps short and fast to keep up with the kids around him. We're on an alien planet, and we're going to die here. Never before had he felt so cut off from everything he had known, so utterly abandoned by humanity, than he did marching out between those enormous pillar buildings, surrounded on all sides by curious alien onlookers. On the other side of the field of crushed rock, 8 other battalions already stood in formation, their lines straight and symmetrical.
The Ureki in charge of each battalion were standing out in front, not even having to supervise their recruits, who stood straight and tall with their eyes forward and their hands clasped tightly in front of them. Marching up to their place 3 spaces from the end, Joe realized how sorry 6th Battalion appeared compared to the rest of them. Not only were the others physically bigger, almost fully grown, but they actually looked confident. How could we be this far behind? Joe wondered. The last time he had seen the kids from those battalions, huddled together in the gymnasium, they had been toddlers and little kids, like Monk and Maggie. Now they looked like adults. We're in trouble, Joe thought, with a pang of unease. The other recruits actually looked like soldiers, not scared little kids with bald heads. When Nebel's platoon tried to join up with the 9 other platoons in 6th Battalion, there was confusion as to where they should stand and how, and soon all the lines were broken and kids began milling in little groups, panic in their eyes. The other Ureki noticed this and began converging on them, scattering amidst the ranks to help Kegel rearrange his formation. Several Ureki's eyes caught the bulge under Joe's sleeve, but aside from giving him an odd look, they continued to usher kids into their assigned places. Joe began to sweat, not only because his platoon looked like garbage compared to the other battalions, but because the Kastja caught the attention of every single Ureki that passed him, like they could see straight through his jacket. Maybe it's glowing in another spectrum, Joe realized anxiously. It could be shining under there like somebody turned on a damn flashlight. Damn it! Kegel's going to kill me! Joe wondered if there was some way to get rid of it without causing a scene. A deep blast of a horn boomed out over the plaza, rattling the very air in his lungs. Kegel's battalion jerked nervously, but the recruits from the other 9 battalions stood absolutely still, unfazed. After a few minutes, a commotion near the back of the formation made Joe turn. Of the 3 aliens walking along the back row, Joe only recognized one of them, the little blue-green Ueshi. It was even more rubbery in real life than it had looked in Commander Linen's pictures, its skin a translucent ocean color that looked more like a type of plastic than living flesh. It waddled along beside an enormous blue abomination that looked like a freak experiment between a Smurf and a boar. The shambling monster had beady red eyes and shaggy, bright blue fur that hung around stubby, circular feet. It walked with the lazy grace of an elephant and was about as big. Its sharp black tusks stretched 10 feet in front of it, threatening to skewer anyone who got in the way. Joe stared, until an Ureki yanked his head back to the front.
That's the first citizen, Asher. Keep your fire-loving eyes forward.
Commander Linen's eyes fixed on the Kostya, and he froze.
Where did you get that?
Kegel wanted me to give it to Nebel, but Nebel made me wear it. Would you give it back to... Joe reached under his sleeve to pull it off his arm, but Linen stopped him.
Give it back to Kegel, your own Jen Fergling self. A Kostya like that should be in a temple on Poen, not my dirty fingers.
Linen looked like he wanted to say more, but he glanced at the inspecting aliens and moved to harass another child who was also staring at the blue monster. Joe returned his attention to the trio marching behind them. Beside the shaggy blue alien, a slender creature with downy, white fluff covering its body strode awkwardly on 3 tentacled legs. About its cylindrical torso flowed a paper-fine cloth of gold cape that glided over the ground as it walked. The creature had 2 enormous, electric blue eyes that darted alertly from recruit to recruit inside a triangular, squid-like head that was indistinguishable from its neck. When its unnatural, ghostly gaze settled on Joe, his heart skipped and he quickly looked away, a flutter of fear in his gut. The first citizen and the Ueshi were ugly, but something about this thing scared him. When the 3 aliens moved closer, Joe was stunned to hear a human voice. An adult human voice, coming from one of the 3. He turned back. The creature with the golden cape was looking directly at him. Beside it, a full-grown human man had stopped and was frowning at Joe. He was balding and short of stature, with a sweaty, nervous aura about him. He was taking repeated puffs on the white cylinder he gripped in one hand. Joe's hopes soared. An adult. Maybe he was here to bargain for their release.
No, Your Excellency. None of them are above age.
The shaggy blue alien responded in a rough alien chatter, and the glittering golden band around his left tusk translated it into English.
That is good, Mullick. For a moment I feared you humans were foolish enough to install spies in our great army.
The downy white creature was still staring at Joe, its intelligent, lightning-bright eyes never moving from Joe's face.
He has something around his arm,
the downy creature's translator said. I don't see anything, the sweating man replied, frowning at Joe. The downy creature stepped between the rows of children, toward Joe. Joe bit his lip and looked away, his back itching like it was on fire.
The boy is probably wearing the wrong gear, Your Excellency,
the sweaty, balding guy replied.
This was the delayed shipment, after all.
Perhaps.
The word came from above Joe's shoulder. Joe flinched and turned. The electric blue eyes of the down-covered alien hovered inches from his face. Joe gasped and took a step back. The alien's arm snapped out, catching Joe's wrist in a flattened, stingless tentacle, the grip tight enough to break bones. It was all Joe could do to keep from crying out. The alien pulled him back and held his gaze, the fishy, ostrich-sized eyes ethereal and penetrating, leaving him feeling like his brain was being scoured from the inside. It took Joe a moment to realize that the downy white hairs covering its body were writhing like filament-thin maggots, despite the fact that there was no breeze on the fetid planet. Watching the tiny white cilia twist and bend of their own accord made Joe's skin crawl. With its other paddle-like tentacle, the alien yanked up Joe's sleeve to reveal the armband.
Who gave this to you?
The alien said, though it made no move to take it. When Joe did not answer, it simply stared at him, waiting. Commander Kegel, Joe whispered, wondering if the creature could bore into his mind with those strange electric eyes.
What? What did he say?
The sweating man asked, mopping his brow.
He said he found it,
the alien said, dropping Joe's hand and allowing the sleeve to fall back into place.
Can we move on?
The shaggy blue elephantine first citizen demanded.
The air is making me sick.
Of course, Your Excellency,
the chubby bald man said, taking another puff on the white air tube and then hurrying to the tusked creature.
As you can see, human children are extremely intelligent and easy to train. They understand the great part they are playing for Earth's history and are pleased to serve the Congress. We haven't had a single escape attempt. They are honored to be here.
The downy alien standing beside Joe snorted.
Honored? Who would want to escape on this disgusting planet? We spend much more time out here, and I might require a respirator.
With one parting glance at Joe, the three-legged creature turned and threaded its way through the rows of children back to a spot beside the first citizen. To Joe's despair, the balding man followed the aliens farther down the rows of children, and none of them looked back.
He's leaving us. He's not even going to try to help.
Joe turned back to the front of the formation and caught Commander Kegel staring at him. Kegel's Suda were fluttering, his eyes hard with fury. The armband felt like it was on fire where it touched his bicep under the cami jacket. Joe swallowed down a lump of fear.
He told me not to put it on,
he thought, in agony. Farther down the formation, the three aliens and their human guide had stopped again, eyeing 2nd Battalion. Joe recognized Commander Legras at the head of the battalion, his scarred, pale, droopy-skinned body as still as stone as the representatives discussed his recruits. Then they moved on. When they did, one of the little kids in the back row fell out of formation and ran towards them. Before the child could reach the balding man, 2 enormous serpentine aliens materialized out of nowhere, abruptly slamming the flat ends of their transparent, glassy spears into the child's gut and pushing her backwards, shouting in a language of clicks and pops completely different from anything Joe had ever heard before. The translators, wringing their powerful scarlet arms, said,
Keep your distance from the first citizen. Next time we take your head.
With that dire warning, the 2 serpentine aliens vanished again, their scaled ruby bodies shimmering and then disappearing completely. Seeing that, Joe suddenly understood what Nebel had meant back in their species recognition class. He was pretty sure those two Dreet could have annihilated all 9 of the gathered battalions in Prime Commander Legras' regiment, Ureki and all, and nobody could have done a damn thing about it. They weren't shadows or blurs like Hollywood had portrayed invisible creatures in the movies. To all appearances, they weren't there. And they had to have been 60 feet long. As the 3 tribunal members went on, heedless, 2 Ureki battlemasters rushed from Legras' formation to pick the screaming child off the ground and spirit her off the plaza. The balding man wiped his brow and took another puff on his air tube, but then returned to his conversation with the enormous, shaggy blue beast. The formation lasted another hour, giving the 4 representatives a chance to circle the entire regiment 3 times before retiring from the plaza. Once they were out of sight, Ureki barked orders and the 8 other battalions began to move away from the plaza, their recruits moving as one. Joe and the rest of 6th Battalion found themselves awed at the crisp movements, the sharp turns they made at the battlemaster's commands. Thousands of them, moving in perfect unison. It was awe-inspiring to watch. Then Nebel grabbed Sasha by the collar and wrenched her violently out of formation.
I said, take them back to the barracks, you slithering wad of tacky waste. Are you deaf as well as stupid?
Sasha just stared at him.
Now, Jonja scum!
Battlemaster Nebel bellowed.
We already look like we've got our tentacles tied in knots!
Sasha cleared her throat and did her best to imitate the Kongi word for about face. She was not loud enough, because only the kids nearest her complied. She tried again, a little louder. A full quarter of the platoon gave her a funny look.
You sound like a tacky-loving spacer!
Nebel screamed into Sasha's ear.
Say it like a grounder, recruit! I want to hear the diamond rumble at the sound of your tacky-loving voice! I want to hear the Furlee crumble! I want to hear a spacer shitting himself in his plush little reclining chair all the way out in orbit!
Sasha shouted again, and again Nebel shrieked into her ear that she wasn't loud enough.
You sound like you've got a mouthful of tacky soot! Spit it out and try again! Zero, show this shabba turd how it's done before I use both your hides to decorate my shitter!
And just that fast, Joe became responsible for yelling the loudest, responding the quickest to commands, and making sure everyone else in the battalion did what they were told. Several times, Joe caught Sasha giving him a dirty look, but Joe knew it was a punishment more than anything else. Nebel had Joe at the front of the battalion the rest of the night, cursing him and yelling in his ear and kicking him if he did anything wrong. And so it went on. All the lung-deep screaming left Joe dizzy and nauseous, but somehow he managed to keep from puking his guts out over the crushed black rock. Others were not so lucky. Nebel grabbed them and ruthlessly forced them back into formation. Then, while everyone was panting and struggling for breath, he made the battalion march endless laps around the enormous buildings, turning them at odd moments to head back in the other direction, forcing them to shout marching commands until Joe thought his lungs would burst. Only after their feet were numb and their minds blurred with all the different commands Nebel had given them did their battlemaster allow them to return to the barracks. A few kids ran up the 6 flights of stairs in their enthusiasm to get back to their beds, only to end up gasping upon the steps, the putrid air overwhelming them. It was then that Joe saw his second tacky. About a dozen of them crawled out of tiny side tunnels that Joe had previously overlooked, gently scooping up those who had fallen. The little lizards were covered in small round scales that, when Joe got close to them, gave the illusion of depth, making their whole bodies appear to be a multifaceted gem. Joe found himself standing still, his mouth agape in wonder. Maggie was right. They're beautiful. In seconds, they were out of sight, the fallen children cradled in their jeweled arms.
Joe?
Scott called from several steps above.
You coming?
Joe shook off his amazement and hurried after his group, a sense of hope rejuvenating him. They're only 5 feet tall. Too small for Nebel to make us go down their tunnels. At the top of the stairs, Battlemaster Nebel was waiting for him. When Joe nervously tried to pass, Nebel blocked his path, the small black ranking device gripped in one tentacle.
Nebel gave Joe a long, irritated look, his sticky brown eyes scanning his face in silence. Finally, he just shook his head.
"You're gonna need this, you stupid Ferg,"
he said, and grabbed Joe by the back of the neck in a stinging grasp. Holding him in place, Nebel snaked his arm under Joe's jacket and jabbed the small black device into the muscle of Joe's chest, in the same place Kegel had done when he tried to give him Battlemaster. Before he could start struggling, Nebel withdrew his arm and released him.
"Prove to me you can be a Battlemaster. You're not getting it until you deserve it."
Looking at his shirt, Joe realized that the silver bar of a ground leader was morphing into a triangle, though it still did not have the outside circle of a soldier. Nebel was already gone, stalking back down the stairs towards the plaza. Joe stared after him, stunned. Nebel had almost sounded pleased with him. Chapter 12. Representative Nalin. Soft, downy hands touched Joe's arm.
"Go back to sleep, Maggie," Joe mumbled. "It's not time to get up yet."
Of all the humans, Nalin had to choose a stupid one.
Joe jerked awake and found himself staring into impossibly huge, electric blue eyes. The tiny white hairs covering the creature's face were writhing on their own, like millions of microscopic worms protruding from its skin. Shouting, Joe leapt out of the covers and landed on the far side of the bed, cutting his feet on the glassy floor. He was naked, except for his underwear and the kostja. There were two of the three-legged squid-like aliens watching him, one who had woken him and one waiting near the door. Both of them followed Joe impassively with their huge, white-blue eyes as he gingerly checked to see how badly he had injured himself. The cuts weren't deep, but they were enough to slicken the floor beneath him with his own blood. Once he was sure he wasn't going to bleed to death, Joe straightened and studied the aliens. They were easily 6 feet tall, dressed in glimmering shades of green trimmed with gold, not Kongi black. Somehow, that made Joe wary. The alien closest to the door cocked its triangular head at Joe, its electric blue eyes utterly unreadable. Like mirrors.
"Looks like it might be difficult. Use the tranquilizer."
The one near the bed pulled a pen-shaped object from the vest it wore, the vertical slit above and between its eyes puckering together rhythmically, like a heartbeat. Joe stiffened. Without boots to protect the soles of his feet from the glass, he wasn't going anywhere fast. "I'll come," Joe said.
"What did it say?" "I'm not sure." "Well, be sure to use the low setting. We don't want to kill it."
"I said I'll come," Joe said, holding up his hands. "Don't you dare shoot me, you stupid squid bastards."
"Careful. That's a sign of aggression."
Joe frowned at the guard near the door. "No, it's not." But he lowered his hands anyway. Behind him, Elf whispered,
"What do they want, Joe?"
Joe never took his eyes off the alien with the pen-shaped tranquilizer.
"They want to recruit me for some obscene alien fornication ritual," he told him.
"What's that?"
Maggie asked, wide-eyed.
"Don't worry about it, Mag,"
Scott said, grinning. Slowly, to prove he wasn't resisting, Joe went to his clothes. To the aliens, he said, "I'm getting dressed. You try shooting me with that thing and I'll break you flimsy bastards in half. Understand me?" The one with the pen-shaped object pointed it at Joe. "Don't!" Joe snapped, picking up his boots and shoving his feet inside. He winced as the cuts in his soles stung from the rough treatment. "Damn it! I'm getting dressed, see?" He began to dress as quickly as he could. The alien watched him a moment, then grunted and yanked a small translucent sheet of papery film from his chest. He ran the pen-shaped object across a slip of the clear blue film, leaving a squiggly mark. This it affixed to the wall above the bed. At Joe's stunned expression, the white, squid-like alien gave him a flat, electric stare and said,
"In case anyone wonders where we are taking you for our
Obscene fornication rituals.
Joe's jaw fell open.
You talk!
Maggie cried.
A bit. Your vocal cords are easy to make, but hard to control.
His voice was high-pitched and musical, like a eunuch in choir, almost too sing-song to understand.
You can't make vocal cords,
Monk said matter-of-factly from the bed.
Mom taught music. Your vocal cords make sounds.
Unlike the Ureki, the downy creature showed no emotion in its flat face whatsoever.
Well, if we didn't reproduce the chords, how would we reproduce the sounds?
When Monk frowned at him, he added,
Hurry, please. We are wasting time.
All right, Joe said, throwing his jacket over his shoulders reluctantly. What do you want? The alien looked him up and down and took a moment to reply, obviously considering whether or not it was worth wasting the breath to tell him. Finally, with a condescending sneer, he said,
Our employer, Conaline, representative of the White, wishes to see you.
Joe froze. That guy who inspected the regiment yesterday? The White closest to Joe glanced at his companion, clearly amused.
Tipeth, if Conaline does not want this one, I might have to claim him. He might liven up those long hours on the ship.
He looked back at Joe, the amusement gone in an instant.
Do you realize that referencing one of the tribunal members so casually would get you sold to the Dasha if it were within Edrit's hearing?
Joe stiffened, remembering the huge serpentine creatures that had shoved the little girl to the ground.
The Drit?
He nervously glanced at the door, wondering if any of the snake-like monsters had followed them inside. It wasn't a question, but the White took it as one.
They're the body servants of the representatives of Congress, the only species that can kill a Dasha in true hand-to-hand combat. They train as sentinels for their entire lifetimes before choosing their wards. Conaline has had over 200 pledged to him, more than twice that of any representative in 1,000 turns.
Joe's face twisted. They're pricks.
You should learn to guard your words,
the closest White warned.
You never know when a Drit is around, and if they hear you, they will claim you so they can torment you for years for your disrespect.
Joe recoiled.
Claim me?
I'm a soldier.
Not yet, the one guarding the door replied. Right now, you are fair game to any ranking citizen who shows any interest in you.
Wait a minute, Joe shouted. They recruited us for the army, not to be some ballless snake slave.
Then I advise you watch your tongue, the White said. But the question is moot anyway. Conaline has already claimed you.
Joe's heart began hammering. It sounded like they were about to take him from his ground team. Permanently.
Now, follow us, please.
The White motioned toward the front of the building.
No.
Joe took a step backwards, toward the wall. The White's electric blue eyes sharpened predatorily fast.
You have no choice, boy. Actually, he does,
Libby said from the bed.
The rules say a congressional citizen can only claim recruits with no formal rank.
She gestured at the triangle on Joe's chest.
He's not just a ground leader anymore. He's the squad leader for 4th Platoon.
In that moment, Joe could have kissed Libby's feet. To Joe, the two White looked like owls that had suddenly been defeathered, dumped in bleach, and electrocuted. They stared at the silver symbol on his chest, and Joe could almost see their plans changing in their heads. They glanced at each other, obviously considering taking him anyway.
Want us to go get Battlemaster Nebel?
Libby said, getting up.
He's sleeping in the next room. All I'd have to do is yell.
She held the alien's eyes unflinchingly. Joe stared at her, wondering where she got the courage.
They both knew Nebel couldn't hear them if they shouted, not with the wall of diamond separating them. The White ignored her as if she didn't exist. His accusing electric eyes were on Joe, and he sounded angry.
When did this happen? You were still a ground leader yesterday afternoon when Conaline saw you. Yesterday evening,
Libby said.
He marches good,
Maggie added. The White just gave him a flat, almost sociopathic stare.
Why?
Nebel decided he liked the way my butt looked in camis, Joe said, crossing his arms. If that's all you wanted, you should leave. The downy cilia moved in sudden, vicious waves upon the White's body, then suddenly relaxed.
I was going to wait to tell you, but since you are being difficult, I'll tell you here. Representative Conaline has questions about your age. He believes you were wrongly enlisted. He wants to send you home.
Joe tensed. They wanted to send him home?
You're lying,
Libby said.
You just said he wanted to claim him as a slave. For his own good,
the closest White said.
If it was discovered that he was here illegally and then discharged, the Dosha would take him before he even had a chance to exit the proceedings. Don't believe them, Joe,
Libby said, her unwavering gaze leveled on the White.
They're lying. Conaline is a believer in law, else he wouldn't be on the tribunal,
the closest alien said to Joe, still ignoring Libby.
If the Ureki broke the law when they took you, it is his way to put things right.
Joe ached inside at the thought of seeing his family again. He looked away.
Joe,
Libby said.
They're just trying to get you out of the barracks.
She was glaring at the aliens again, clearly waiting for Joe to back her up. I'll go, Joe whispered. Libby flinched and turned to stare at Joe, looking stricken.
What's going on?
Maggie asked, her small voice suddenly going high with worry. She was glancing from Joe to the aliens and back, fear in her eyes.
What's going on, Joe?
Don't worry about it, Mag, Joe said. He moved toward the aliens, leaving his ground mates staring after him in confusion. Let's go. Behind him, he felt Libby turn away. The two White quickly ushered Joe outside into a very elaborate palanquin-type metal platform parked outside, giving him no chance to change his mind. No sooner had he climbed aboard their hawk than they were airborne and moving at high speeds toward the civilian side of the city. The building they aimed for was taller than any of those nearby, 200 or 300 stories, easy.
Only the first citizen gets higher quarters,
the pilot said proudly as they approached.
It is a place of honor in the city.
Joe swallowed and closed his eyes. He'd never been afraid of heights, but the vast emptiness between him and the ground left his stomach weak and his skin sweaty. The craft settled in a round indentation on the roof of the building.
This way,
the White said, disembarking the platform and walking to a dark staircase cut into the glossy black stone. This far up, the air was thinner and not as putrid. Still, Joe followed quickly, feeling as if the slightest gust of wind would whip him off the building and into the empty space beyond. As he stepped onto the staircase, Joe saw a brief crimson flash of a large serpentine body down below before it was gone again. His guide saw it too. The White's face remained utterly expressionless, but his voice held irritation when he said,
One of the new Trith trainees. His commander will hear of his carelessness.
The White made Joe lead the way down the narrow passage. As Joe felt his way down the glassy black stairway, Joe got the sinking feeling he had made a mistake. Libby's look of betrayal haunted him, slowing his steps even further. The hallway ended abruptly in a door. His guide pushed past him long enough to open it, then motioned Joe inside. Behind the door, the first thing Joe noticed was the air. It was fresh and full of oxygen. Such a relief that it took him a moment to realize his guide was locking the door behind them. Before Joe could comment on it, though, his breath left him at the sight of the representative's inner sanctum. He had been expecting a nice chamber for a member of the tribunal, but the palace that unfolded in the hallway before him left his mind reeling. The black walls were alive with colorful tapestries, and elegant carvings of alien objects decorated every niche. Gold and silver and other colorful metals had been inlaid into the perfectly smooth, glassy floors and eye-boggling scenes of alien battles and scenic alien landscapes. A 30-foot golden statue of the white who had examined Joe's Kostya stood in the center of the hall, with things looking like fishing worms jutting from the slit above its eyes. Everywhere, tables, floors, and corners were all piled with statues, carvings, rugs, paintings, and gemstone-encrusted vessels. It was enough wealth in one place to make a sultan or a pharaoh weep. Joe could only stare.
Ureki are famous for their art,
a translator from across the room said.
Representatives will often debate for several turns to obtain the right to visit an Ureki planet, simply for the gifts they provide.
Joe turned toward the sound of the voice. The white with the cloth of gold cape stood in the corner, watching him, a small golden translator dangling from his shimmering metal clothing. His cigar-shaped chest was fitted with a swath of silver cloth that looked as if it weighed 50 pounds. Worked into the front in alternating colors of metal gleamed the symbol of the tribunal, 3 red circles inside a silver ring, surrounded by 8 blue circles formed into 2 sides facing off against each other. Joe could feel the power radiating from this creature, and it made his palms sweaty.
Forgive the mess,
Representative Nalin said, giving the piles of treasure a dismissive gesture.
My slaves are still sorting through my gifts.
Joe flinched at slaves, but he couldn't find the words to reply. The alien behind Joe made a musical twitter, and Representative Nalin blinked his big fishy eyes and responded in kind. The 2 white then engaged in a long string of whale sounds until the assistant suddenly turned and departed. When the representative turned on his translator again, he was not happy.
Trith says I can't have you.
Joe stiffened. I'm a squad leader for 4th Platoon.
You must be very proud,
Representative Nalin said dryly. Joe suddenly felt ashamed. After trying so hard to win Nebel's approval on the grounds the evening before, he had been proud. Proud of a pathetic alien rank that had been given to him by an enemy army, an insignificant skid mark on the seat of his brother's underwear compared to the power of the creature in front of him.
You would enjoy being in my service, human. Zoljib and Trith have gained much status in society, much more than they would have as Illurian draftees.
They said you might be able to get me home. That's why I came. The white gave him a long, completely unreadable stare.
Come with me,
Representative Nalin said. Joe lost all sense of direction as the white led him down halls and passageways, through a silken curtain to a small room with a hovering blue orb in the far corner of the room. As Joe drew close, he could feel the warmth emanating from it and backed away, wary.
It's the heating element,
Representative Nalin said.
They ban fire on this miserable planet. Too many combustibles.
Nalin mounted a large black pedestal in the center of the room and immersed himself in the pool of liquid it held, golden cloth cape and all, sloshing waves over the side of the bowl.
What's your name, human?
Joe Dobbs. Joe hadn't intended to tell him, but something about the alien's electric blue stare made him blurt out things he had meant to keep to himself. It almost felt like Representative Nalin could already read his mind and was just waiting to catch him in a lie. Representative Nalin removed the golden translator and set it on the lip of the pool beside him. Then he sank into the pool, submersing himself completely. The water began to click and vibrate, and the translator on the lip of the pool said,
Come up here where I can see you.
Joe climbed the ramp in trepidation, the tread of his boots catching on the ribs carved into the black stone. As soon as he was at the top, he recoiled. Under the water, jutting from the slit above the creature's eyes, a blossom of hundreds of little red worms wriggled around like something on a coral reef.
Joe felt his stomach lurch, and he backed up a step.
Are you hungry?
Still submersed, Representative Nalin shoved a bowl of small, gummy orange discs toward him along the lip of the pool. When Joe declined, the white picked one from the pile and delivered it to the wriggling worms protruding from his face. The worms locked around it and dragged the morsel deeper into the representative's body while Joe watched in horror.
Do you know why you are here?
Joe tore his gaze away from the writhing worms. He had to stare at Representative Nalin's face a moment before he could remember. They said you might be able to get me home. Nalin watched him.
The costume you are wearing is an Ureki war medal, specifically crafted for a battle master who survived the fight on Ubashin. It is very valuable to collectors, since so few Ureki actually survived that fight. Almost none of them of the rank of battle master or below. Those that received them guard them jealously, which is why I know you did not steal it. The only two Ubashin veterans in the city of Alishai happened to be in your battalion. Both of them were watching me when I raised your sleeve.
Representative Nalin paused, his electric gaze boring into Joe's skull.
Why did Secondary Commander Kegel give you his costume, boy?
I don't know, Joe said truthfully.
He said nothing when he gave it to you?
He said to... Joe cut himself off, realizing he didn't want to involve Battlemaster Nebel. He said it was to show his decision. Representative Nalin assumed he was speaking of his new rank as a squad leader and quickly cut him off.
A lie. Your uniform shows your rank, not a costume you didn't earn.
Representative Nalin pointed at the silver triangle on his chest. It was exactly like the one that Battlemaster Nebel wore, except it lacked a fourth point and did not have the circle around it that Nebel's had. By itself, without the protective ring that signified a full-fledged soldier, Joe's rank looked naked. Childish.
I was curious why he would do such a thing. So I examined his file. It seems Kegel's personality underwent a radical shift after visiting Ruthos 40 turns ago. His command even went so far to have him evaluated to make sure one of my kind hadn't assumed his identity, as some of us are wont to do.
Representative Nalin's flattened tentacle dropped another orange morsel into the water above the wriggling, wormy appendage in his face.
I find the fact that he was examined for a white to be especially telling. It had to have been something serious for his command to request a screening.
The white paused, watching Joe unflinchingly, as his wormy appendage slowly drew the orange morsel into its head. Examined? For a white? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Joe demanded. The water moaned and clicked with Representative Nalin's reply.
Evolutionarily, before Congress discovered them, my kind were forced to mimic other creatures in order to survive.
Representative Nalin dropped another gummy orange disc into the water. The white paused, watching Joe unflinchingly through his bath as his wormy appendage slowly drew the orange morsel into its head. Joe frowned, both fascinated and disgusted by the display. Mimic them how? He didn't see how this thing could mimic anyone. It looked like a cross between a jellyfish, a squid, and some odd new form of coral. Still underwater, Representative Nalin waved a paddle-like hand in dismissal.
We were discussing Kegel. Not only did he survive the Dasha on Ubashin, but he also managed to capture a white assassin 3 days out of planetary ops training. 2 great feats that have made him a sort of hero to the Ureki here. Some of his other traits fascinate me. He has at least 2 congressional victories credited to his name, and is also of the Vakala caste, a hardship among the Ureki like no other.
The white hesitated, peering up at Joe through the water.
Do you know what that means?
Joe swallowed and shook his head, not really wanting to discuss Kegel.
Vakala are a stubborn remnant from an intentional genetic manipulation many eons ago, during the formation of Congress. They are the reason why genetic experimentation is now banned. Because the Ureki would not go to Vora otherwise, the Aihi took the Dreit's immunity to fire and gave it to the Ureki delegates in order to broker a peace between the first 8 nations.
Joe frowned. They're immune to fire? Wouldn't that be like a good thing? The white made a sound of disdain.
Not to the Ureki. To them, it is a symbol of their ancestors' betrayal. They throw all Vakala children into a pen with Onan and allow the beasts to eat them as penance for their ancestors' sins. About 1 in 10,000 survive that pit battle. And yet, not only did Kegel survive the Vakala cleansing, but he somehow rose to become a congressional hero.
The white paused, watching Joe with his unnerving eyes.
So why has he given you a human recruit? What most Ubashine historians would die to have.
Kegel. Joe froze at the sudden sharpness in the alien's face. The utterly casual, friendly way the representative was addressing him had almost overridden the nagging little voice in the back of his mind, screaming that the conversation was headed into dangerous ground. Wariness winning out, Joe said, "Didn't give it to me." If the white was disappointed with his response, he didn't show it. He just plucked another gelatinous orange disc from the tray and said,
"And yet he hasn't taken it away from you, either. I found this mystery even more intriguing once I discovered Kegel is once again being investigated as a traitor. This time, for owning relics of the fourfold prophecy."
Joe felt his skin crawling. So this was what they had brought him to Nalin for. They didn't want to send him home. They were trying to get at Kegel. Representative Nalin continued to pick at his food, though his huge oblong eyes never left Joe's face.
"I find Kegel's history fascinating. Almost as if he had a destiny, if one were to make such leaps."
The white hesitated, watching Joe through the water, and Joe got the unsettling idea that the alien was gauging his reaction carefully. After a moment, Nalin went on.
"He was trained for planetary operations by one of the most famous generals of our day, a Dasha prince by the name of Bakal. He has survived 16 battles that he had no right to survive. He is extremely intelligent, with dozens of successful reconnaissance missions to his name. He is a gifted saboteur, and his tour on Ubashine proves he has a knack for survival."
The white paused, watching Joe with his unnerving eyes.
"So, what interest does he have in you? Why didn't he simply disappear when this latest peacemaker investigation began?"
Joe knew how dangerous the conversation had become. He had seen the fear in Kegel's eyes. He knew he was a single word from a death sentence, and every nerve was vibrating on edge. Joe said, trying to sound as confused as possible. "I'm a recruit. I don't see much of Commander Kegel." Nalin's eyes narrowed for a fraction of a second. Then he went back to his food. Moving on as if Kegel's investigation did not matter to him, he said,
"When I saw you in formation, I noticed you wore no recruit number. I thought this was an error until I asked about it. Is it true that Kegel calls you Zero, boy?"
Joe gave a wary nod.
"Why is that, when it is Army custom to begin at 1?
"Kegel hates me."
"And yet he gave you the Kostja. Fascinating, isn't it?"
Joe did not like the way the white was watching him beneath the water, so he said nothing.
"I found that contradiction curious,"
Representative Nalin said.
"So I examined the ship's records. Do you know what I discovered? You seem to be bright. I'll wager you can guess."
Joe waited, unsure.
There was no Joe Dobbs on the passenger manifest. Someone had erased you from the rolls. Do you know what this means? Zoljib could tell you. It's what someone does right before that unfortunate passenger goes missing.
Joe felt a cold chill trickle over his body, like all the blood was rushing out his feet. He took a step backwards, feeling suddenly vulnerable.
Careful. The Trith are watching you, boy.
Nalin lifted his paddle-like arm from the pool and motioned languidly at the empty room. Joe swallowed hard, glancing at the walls.
How old are you, Joe?
14, he said, a flush of hope lightening his chest. It was the first time any of the aliens had asked him that all-important question.
You weren't supposed to be on that ship, were you, Joe?
Hearing that, from someone with enough power to do something about it, made Joe's heart ache. No, he whispered.
Why were you?
Nalin asked, plucking at his food. I helped some kids escape, Joe said, remembering Sam, before Commander LeGras could get them to the ship.
And they took you aboard to use you as an unclaimed?
Joe nodded.
But Kegel accepted you instead, gave you a place in his battalion. Why?
I don't know.
I could offer to send you home, with the Congress's apologies.
Joe's head snapped up, his heart thudding. Will you? Representative Nalin nudged the orange discs in the bowl with his paddle-like finger.
That depends on what you can tell me of this Kegel.
Joe wanted to shout that he would tell him whatever he wanted, anything to get him off the stinking purple planet. Instead, he waited, his nerves taut with wariness. He felt like there was something he was missing, a deeper message in the conversation that he couldn't quite put his finger on, and it left him feeling like someone had a shotgun aimed between his shoulder blades.
As I told you, Kegel is being investigated again. The peacemakers have already submitted proof of his guilt to your regiment's prime commander, but they continue to investigate because they desire to know why he was hoarding tomes and artifacts relating to the fourfold prophecy. A self-made scholar on the end of Congress. Everyone on his ship knew it too, but his reputation was such that he went unchallenged until now.
Representative Nalin's eyes suddenly seemed to crackle with intensity.
Has Kegel said anything to you about the fourfold prophecy?
No, Joe lied. Representative Nalin's electric blue gaze hardened. A white can spot a lie. Joe Dobbs. Joe swallowed hard and looked down at his hands, which were even then cut and scabbed from the ubiquitous diamond chips that covered the planet.
I know a few things about the fourfold prophecy,
Representative Nalin said, still watching him.
Would you care to hear it, Joe Dobbs?
Joe swallowed hard. I thought guys were put in jail for knowing stuff about the prophecy. Representative Nalin waved a dismissive hand.
Kegel's case was unique. He had intimate knowledge of the prophecy. What I would tell you, everyone already knows.
Okay, Joe said nervously. He didn't really want to learn any more about it, but he also got the idea that if he couldn't go along with the White's idle conversation, his assistants might do something nasty, like haul him outside and throw him off the roof. Representative Nalin visibly settled himself in the water. Then, taking another gummy disc, he said,
The fourfold prophecy first appeared during the Second Regency, during a time of unrest between the first 20 members of Congress 2 million years ago.
He cocked his head at Joe.
I believe your people were still living in caves. Yes?
Joe grimaced, trying not to feel utterly insecure that this creature's genes had been around long enough to watch man evolve out of apes. Maybe.
It is nothing shameful,
Nalin said, apparently guessing the cause of Joe's displeasure.
That your species is still evolving is exciting indeed. You haven't reached your ideal genome yet, which means your genetic code still allows for change. Most sentient races are fully evolved before we discover them. In fact, the scholars find your entire planet highly interesting.
Realizing the white was talking about Joe and his species as if they were an intriguing form of bacteria in a petri dish, he muttered, "You were saying something about a prophecy?"
Ah, yes.
The white made an amused sound.
The fourfold prophecy seems to have originated in 4 places at once, at different corners of the galaxy. It is rumored that the Trith were involved, though no one has been able to verify that yet. What's important is that in each of the 4 prophecies, it is said that a new species will emerge that Congress will only crush itself trying to conquer. This species will have an extraordinary genetic makeup that tests the boundaries of science, an obvious reference to White's ability to take other species' patterns.
Joe felt his curiosity piqued at yet another inference that the white could change shape. "You guys really transform?"
We do.
Representative Nalin said, gesturing enthusiastically.
But that is not the most telling part of the prophecy. It is the fact that each of the fourfold prophecies uses these exact words. The new species will be a mixture of old and new, able to trade lives with a thought and sustain life without death.
"That's really vague," Joe said, remembering the stupid woman at the fair and her dumbass predictions about cave people.
No, it's not,
Representative Nalin said, vehement.
It describes the white perfectly. We trade lives with other species when we change form, and we are not bloodthirsty like the Dasha or the Jikal. Throughout our history, there has never been a war. We don't need to subjugate other races to thrive, because we are other races. Any species out there, we can become.
"The Dasha?" Joe asked. Underwater, Representative Nalin made a face.
We can duplicate tacky genes, but it is true. The Dasha are beyond our capabilities. They and the Dreet are some of the only ones. Our scientists believe that with the Dasha, it is because of the chemical composition of their scales, if they are even a chemical at all. They certainly defy all logical explanation. They're almost as mysterious as an Ureki's Ure.
Joe was just starting to relax into the conversation when Representative Nalin said,
So, did Kegel mention any of this to you before he disappeared? It would seem odd that you served underneath him and he never mentioned it.
Joe tensed all over again, not liking the way the white's excited exuberance seemed to slough away, leaving utter, rapt attention, almost as if it were a switch that he had flipped, a mask he'd put on to put Joe at ease. Kegel didn't say a lot," Joe lied. "He's an ornery old bastard."
Another lie!
Representative Nalin snapped, lunging up out of the bath. At his raised voice, Joe heard the dry slither of something invisible moving closer to the central pedestal. He swallowed, hard, his eyes flickering to the corners of the empty room.
I am your only way home, Joe Dobbs,
Representative Nalin continued, above water now. His flat, fishy, blue-white eyes were once again mirror-hard.
You please me, and I need but say the word, and you shall be escorted back to Earth with Congress's deepest regrets.
Joe hesitated, his heart pounding. More than anything, he wanted to go back home. He wanted to see his family. Even now, his fingers itched for the Swiss Army knife, which he had made smooth by rubbing it every night before bed as he thought of his family.
Perhaps a few more days in that putrid air will help you remember.
Representative Nalin flicked his paddle-shaped tentacle in an abrupt dismissal. Immediately, Joe could sense the Dreet in the room moving toward him.
Wait! He did say something.
Nalin's eyes sharpened to the steely blue edges of razors.
Tell me.
Joe, who had been planning on telling Representative Nalin everything about Kegel's odd behavior, saw something in the White's electric gaze that made him change his mind.
He said, nobody tells the fourfold prophecy more than once.
Interesting,
Representative Nalin said. He did not sound interested.
Come back if you remember more. If your information interests me enough, I might be able to find a way to bring your illegal recruitment to light. Until then...
He motioned at the door, and suddenly 2 massive, scarlet, serpentine Dreet appeared beside Joe, so close he could touch them.
You have a squad to command.
He said the last with a heavy dose of sarcasm. Joe bristled with anger. The casual way Representative Nalin dismissed the army reminded him of adults back on Earth who had never had to sleep in a tent in their lives. People who got to take a shower every day and complained about the high price of steak when Joe's father was writing letters in a dusty, scorpion-filled ditch and eating his meals out of a sun-baked plastic pouch.
He doesn't want to help me, Joe realized. As soon as he gets what he wants, he'll forget about me.
Just like Libby had tried to tell him. Still, a part of him was screaming to tell the White everything. He wanted to go home more than anything. He knew all he had to do was tell Nalin about Kegel's prophecies, and Nalin would be satisfied. Then the 2 visible Dreet, which towered over him like 40-foot man-cobras with massive, diamond-shaped heads bearing those weird, ribbed hollows reminiscent of bat ears, slid into place beside the representative's pool and forced Joe back with the butts of their spears. As Joe was stumbling backwards, a 3rd Dreet took him roughly by the wrist and casually yanked him away from the pool with enough brutal force to tear his arm off, had he applied a fraction of an ounce more pressure. The Ureki were strong. They could do things like crush the back ends of pickup trucks and hurl 200-pound men 20 feet in a fit of rage. Yet with that one half-hearted motion, the Dreet had made Joe's Ureki kidnappers look like stunted infants in comparison. Turning to face his new aggressor, Joe experienced an uncomfortable wave of vertigo when he stared at the place the creature should have been. He knew an alien stood there beside him, but he couldn't see it. The invisible Dreet gave him a violent shove and propelled him down the ramp into the door of the chamber. A moment later, another invisible fist grabbed him by the throat, swallowing his entire neck in a single scaly hand, and began dragging him through the hall. Joe, disoriented and fighting panic, stumbled in the alien's grip, lurching through the silken drapery to the main hall, struggling to remain upright. The Dreet continued to hold him by the throat, casually towing Joe along, giving Joe no choice but to add his stumbling footsteps to the dry, slithering sounds of the huge snake body sliding on the glassy black floor directly beside and behind him. Zoljib was standing outside. The White made a curt sound to the invisible Dreet escorting Joe, and the scaly fist around his neck released him suddenly. The dry, whispery sound of the Dreet's scales on glass as it moved away left Joe's heart pounding.
They could be anywhere,
he thought, his brain utterly balking at the idea that he could not see a creature obviously the size of an elephant.
Come,
the White said sharply, making Joe jump. Zoljib then turned and led Joe back through the lavish apartments toward the staircase. Joe's lungs cringed once they stepped back through the doors and into the planet's natural air. The pilot had returned with the hovercraft by the time they climbed back out onto the rooftop. The shape to Joe's left as he followed Zoljib up the stairs caught his attention. A smallish Dreet was impaled, long ways, on a stake on the roof, a pool of bluish fluid congealing beneath him. The creature's 2 powerful front limbs were tied together at each joint, its head yanked back and tied to its tail, the stake protruding from its cream-colored midsection.
Drith are much less forgiving teachers than the Ureki, Zuljib said, noticing Joe's stare. Even more so than the white. That's the one we saw earlier.
Remembering the brief flash of red that Joe had seen on the stairs, he frowned at the tiny Drith. What did he do? Zuljib made a dismissive gesture.
He allowed his energy shield to drop within and outside his vision. He was punished.
Joe stared at the corpse contorted on the stake and swallowed hard at the Drith idea of punishment. That's rough, he whispered, suddenly not feeling too good about his own training. His escort seemed unconcerned.
That's Drith. The grateful humans are too frail to serve under them.
He motioned for Joe to hurry up and follow him. The Drith shuddered as Joe passed. Is it still alive? Joe whispered. Zuljib scoffed.
Of course. He can live for days like that. If he survives long enough, the Sentinels might cut him down and allow him to return to duty.
Zuljib eyed the suffering creature and flicked a downy, paddle-like tentacle in dismissal.
Judging by how much blood he's already lost, though, I doubt he'll make it.
Joe swallowed down bile. Why do they do that? Zuljib looked unconcerned.
They're Drith.
As if that was the answer to everything.
Now get on the hawk. We're distracting him. The longer we stand here, the less likely he'll be able to save himself.
Already hating the idea that he was partially to blame for the Drith's misfortune, Joe hurriedly climbed aboard the hawk, still staring at the unfortunate trainee. He could feel its small yellow eyes watching him as he departed with the white. In moments, they were out of sight, flying through the civilian side of Ali Shai. The barracks appeared through the reddish haze, distinguishable from the civilian buildings by the lack of elevators running up the sides, as well as the fact it was only 9 stories high when the buildings around it soared into the hundreds. No brightly clad Ureki civilians ran errands along the balconies encircling it, and the only platforms nearby were the ones speeding over the top of it, going to other civilian towers. The white lowered the ship onto the 6th-story balcony. Battlemaster Nebel saw them arrive and moved to intercept them.
What are you doing with my recruit?
Nebel demanded of the white.
Returning him to you,
Zuljib said, sounding absolutely unconcerned with the shorter, stockier Ureki. Battlemaster Nebel turned his sticky brown stare on Joe, but said nothing more as the white unloaded him from their craft and took back to the air. He waited until the platform had disappeared before speaking again.
What did they want?
Nalin wanted me to tell him about Kegel, Joe muttered, staring out at the city after them. Nebel was silent so long that Joe turned to look at him. The Ureki was staring at Joe, his Suda deathly still.
You spoke with a member of the tribunal?
There was something akin to fear in the hardened battlemaster's rumpled brown face. Yeah. He was interested in Kegel. Nebel didn't stop staring.
Congressional representatives don't waste their time with secondary commanders. It's beneath them.
Well, that's what he wanted to talk about, Joe said, feeling smug that, for once, Nebel looked awed by him. You don't want to believe me? You go ask him yourself. If they'll even let you in the door. Battlemaster Nebel gave him an unreadable stare. Then, without taking his eyes from Joe, he held up the bluish film of paper that the white had attached to his bed.
It says you've been claimed to serve out the rest of your enlistment at Representative Nalin's discretion. It's signed by Ana Zuljib, Nalin's head assassin.
Nebel thrust it against Joe's chest.
If I were you, Zero, I'd be very careful how I step.
Joe took the piece of film and stared down at it, feeling queasy. He couldn't claim me because I got squad leader. Battlemaster Nebel snorted.
If Nalin had wanted you, the training committee would have given you to him on a Ruvmestin Hawk. He just changed his mind.
As Joe began to feel ashamed and sick, Nebel said,
Get back inside. Since you're already up and dressed, you can polish the walls until I return to wake the rest of the platoon. The rag is behind the door in the bathing chambers.
At that, Battlemaster Nebel shoved him inside the barracks and locked the door behind him. Joe heard a dull thumping on the other side as Battlemaster Nebel's boots thudded against the stone staircase switchbacking down the side of the building. Feeling like he'd been hit with a truck, Joe went to his task. The glassy obsidian walls were already gleaming. A visitor had to lean in close to see the children's fingerprints marring the glossy surface in the areas near the beds. Joe got the rag from the alcohol-stinking baths and went to the wall above his ground team's bed. Maggie's tiny fingerprints were everywhere. Grimly, Joe began wiping them away.
"What happened?"
Scott asked, and Joe realized he'd stayed up waiting for him.
"Go back to sleep,"
Joe said.
"You've still got some time."
Joe!
Maggie squealed. She lunged from the covers and grabbed his arm, tugging it away from the wall.
Libby said you were going to leave us.
Joe was still feeling the urge to run back to the White and tell him everything he knew about Kegel at the chance Nalin would be pleased with him. Guilt stabbed at him and he avoided looking at her.
"They didn't give him the chance to leave,"
Libby said, glaring at him from the bed.
"If they'd given him the chance, he wouldn't be here."
Before Joe could respond, Monk said,
"Shut up, Libby. He's not going to leave us. He said so. He's going to help us all get home."
Yeah.
Maggie chimed.
You're just a big stupid head, Libby.
Libby lowered her eyes, accepting their judgment. Seeing it, Joe felt ashamed of himself all over again. He set down his rag and cleared his throat.
"Libby was right," he said softly. "I would have gone."
Libby's head jerked up and she stared at him. Her brown eyes hurt and confused. It was obvious she had wanted to be wrong. Joe looked back at the rag he was holding. For a moment, none of the others spoke. Elf's thin body shuddered and he coughed up a glob of red mucus. Joe went back to wiping the fingerprints from the walls.
You were gonna leave us?
Maggie whispered. She was sitting apart from the rest, her arms wrapped around her knees.
"Come on,"
Joe said.
"Any of us would leave if we got the chance." "I wouldn't,"
Libby said, stiffening.
"You're my friends." "Well, you're the only one,"
Joe said, getting angry now.
"Hell, Elf can't stop talking about how he wants to go home. Mag misses her guppies. Monk misses her dad. Scott looks like he hasn't smiled since he got on that ship. And I'm tired of babysitting 5 helpless little kids."
Libby looked away. Joe let out a frustrated breath.
"But none of us can leave, so it's stupid to even talk about it. Go back to sleep."
None of them spoke. Disgusted with himself for hurting their feelings and disgusted with them for being naive enough to let their feelings be hurt, Joe went back to work in silence until a soft touch on his arm made him turn. Maggie was looking up at him, her eyes wet.
You wouldn't really leave us, would you, Joe?
Joe opened his mouth to tell her to grow up, but hesitated at the looks the other recruits were giving him. He glanced from Maggie to Scott to Libby to Monk and Elf, each of whom were clinging to every word but desperately trying to pretend they weren't listening. It wasn't just his ground team, either. Kids in nearby beds were watching, hanging on his answer. Seeing that, Joe felt something shift inside of him. They need me, Joe thought, stunned, looking back down at Maggie's desperate face. They aren't going to survive without me. He was their rock, their strength, their shelter from the storm. If he left, their spirits were going to break apart like dust in the wind, Kegel's words whispered to him. Overwhelmed, Joe dropped to his knees and swept Maggie up in a hug.
"No,"
he said against her scalp.
"I wouldn't leave you guys. Never, Mag."
And he knew it was true. Chapter 13. Trained to Kill.
Pimples. I'm 14, and I've got pimples.
Joe stared at his arms in disgust. He'd never even heard of anybody getting pimples on their arms before. That made having pimples on his face and back that much more humiliating, since he had no visible skin that wasn't affected. His face was a battleground, with bombs going off every day. He sighed and went back to his task. Battlemaster Nebel had decided that he had done a pathetic job on the walls that morning, and therefore Joe could spend the whole night cleaning the rest of the barracks in nothing but his underwear and the kostja. I look like I've got the pox. If this was 300 years ago, they'd wrap me in a blanket and catapult me into an enemy fort. Sayonara, Joe. Nice to know you. Make sure to kiss a few girls before you succumb to your wounds. Not that you would know what it's like to kiss a girl, you bashful bastard. You had 14 years to figure it out, and now you're stuck with a bunch of toddlers for the rest of your life.
I told you not to wear it!
Kegel rammed Joe's face into the glassy stone, making his vision burst into dozens of bouncing stars. Joe gasped and dropped the rag he'd been using, the Ureki's 7-pointed star digging into his skin where Kegel's chest pressed him into the wall. The day had been so brutal that Joe had been cleaning in a haze, too tired to notice Commander Kegel's approach. No one was there to witness as Kegel wrapped a stinging tentacle around Joe's neck and pushed him deeper into the wall, choking off his air.
Do you realize what you've done, you fire-loving dreet?
Neville told me to, Joe said in a choked whisper.
Nalin knows!
Kegel snarled into his face.
The other representatives have moved on, but he's stayed in Ali Shai. It's only a matter of time before he puts it together.
I can't. Joe couldn't form the words through the grip the secondary commander had on his throat. He could feel himself passing out.
I will not let you ruin things. You understand, human?
He slammed Joe's head back against the stone wall, breaking Joe's world into thousands of tiny stars.
You will do what the Trith foretold if I have to haunt you every step of the way.
Please? His lips mouthed, no air escaping his lungs. Joe could not see, so quickly had his vision dimmed from the Ureki's vicious stranglehold. Commander Kegel released him suddenly, but stayed only inches from his face, so close Joe could feel the soft whispers of air moving from his Suda as he held him backed against a wall.
Listen to me very carefully, Zero. A ghost without an Ure can haunt you for eternity. Even if you pathetic humans have an afterlife, I can destroy it. If you reincarnate, I will be there. If you fail, I will give you no peace. I will allow you no happiness. I will bring you into my hell, Zero. I swear it with my very soul.
Joe was afraid to move, Kegel's 7-pointed star digging into his chest.
Go to bed,
Kegel said.
And keep the kostja. Tell Nebel I authorized it.
At that, he turned. Wait, Joe said. Kegel paused, his gummy brown eyes hard. Why don't you run? You were in planetary ops. You could hide. It took Kegel a long time to respond. Finally, his pale brown eyes fixed on Joe, he said,
I have hope that the Trith was right.
At that, he turned and stalked off, leaving Joe in silence.
Lights are forbidden after dark on Ureki planets because they attract Onen.
Commander Lennon scanned the platoon with a look of irritation. Kegel and Trill had not shown up to formation that morning.
So the Ashers at Medical finally decided to inform us that we gotta dose you weak-eyed sooters with night vision if we want you not to shit yourselves when the sun goes down in 12 hours.
Joe had been wondering about that. He'd seen nothing but bright purple sky ever since getting off the ship. The sun hadn't gone down in days. Commander Lennon started to pace.
That put 6th Battalion even further behind. While the rest of the regiment is working on tactics in the tunnels this afternoon, we're going to be standing around with our tentacles tangled while you worthless humans sleep it off. Legraw's going to have 2nd Battalion shooting circles around us before we even get to our first hunt.
It was the first time the Ureki had mentioned tunnels since they'd been on the ship, and Joe could not stop his heart from hammering a startled staccato. They plan to have us go down tunnels. His mind was screaming to ask about them, desperate to know their exact dimensions, but Lennon was in a foul mood, and Joe knew that he'd get pounded if he opened his mouth. Instead of retiring the battalion and letting the 10 battlemasters march their platoons to the medical center, Commander Lennon took the whole battalion to the courtyard outside the medical center.
If they want you, they can come collect your bony human asses themselves.
Commander Lennon barked at them as he formed them into squads.
We have work to do.
Then, as if they were not in the middle of a busy civilian parking lot, he began drilling his recruits outside the hospital. The irritated medics came out every 5 minutes to claim another set of recruits, their Suda fluttering hotly. The recruits under Lennon's control dwindled steadily, since the ones the medics claimed did not return. As a squad leader, Joe was one of the last ones chosen. While he waited for his turn, Joe's world narrowed to the glassy crunch of gravel and the sound of Commander Lennon's oaths as they fouled up the complex drills he gave them. When Joe was finally ushered into the dim red lights of the hospital, even the foreign black machines and the brusque Ureki medic were a relief from Lennon's rage.
Damn insane grounder,
the medic muttered once they were inside. The Ureki was one of the higher-ranked medical officers, with the golden circle on his chest so big it almost filled its silver border.
It's not our fault Kegel got caught.
He shoved Joe into a small room and touched the wall. A black barrier dripped shut behind him, reminding Joe of the ship. With a prickle of goosebumps, he realized he had no way out.
Drink this,
the irritated medic ordered, offering him a clear vial. Inside, a reddish liquid sloshed around, looking slightly radioactive. What is it? Joe asked. The medic gave him a look that told Joe he would shove it down his throat, vial and all, if he gave him the slightest resistance. Swallowing hard, Joe pulled the stopper off the vial and sniffed. It smelled even more rancid than the air. He wrinkled his nose and pulled his head away. Ugh, man, what did you do? Create distilled ass? This reeks! The stench reminded him of the constant itch in his lungs, and he reflexively coughed up a red gob of fur-lee spores and phlegm. When he turned to spit it out on the floor, however, he caught the medic's glare and swallowed it convulsively.
We can get a funnel and force-feed you if you aren't interested in drinking it willingly,
the harried medic said, pleasantly. Realizing the Ureki was utterly serious, imagining choking on a funnel, Joe held his breath, tipped his head back, and emptied the vial of night vision down his throat as quickly as he could gulp it down. It was like swallowing sewage.
Keep it down,
the medic warned him.
Waste it, and we'll be forced to add another turn to your enlistment to pay the difference.
Already knowing he had many more years of service than anyone else in his battalion, Joe was desperate to keep from vomiting the disgusting stuff back up. Keep it down, he chanted to himself, stumbling to grip the medic's desk in both fists. Keep it down. Keep it down. Joe stood there, panting, a panicked moment, feeling the rancid potion work its way into his stomach and then try to claw its way out again. He swallowed hard to keep it where it belonged. Then, as he felt the odd hot-cold heat spread through his stomach and chest, Joe began catching red, yellow, and blue flashes of color in the air all around him, almost like a northern aurora. He was frowning at that, squinting at the weird swaths of color beginning to drip from the walls, when an electrical spasm seemed to grab him by the back of his skull and dropped him to his knees. An instant later, he blacked out. When he woke, the
The world was in shades of color that Joe had never imagined possible. The armband Kegel had given him was laced with glowing gold designs beautiful enough to take his breath away. When he traced the patterns, they almost reminded him of Celtic knots. Or crop circles. When he looked up, he realized the walls weren't actually black, but gleaming, iridescent waves of color that reminded him of bird feathers. He could see blocky squiggles marking the doors and equipment like someone had taken a neon pink highlighter to the room. He got up and wove through the bodies of sleeping recruits to take a closer look. Joe's excitement soared as he neared. The blocky squiggles were foreign, but he could recognize patterns, repeated symbols, common characters, rhythms to the words, and, as Coach Grimsley liked to say, recognizing your opponent's patterns was the first step to kicking his ass. Joe peered harder, trying to locate exactly where the symbols began. He noticed a lot of numbers corresponding to the alien writing on the recruits' uniforms, but he couldn't locate a line or column to which the symbols were aligned. It was almost as if they were simply thrown into a jumbled mess on the wall. Joe traced the symbols with his fingers, perplexed. He could not conceive of an intelligent species using such a disorganized system. Still, the alien writing was magic to Joe. The Ureki had made a mistake. Seeing the doors was the first step to stepping through them. For the first time since getting off the ship, Joe felt renewed hope that he could somehow get himself home. Himself and his friends home. Joe glanced back, locating his ground team amongst the sleeping recruits. Libby was the only one also awake. The rest were sprawled wherever the Ureki had left them, breathing peacefully. Maggie's stubby toddler legs were already lengthening and losing their baby fat. She was probably about the size of a normal 5-year-old now. Scott was approaching 5.5 feet, and he was beginning to show signs of maturity, a widening jaw and more defined muscles. Libby, 2 years younger, was quickly catching up with Scott. Her long legs were growing longer and her limbs were beginning to sport pronounced muscle. She looked like a natural athlete. Joe wondered if it was the alien's freakish drugs or good genetics from her parents, then decided it was probably a bit of both. Elf was catching up to Monk, though it was obvious his growth spurt wouldn't last much longer. He had a small frame, the kind that lent itself to music or math. Sam had looked like that. Monk was the enigma. She hadn't showed signs of growth like the others, not even a millimeter. Joe had panicked once he realized she wasn't growing, thinking she wasn't eating. Then she ate both her bowl and then his in front of him to prove she was, grinning all the while. Joe had pretty much stopped growing after the first week. As far as he could tell, he was about 6'3" or 6'4", a little taller than his dad. He was taking after his mom in body type, though. Where his dad's family was filled with long-boned musicians and mathematicians, his mom's whole family was populated with squat, trollish athletes that took pride in pummeling little kids in touch football. Joe eyed his arm. He would have given a front tooth to have access to a mirror. He was pretty sure he was gaining some muscle. He flexed a little to make the biceps stand out under Kegel's kostya, trying to gauge how it compared to his father's. He was almost positive it was the same size. Maybe even a little bigger. Joe realized Libby was watching him from the cluster of little kids that made up his ground team. Blushing, Joe dropped his arm and went over to her, trying to pretend he hadn't been flexing like a moron.
Why can I see the writing?
Libby asked when he approached. She was frowning at the beautiful Ureki markings on the walls.
Was that there before?
Beats the hell out of me, Joe said, relieved she hadn't noticed his preening. He followed her gaze back to the walls. I don't think so. But we can use it to get away from here. Libby immediately frowned at him.
I don't want to get away from here. I like it here.
Yeah, well, you'll like it better on Earth. Whenever I get a chance, I'm going to start exploring. Maybe find us a ship. Joe realized Elf was awake, and he smiled, motioning at the walls. See? We can read their writing now. Soon we'll be getting out of here.
We can't read their writing until they teach us how,
Libby said.
And you're being stupid, Joe. We're not going back home.
I'll teach myself. I'm going to get us home. Libby rolled her eyes, but Elf stared at him, enthralled. Joe winked at Elf, but immediately his enthusiasm began to ebb. Deep down, he knew Libby was right. Sure, he could see their writing, but he couldn't read it. And even if he could read it, it took pilots years to learn how to fly an airplane on Earth. How long would it take him to learn to fly a spaceship? Sometimes, Joe, you're a real idiot. What's Elf gonna say when you don't take him home like you promised? Grimacing, Joe sat down beside the nearest door and began trying to figure out how the Ureki thought. It baffled him that, with their sophisticated technology, they could present their words in such an unorganized manner. He felt a little smug, knowing that in at least one way, humans were more advanced than the aliens. He touched the blocky squiggles again, trying to memorize the shapes.
They write in circles,
Monk said behind him. Her voice was still groggy from just waking up. I know, Joe said, turning back to the blotch of alien symbols. It looks like they threw darts at the wall and put a word wherever they landed.
No,
Monk said, brushing past him to place her finger at the center of the jumble.
They write in circles.
She traced a spiral over the symbols, her finger following the curve of the words perfectly. Joe's jaw dropped.
My parents are teachers,
Monk said with a shrug.
My mom knows Chinese and German, and my dad teaches gym.
I thought your mom taught music.
She does. And Chinese and German.
What kind of elementary school teaches Chinese and German? Monk frowned at him.
She's a professor.
Her look added, stupid. Joe blushed. I just thought maybe she'd teach kids your age, since you're her kid, and I thought teachers would teach their kids when they...
She makes more money at the university. My dad's the one who's got to smell boys' stinky locker rooms when she gets to listen to Chopin.
Joe frowned. What's your last name? Monk frowned at him.
Grimsley Biggs. My dad's name comes first only because he won the coin toss.
You're Coach Grimsley's daughter? But you're so small.
My mom was 4'10".
Oh. Guess that explains it.
My mom's smarter than you, Joe.
He grinned.
She is. You're too big to be smart. My dad's big like you, and he only makes half what my mom does, and he didn't have to stop working for a year to have a baby.
She paused long enough to stick her tongue out at Scott, who was sitting up in a daze.
See, Scott, girls are better than guys.
Huh? Scott said. No, they're not.
Yes, they are. They're better because they're smarter. My dad has an IQ of 136. Know what my mom's IQ is?
Scott rolled his eyes and went to use the latrine.
162,
Monk said, as if she were a magician revealing an awe-inspiring trick. Libby scoffed.
You're just saying that. You don't even know what an IQ is. Do too,
Monk cried, suddenly defensive.
If you have an IQ, it means you're not going to end up on TV.
Libby's face went blank.
What? You won't end up on TV,
Monk insisted.
Mom and Dad say the people on TV don't have enough IQ to figure out how to use toilet paper. That's why they're on TV. That doesn't make any sense,
Libby said.
Does too. My mom's got a lot of IQ, and she's never been on TV. My dad has, though. He has to be on TV every time his team wins. That's stupid. It's what my mom said. Then your mom's a dumb bimbo who doesn't know her ass from her head.
Joe's head shot up and he gave Libby an irritated look. Libby, unabashed that she had copied his words, merely shrugged and yawned. Monk got up and kicked Libby in the shin.
My mom's not a dumb bimbo. She's smart. You're the dumb bimbo, you stupid head. You don't have any IQ at all. You're going to be on TV and then everybody will know you can't use toilet paper, just like all those really tall supermodels who are so dumb they want to be on TV.
Libby got up and, with a cold look at Monk, snapped a leg around and kicked her in the head with a perfect, powerful roundhouse.
Monk's neck snapped back and she let out a small, startled sound. Joe felt his heart stop as he watched her crumple to the floor.
"Libby!"
Joe shouted in shock.
"What the hell?"
Then Monk began to scream. Joe rushed over to her and dropped to his knees. Wailing, Monk climbed into his lap, holding the side of her head. Gently, Joe pried her fingers from her skull long enough to make sure she wasn't dying, then took a relieved breath. Her ear was bleeding where Libby's boot had cut it, but she was still moving her arms and legs, which meant she hadn't been paralyzed. Monk, meanwhile, shrieked like a banshee, her lungs gaining capacity with every breath.
She kicked me!
Monk screamed.
Joe! Libby kicked me!
"I saw that," Joe said, scowling. Libby had sat back down and was nonchalantly picking at the bruise Monk had given her. "Looks like she was in karate."
Taekwondo,
Libby said, unconcernedly. Joe felt his anger growing. "Then you should know you don't beat up on smaller kids. Apologize, Libby."
don't feel like it.
"Stay here." Joe set Monk aside, who was now sniffling quietly, watching Libby with a malicious anticipation. He walked over to stand over Libby, and her eyes burned with challenge when she looked up at him. "Apologize," Joe said softly.
I didn't see you apologize when you beat up that kid who stole food at lunch.
Libby said.
And he didn't even hurt you. You hit him first.
"I didn't beat him up," Joe said, prickling.
You made him pee himself. That's worse.
Joe felt his knuckles cracking from the pressure in his fists. "Libby, you hurt one of your friends, and you're going to apologize."
She's not my friend.
"You thought she was yesterday. That's why you don't want to go home. You want to stay with your friends."
She hadn't kicked me yesterday.
"And you hadn't called her mom a dumb bimbo." Libby turned back to scowl at him.
You called my mom a dumb bimbo.
Joe could feel his jaw muscles work in frustration. "Fine. I'll apologize if you apologize for hurting Monk." Reluctantly, Libby glanced at Monk, who now had little drops of blood crawling out from beneath her fingers where she was holding her ear. Her face softened, and she guiltily glanced at the floor.
Sorry, Monk,
she muttered.
I didn't mean to hit you so hard.
Joe supposed it was better than nothing. He glanced at Monk, who was still sniffling, but looked somewhat mollified, if shaken. Joe squatted in front of Libby. "I'm sorry for calling your mom a dumb bimbo." Libby bunched her nose as if she smelled something bad, but still wouldn't look at him.
No problem, Joe,
she whispered, her voice cracking. Joe frowned, watching tears trickle down Libby's black cheeks. He turned to Monk. "Don't kick her again." Monk's eyes got a little wide, like the very idea of kicking Libby was enough to evoke nightmares. She shook her head vigorously, still holding her bleeding ear. "You okay, Libby?" Joe asked softly. Libby bit her lip and shook her head, but didn't elaborate. Joe considered sitting down beside her, but when he scooted closer, Libby just got up abruptly and walked away. Giving Libby one last worried look, Joe went and sat down against the far wall, disturbed. It was the first time Libby had given any of them so much as a love tap, and she had done it with such force she had almost taken Monk's head off. He had no doubts that Monk was lucky to be alive. "They're growing up too fast," he thought, watching them. "They're only learning what the Kongis want them to learn." Which meant they were learning to kill. Chapter 14. Gracious Lord Na-Ren. As soon as the rest of the recruits were awake, a dozen medics with varying-sized golden circles emblazoned inside the silver borders of their rank insignias rounded them up and herded them outside. Their battle masters met them at the door. The tense way the Ureki held their barrel-shaped bodies was Joe's first clue that something was wrong.
4th platoon, get over here!
Battlemaster Nebel snapped.
Chins, line them up!
Chins was Nebel's nickname for Sasha, in honor of her jutting lower jaw. Nebel's voice was sharper than usual, and Sasha rushed to do as she was told, her usual superior look gone, her face anxious. Apparently sometimes she can shut up and do what she's told, Joe thought. He was still frustrated that Battlemaster Nebel had not so much as even looked in his direction after giving him squad leader. No matter how well Joe did, and even an idiot could see he was much better than Sasha, Sasha remained Battlemaster. It's not fair. He was supposed to be me. Once Sasha had them lined up, without screwing up for once, Battlemaster Nebel came to stand in front of them and fell into one of his long silences as he scanned their faces.
Tacky have delivered nightwear to your barracks,
Nebel finally said.
The sun will disappear in 3 hours and return in another 4 days. The fir-lee branches trap in the heat and the spores act as insulation, but the dark side of the planet often drops below freezing anyway. As soon as the formation is over, you will don your night gear and continue wearing it until the night cycle is over. Until then, I want your minds sharp. Prime Commander Na Ren has decided to inspect you. He's finding all of our setbacks to be inconvenient, and already suggested Congress sell 6th Battalion to one of his brothers. So you tacky sootwads had better be on your best behavior if you want to stay out of Adasha's slave pens.
Libby's voice broke through the silence, loud and angry.
We're not slaves!
Nebel merely glanced at his protege, and Joe felt a pang of jealousy. If he had done that, Nebel would have pounded him flatter than a pancake.
If you fail to learn, Congress has every right to sell you. Your species is still very new and very rare, so Dasha will pay enormous prices for humans. The Army can fund 20 ships for a year just from the sale of one dysfunctional battalion. You're a novelty. Plus, you have no scales. So you're easy to eat. That makes you high demand. And the Dasha hold a lot of sway in Congress. They've already had several bidding wars over which Dasha planet gets the first load of humans to fail training. If you want to avoid that, you need to— I will take the platoon from here, Battlemaster.
It was the first time Joe had seen Commander Trill since landing on Kofat, and his presence now seemed ominous. Battlemaster Nebel stiffened bodily, then slowly stepped out of the way without looking at Trill. Commander Trill moved to the front of the platoon, and his eyes locked on Kegel's Kostja.
You can't wear that, Zero. Bring it to me.
It's mine, Joe blurted. Commander Kegel gave it to me. That morning, Nebel had told him to wear it openly, that it deserved to be on the outside of his sleeve, not hidden under his clothing in shame. He knew he should be relieved Trill would take it from him, but after seeing the golden designs engraved on it after waking, the thing had grown on him. Besides, it was Kegel's, not Trill's. Commander Kegel gave it to me. A look of satisfaction crossed Commander Trill's face.
Commander Kegel is being tried for treason. I am now secondary commander of 6th Battalion.
Joe felt like he'd been punched in the gut. Nebel, too, looked similarly upset. The Battlemaster looked away, his Sudah flipping wildly in his neck. Trill pointedly eyed the triangle on Joe's chest.
You can give me the Kostja, or you can lose squad leader. Pick.
Joe stared at Trill, feeling the beginnings of hatred. For some insane reason, he wanted to tell Trill to get stuffed, keep the armband, and lose his rank. The Kostja's golden alien designs easily could have fit on the shelves beside the collection of Celtic armbands and neck ornaments that his dad had pounded out of silver at the base hobby shop. He opened his mouth to tell Trill where he could stuff his demands.
Give it to me, Zero.
Nebel stepped forward.
I'll see you get it back.
Trill stiffened.
He won't get it back unless I give it to him, Battlemaster.
Battlemaster Nebel ignored him, his sticky brown eyes holding Joe's.
"You'll get it back,"
he repeated. Even after beating him and running him until Joe was puking like a dog, there was something about Battlemaster Nebel that Joe trusted. He reluctantly tugged the Kostja over his bicep and lowered it into Nebel's open tentacles. Battlemaster Nebel tucked it under his arm and went back to formation.
"I'm turning it into the Peacemakers,"
Trill snapped.
"Give it to me. It belongs to a traitor. It belongs to Zero now,"
Nebel said, making absolutely no motion to obey. Commander Trill's Suda were fluttering rapidly as he glared at Nebel. After a long silence, he snarled,
"Get them moving. We've got 2 hours to teach these Fergs to march as a battalion. We're already underpowered, and I don't want Lord Naarin claiming any more of them than necessary."
Then he stalked off to another platoon, leaving Nebel once more in charge. Under Trill's orders, the 10 Ureki battlemasters gathered their platoons and formed them into a square 5 ground teams deep by 30 ground teams wide. A sense of urgency began to permeate the air as the Kongis laid out the basics of marching in a battalion. Each recruit was to keep an arm's distance from the kid in front of him while keeping an eye on the recruits to either side in order to stay in perfect line, their boots landing in time to their battlemaster's orders, which were given in Kongi, not English. Joe only knew half of them, and he had memorized every word that Trill had taught them on their trip here. From the start, all of the Ureki turned their translators off, so it was left to the humans to decipher what they were trying to say fast enough to keep from getting singled out for stupidity. The battlemasters cuffed dozens of kids for minor errors, and the recruit battlemasters got worse. One was beaten bloody for stepping forward when the order was to stop. Another had her jaw shattered when she missed a step and sent her entire column out of sync. Sasha garbled a command, confusing the platoon, and Commander Trill broke her arm for it. Taki came to spirit her away, and Battlemaster Nebel made Libby take over in her place. Though Joe was initially worried for her, Libby somehow managed to perform the drills perfectly, even in the alien language. It made Joe feel jealous listening to her smooth, confident commands. Again, he thought, that should be me up there. The rest of the platoon was almost pissing themselves in fear. As the Ureki's orders grew more frenzied, the recruits' anxiety rose until all of them were shaking, unsure what to expect next. It was the most nerve-shattering experience Joe had ever had. When Commander Trill finally called a halt, Joe felt the mass terror emanating from those around him, but their secondary commander either did not notice or did not care. A horn reverberated across the glossy faces of the enormous buildings. Deep, resonant, it made everyone jump. Immediately, Commander Trill ordered them to march to one corner of the cleared parade grounds. Around them, black-clad recruits were flowing into the plaza in perfect, sharp formation. Joe glanced at 6th Battalion's ragged columns and he felt a new wave of fear. Their formation stood out amongst the others like a 2-year-old's attempt at geometry mixed into an upper division calculus assignment. Their battlemasters stopped them at one end of the plaza and had them turn on heel to their left, leaving Joe in the front row with 30 other kids.
"Get your fire-loving eyes on the ground!"
Commander Lennon shouted.
"If Adasha's inspecting, keep your heads lowered and your bodies bowed like you gotta shit yourself. And don't move. His Lordship Naarin is a son of Prince Rithavan. That means he's a believer in the old pact. That means he can take you, Ashy Fergs, and make you pick his scales or eat you. Whatever burning mood he's in. Whatever happens, don't move unless you're told to. And never look him in the eyes. Dasha declare Kapar by looking each other in the eyes."
Then Trill, Lennon, and the battlemasters left them, moving to join the other Ureki standing in their own formation across the plaza. This is bad, Joe thought. He stood as still as he could, despite the tremor in his limbs. Around him, a wild-eyed hysteria was spreading through the kids as they stood there, waiting.
Most knew what it meant to be inspected by a Dasha, and they were so frightened they were trembling. A commotion erupted at the far end of the plaza, but Joe kept his eyes down, as Lennon had told them. A girl beside him went pale, her eyes wide.
It killed someone.
Joe glanced down the rows at 1st Battalion. A grizzly bear-sized monster was strutting down the ranks, a screaming, armless girl thrashing on the ground in its wake, spreading blood over her stone-still, wide-eyed companions. A couple of the tacky trailing behind the monster stopped to bind up the girl's stump. Then one of them picked up her discarded rifle as they carried her away. For the first time, Joe realized 6th Battalion was the only battalion not carrying their rifles. He wondered what Trill had been thinking, making them march for hours when it would have been better to grab their rifles and take 2 hours to line them up perfectly before the Dasha showed up. They could spend time on marching later. Now was the time they needed not to look like sootbags. "She'll be fine," Joe said to the kids around him. "Everybody look at the ground." He hoped Trill's marching frenzy hadn't put the kids in a mood to bolt. He had the feeling the Predator 5 battalions down would give chase and eat them alive. Naarin passed the rest of the battalions with only brief pauses at each. Then he was there, filling Joe's vision with a scaly rainbow of colors, his long black talons digging into the glittering gravel at Joe's feet as it moved. The thing was huge. It radiated a sense of power that made the back of Joe's throat slick with fear. Inwardly, Joe prayed the other children could hold still long enough for Naarin to pass by, but he heard the gasps and strangled sobs just as well as the Dasha. Joe felt sick when Naarin came to a sudden stop in front of them. A harsh, guttural snarl erupted from the Dasha's enormous, shark-like mouth. All around Joe, children whimpered and cringed.
"So, this is the Traitor's Battalion,"
the translator around its neck said.
"How pathetic. I saw you marching. You move like frightened tacky. You're an abomination. I thought the others were bad, but you are worse. It shames me to have you in my regiment. Are you afraid of me, human slaves? Are you afraid of me?"
Naarin lowered its head so he was staring directly at the girl in front of him, his huge, gaping black mouth wide enough to engulf her. The girl stared at the ground, too petrified to speak.
"Answer me!"
Kaki!
The girl whimpered.
Good answer. You should be. I should sell you all to my father.
The Dasha continued down the row, stopping at Joe.
What about you? Are you afraid of me?
Joe could feel the monster's rotten breath on his face. The bottom row of black, triangular teeth were only inches from his neck, the impossibly huge, egg-shaped green eyes boring down on him with the cold intensity of emeralds. "Kai," Joe said, staring at his feet. "So scared I want to piss myself." The creature moved on.
What about you? Are you afraid of me?
The girl in question snapped her head up, wide-eyed, and began to whimper an unintelligible garble of fear. In an instant, the black jaws descended, snapping her in half. The lower body and some loops of intestine fell to the ground, knees first. For a moment, Joe wasn't completely sure he hadn't imagined it. Then the children around the torso began to scream and back away.
Get back into your lines!
Nebel shouted at them.
Return to your places or more will die!
The Dasha, meanwhile, had wandered farther down the ranks. Joe was watching him openly now, fury rising in his chest. Naarin relieved 2 more kids of limbs for minor infractions before circling around the back and returning to stand a few children away from Joe.
My slave is right. You all smell like cowards. Where are your rifles? You dare come to a battalion inspection without your rifles? You sniveling tacky! I bet there's not one amongst you who will look me in the eyes.
Joe felt a cold tendril of fear curl in his gut. Don't do it, he thought. Please don't do it. Apparently the other kids were either too smart or too scared to look up. Everyone kept their eyes focused solidly on their feet. Except Joe. He was too busy glancing around to make sure the other kids were keeping their eyes down.
You!
The Dasha stopped in front of Joe.
You're not staring at your feet like the rest of the tacky. You must enjoy being so big. Do you bully the other children? Do you take their food and steal their gear? Answer me!
Anon, Joe said to his feet.
Why not? Isn't that what Kegel taught you? Take from your comrades instead of share. Pretend to clean their scales so you can drive a talon through their innards. The traitor contaminated you all. Look at me! I would see your face!
Heart pounding like a hammer in his brain, Joe tore his eyes from the ground far enough to look at the Dasha's massive chest.
I said, look at me!
I am looking at you, Joe said, continuing to stare at the iridescent chest.
What did you say, human?
I said I am looking at you.
The tacky has a spine. Look me in the eyes and tell me that.
The Dasha poised above him, waiting to strike. Joe knew his next choice would mean either life or death. He kept his eyes down. The Dasha's colorful lips peeled away from its triangular black teeth, and Joe saw pieces of the other children stuck between the razor rows. It began to bark in Joe's face, clacking its teeth together like knives. Sprayed with blood and saliva, Joe thought he was going to puke. As quickly as it had begun, the Dasha closed its mouth and moved on.
I like the look of your fingers, girl. By the laws of the pact, I claim you for my service.
The girl the Dasha had chosen stumbled out of line with an uncomprehending look at the purple tacky tugging her away from the rest.
And him. He doesn't have the look of a warrior. He'll do well as a slave.
The tacky tugged the boy out of formation, and Naarin moved on. A new sort of anger filled Joe. The Dasha was taking slaves, right out in the open, and no one was going to stop him. Naarin made a barking sound of disgust.
You're not warriors. You should all be slaves. Him, he's a fat one. I could use him tonight. Him, and her, and her.
The Dasha made another full circuit, circling Trill's battalion once more, claiming over 24 children. He stopped back in front of Joe.
Him.
Joe braced himself as the tacky rushed toward him. But it wasn't Joe that Naarin wanted. It was Elf. The tacky took him out of line and dragged him to stand amidst the whimpering, white-faced children following the Dasha in a frightened mass. Joe could do nothing but watch, stunned and relieved, and shamed at his relief.
shamed to his core.
There. That should suffice for now. If you continue to fail in your training, I'll take more. Until then, you may share the other battalion's day of liberty, even though you haven't earned it.
At that, Naren padded toward the next battalion. The desperate look that Elf gave Joe as they led him away seared Joe's memory like a curse. After another hour of terrifying the recruits farther down the line, Naren departed, taking his slaves with him. He hadn't claimed a single recruit since taking the 24 from 6th Battalion. Once he was gone, the Ureki descended upon them.
"You got off easy,"
Commander Trill told them.
"He only took 28. We still have a chance."
What about the ones he killed?
Sasha demanded, her voice rigid with anger.
Do I get a replacement?
Trill glanced at the torso still splayed on the ground in front of her.
"He only killed 1. The other 2 will get prosthetic limbs. They should be back in a day."
She was in my ground team!
Sasha cried.
Now we're down to 4!
"Do you wish to join them, Recruit?" "Recruit Battlemaster does not make you immune. Far from it."
Sasha seemed to shrink in on herself and shook her head.
"Then do not argue. Adasha can always find a place for one more."
Joe stared at Trill. How could he threaten them like that after what they'd just been through?
"We are running out of time,"
Trill continued, as if he had said nothing out of the ordinary.
"Lord Naren looks at you unfavorably because of Kegel's treason. We will have to spend every free moment training until you are better than the others."
The shock was beginning to wear off, and many of the kids were starting to cry.
"Silence your recruits, Battlemasters!"
Commander Trill snapped.
"Anyone who makes any more noise will clean up the mess Naren made."
Joe felt a twist of rage in his gut, hearing those words. Naren's mess included several partial bodies, bits of flesh, and gallons of blood.
"We'll use this day to practice. Kegel's trial is scheduled in 8 days standard. We must be ready by then."
Trill paused.
"And I'm sorry, Zahali. Kegel was deranged, and many of you will pay for it."
As he said the words, Nebel's Sudah fluttered suddenly, and he looked to the side, watching something in the distance. Joe noticed his boneless fingers tightening into ropey knots in front of him as Trill continued his explanation of what had occurred with their secondary commander. A shame, he called it. An unfortunate inevitability. A tragedy that it was allowed to go on this long. Most of the Battlemasters, and even small Commander Lennon, seemed to follow Nebel's lead in finding something else to look at while Trill droned on about the expectations and responsibilities of a secondary commander in the Congressional Army, and how Kegel had fallen short. And why, once Kegel's crimes were discovered, Trill had been granted his rank as a reward for bringing about the capture of a traitor. For, Trill declared proudly, it had been he who had discovered Kegel's treacherous nature and he who had been responsible for making his corruption known to peacemakers. One of the Battlemasters walked off suddenly, making Trill stop and give the Urekis retreating back a narrow look. When he went on, it was to discuss the possibility that the ranks were filled with sympathizers and collaborators, and to be alert for any symptoms of disloyalty to Congress. The peacemakers, Trill added, were offering 10 turns off the enlistment of any recruit who could provide information leading to the detainment and conviction of other defectors. Joe felt goosebumps crawl up his arms at that, but somehow kept his eyes forward. Once Trill finally finished and dismissed them, Nebel and the other Battlemasters broke the battalion into their 10 platoons and began marching them to separate areas of the plaza. Thus began the longest day of Joe's life. They marched until their feet were blistered and their calves ached,
got their rifles and broke them down until they could see the individual parts every time they closed their eyes, straightened their rumpled lines, received glossy new helmets, and learned about the onboard computers, gasped and retched as the battlemasters ran them in formation around the plaza, listened to Kongi curses until their ears burned, and shouted, "Kakai Inkchani," until their throats were hoarse. By the time Nebel led them from the plaza, they were barely able to put one foot in front of the other. They didn't realize their torment was over until they were standing at the base of a switchback black stair, facing the long climb back to the barracks.
"Get up there!"
Battlemaster Nebel shouted at them in Kongi.
"You're not done yet, you soot-eating genferglings! Faster! Faster! Run!"
The Battlemaster stopped them halfway up the 6-story climb, telling them to do it again. The second time, they ascended the staircase even slower than the first. Nebel made them do it again. And again. They climbed stairs until Joe couldn't tell if he was going down or up, with the Battlemaster pacing them easily every time. Joe didn't remember reaching the top. Inside, Battlemaster Nebel had them check their weapons for diamond chips and stack them into a locker at the end of their communal beds. Then they had to undress together, on command, taking off each article of clothing and folding it as Nebel shouted out its name in Kongi. They stacked their clothing inside their lockers, under their guns. Their boots came last. Joe had thought they were too heavy for regular boots, and he was right. As their heads bobbed with exhaustion, Battlemaster Nebel had them break down their boots, uncovering the tools and weapons hidden within and going at length to describe their names in Kongi and how each could be used on the battlefield. Then, when they could barely keep their eyes open, Nebel made them stand beside their big round beds in a circle with their groundmates and say, "I am a grounder. These are my groundmates. Apart we are nothing. Together we are a ground team. I will never abandon my ground team, and my ground team will never abandon me. I will live with my groundmates, fight with my groundmates, and when I die, my essence will be carried on by my surviving groundmates. I will obey the commands of my ground leader without question. I am a grounder." Only then could they crawl into bed. Joe's ground team was down to 5. Elf had not been replaced. Chapter 15. Called Out.
"He's the one they predicted you'd save, isn't he?"
Nebel's voice was soft from the dim hall outside his prison. Kegel was slumped against one wall of his cell, staring at the floor. He didn't lift his eyes.
"They're recording everything about your visit. If they find anything they don't like, they'll try you as a traitor as well. I disabled it," Nebel said. "I got you into this mess with that damned Kostya. Do you want me to get you out?"
Kegel wanted it more than life itself. Yet he had to fight the urge to laugh.
"I chose my path, Nebel," Kegel said softly. "Don't twine your fate with mine. I'll only take you down the tunnel with me."
Nebel seemed to digest that a long moment.
"Why didn't you kill him, knowing what it would mean?"
Kegel looked up at Nebel. His old friend looked agonized. Softly, Kegel said,
"Would you have killed him, knowing what he'll do?"
Nebel took a long time to respond.
"It was an honor to serve with you on Upashin. I hope you can find peace with yourself before the end. No soldier does."
Nebel gave him a long, unhappy look, then nodded once and left. As the 8 days of intensive training before Kegel's trial wore on, Joe drank up the information like water. That worried him. He had to remind himself that he wasn't going to become a soldier, that he was going back to Earth. And yet, everything here was so easy for him. Marching was simple, tactics were a breeze, and when he picked up a gun, it was like the gun spoke to him, whispering its secrets, bearing its faults. Back in school on Earth, he had struggled through every class, just barely doing well enough to pass the next grade. He went for the football and the friends, not for education. Here, he couldn't stop learning. His brain consumed every scrap of information like it was starving. He seemed to already have an innate knowledge of the congressional military, like everything the Ureki told him was already floating under the surface of his subconscious, and he just needed their words to unlock it. He soaked up the terminology, the strategies, the customs, the weaponry, and craved more. "I'm becoming one of them," Joe realized one night in horror. He pulled out his dad's Swiss Army knife and rubbed his thumb along the smooth red plastic, thinking about home, ashamed he had allowed himself to be brainwashed by the enemy. The next day, Joe left others to answer the teacher's questions, deliberately made mistakes in the drills, and purposefully dropped his rifle when Battlemaster Nebel passed out the ceremonial weapons that they would need for Keagle's trial, naming them Otwa. Though Nebel said nothing else about them, Joe knew that it was a design from countless years ago, one only used for important events. The gun felt old in his hands, a wizened thing of beauty. Its stock was formed from the same black rock that covered Kofat, and the metal held a blue-white sheen. He felt an instant respect when touching it, knowing that it meant something special to the aliens. "I'm not one of them," Joe thought suddenly, his admiration shutting off as if a switch had been flipped in his mind. "I'm not going to fight for them. I'm going home." The next morning, when Nebel showed them how the Otwa worked, Joe pretended to be baffled. As an older model, it was more complex than anything Joe had taken apart thus far. It had over 20 pieces, all fitting together in odd and complex ways. Inside the outer layer of stone, strange interlocking pieces of different metals and compounds fitted together in ways that seemingly defied all logic. Faking ignorance was easy when the rest of the kids were completely bewildered by it. Still, Battlemaster Nebel gave him an odd look when Joe struggled with every slide and pin, finishing only third from the last when he and Libby were always first. The next day, he did the same. It was on the third day that Libby confronted him about it.
"Why are you pretending you don't know anything?"
Libby asked. Joe had taken off his sweat-stained shirt and now had it stretched out on his knee as he polished his rank. The rest of his ground team was dead asleep, as they had been for the last 2 hours, ever since the rest of the platoon got to retire while Joe had to run laps because someone in his squad had screwed up the drills. Joe gave her a tired look. "I don't know what you're talking about, Lib." She narrowed her pretty brown eyes at him.
"Yes, you do. You're like me. You can see all the pieces in your head before you even touch them."
Joe went on polishing the silver triangle embedded into the fabric of his shirt. One thing Battlemaster Nebel required of him was that it held a perfect shine at all times, even after he'd been crawling through the diamond dust.
"Joe!"
Livy poked his bare shoulder. "Go back to bed," Joe muttered.
"What's wrong with you, Joe? Are you sick?"
"I'm not gonna be a Kongi. I'm going back home." Libby's young brow furrowed instantly.
"No, you're not."
"Just because you want to stay here doesn't mean the rest of us do." Joe flipped his jacket off his knee and held it up to inspect the silver triangle. "It should be a star," a rebellious part of him thought before he squashed it. Irritated with himself, he folded his jacket neatly in his locker niche and began unlacing his boots. "As soon as I get the chance, I'm out of here. I figured out some of their writing, Lib. I got the barracks door to open for me on duty last night. Won't be long before I can do it every time." Libby scowled at him.
"You can't leave, Joe."
"I'm not fighting for some friggin' aliens, Lib,"
he growled back at her. She stared at him long and hard.
"Trill already hates you. You keep making Nebel mad and you're never going to get Battlemaster."
"You be the Battlemaster. Nebel's never gonna give it to me. He hates me. You see how he treats Sasha. She screws up all the time and he doesn't find someone else. Then one recruit messes up in my squad and what does he do? He drills me for hours because I was responsible for him. Does he do that to anybody else? No. Does he make Sasha drill when her recruits screw up? No. It's just me. Why the hell does he do that to me?
Because you're better than them, Joe. You're gonna make the best soldier they've ever seen, and Nebel knows it.
Joe laughed and slammed his boots into his niche, startling several sleeping recruits.
I'm getting out of here. Nebel can go screw himself.
Without another word, he went to crawl in bed with the rest of his ground team and go to sleep. The next day, when Battlemaster Nebel had them check out their new weapons from the armory and disassemble them, Joe stalled. When Nebel had them reassemble them, Joe read the writing inscribed on the armory wall instead. He was going to need the writing to find a way off the planet. He'd never need the rifle. Then, suddenly, Libby's loud voice clearly rang out.
Battlemaster Nebel, Zero has put the barrel on backwards 3 times now, and he's been playing with the trigger mechanism for 20 ticks.
In the moment it took Joe to shoot Libby a scathing glance, Battlemaster Nebel was standing in front of his table. For the first time, the Ureki really inspected the parts arrayed before Joe. Apparently, he didn't like what he saw.
Get up, Zero.
Joe did.
Why are you not taking my class seriously?
Joe bit his lip, promising himself he would get back at Libby later.
Assemble your Atwa, Zero.
Joe bent down and slowly started to fumble with the pieces.
If it takes you more than a tick, I will take that little pocket knife you've been hiding from us in your gear and throw it into the waste system.
Joe glanced up sharply. Libby dropped her gaze and would not meet his eyes. You little shit, Joe thought, utterly furious.
Now, Zero!
Nebel warned. Furious, Joe assembled his weapon, the silence in the room shattered by the pops and clicks as he slammed the parts together. When he finished, he threw the weapon on the table in front of him, glaring at Battlemaster Nebel. Instantly, Battlemaster Nebel had him by the throat in a stinging python grasp.
The Atwa is what we used to fight the first Dreet invasion before we formed Congress. It comes of an era where our ancestors gave up their ideals to survive, and it will be treated with respect.
Joe held Nebel's brown gummy bear eyes unflinchingly. Why should I care about your ideals? It's not my history. The Ureki released him suddenly and peered down at the weapon. When he raised his eyes to Joe, his face resembled Kegel's after Joe ran from him after the choosing ceremony.
Am I making things too easy for you, Zero? Is that why you are insulting me like this?
Joe did not respond. Battlemaster Nebel spun and disappeared inside the armory and returned toting a big gun Joe had never seen before. He slammed it down on the table in front of him.
Disassemble that! You have 1 tick!
Joe stared at it. It was like nothing he had ever seen before. I don't...
Do it, Zero, or I'll find worse things to do to you than take a little trinket you're not supposed to have anyway.
Battlemaster Nebel's voice was utterly cool, utterly furious. Joe had never seen him lose his temper like this. Swallowing, he picked up the weapon and turned it in his fingers. It was completely foreign, the difference as great as that between the Kongi guns and those he had watched his father clean 1 billion years ago on Earth. Yet, somehow, Joe's fingers seemed to know what to do. They slid along the barrel, found the catch, and twisted it free. The cartridge came next, followed by the trigger mechanism and then the slide. It was more complex than the ceremonial weapon. Much more. As each sleek blue part came off in his hands, Joe felt his confidence growing until he had the entire weapon splayed out on the table in front of him. It had to be over 100 pieces, some no larger than the tip of his thumbnail. Joe put it back together even quicker than he had taken it apart. He set it down in front of Battlemaster Nebel as one sleek, seamless piece. Nebel stood before him in silence for so long that Joe began to shift uneasily.
If you ever feign ignorance again, Zero, you will not eat for a week.
After the weapons class, Libby tried to apologize, but Joe ignored her. He managed to keep his cool through Trill's miniature hell, but when Linen lined them all up for an inspection and began berating them for arriving sweaty when Trill had not allowed them to wash off, Joe ended up in a shouting match with him.
Afterwards, several battle masters took Joe aside and took turns exercising him until he was too exhausted to move. They returned him to his room well into the night. Libby was the only one still awake when the battle masters shoved Joe into the barracks, doused in sweat and coughing up red phlegm.
Sorry, Joe,
Libby whispered, trying to touch his arm as he passed. Joe ignored her and stalked over to his gear to see if the aliens had taken his knife. They had. Furious, he went to the far corner of the room and lay down on the floor, his blanket wrapped around him. He was still wet. They hadn't allowed him to shower. And stank. The acne that had been bothering him had been rubbed raw and was stinging from all of the salt, but Joe couldn't sum up the energy to take a shower. He was beginning to fall asleep when a cold hand touched his arm. Reluctantly, he looked over his shoulder. Libby was squatting behind him, her face a picture of misery. She held out a fist.
They looked for it, but couldn't find it.
She dropped his knife into his palm.
I tried to get it all off, but it might still have a little spit on it. I had to hide it in my mouth.
Seeing his father's knife again, Joe felt his anger fade in a wash of total gratitude. Thanks.
I'm sorry, Joe. I should have left you alone.
It's okay. No use worrying about it now.
It's not okay,
she whimpered, drawing her knees up to her chin. He could see tears glistening at the edges of her eyes. Joe sat up and touched her shoulder. It's okay, really. All they did was run me around a bit. She shook her head, biting her lip. Come here, Joe said. He dragged her into a hug. Her skinny body shook as he held her, but her tears were silent. When she was through, he held her at arm's length and looked her in the eye. I'm not mad at you, okay? You were right. I shouldn't be blowing off my training. Joe took a deep breath and let it out between his teeth. Starting over reluctantly, he said, If we're going to be here a while, I should be paying attention. I don't take it seriously, I might miss something that will save my life later on. The relief in her eyes as she looked up at him was immense.
How'd you take that gun apart, Joe? It wasn't in any of the pictures they showed us.
I don't know. It was like you said. I just saw it in my head.
There were too many parts. I couldn't have done that, Joe.
Joe ruffled her hair. You're just 8, Libby. You might be growing like a bean sprout, but you're still just a kid. She straightened, her face serious.
I'll get better, Joe. I'll get so good they have to keep me here forever. I'm not going back.
Joe was taken aback by her vehemence. He wondered what her life had been like to make her this adamant about staying. He wished he knew if it were as bad as she claimed, or if it were simply an 8-year-old who didn't understand the pressures her parents were under. Not knowing quite what to say, he ventured, Lib, it's not your mom and dad's fault the aliens took you. When she didn't respond, he added, they couldn't have stopped the aliens from taking you, Lib. None of our parents could. You shouldn't blame them for that.
They never wanted me anyway,
Libby said, obviously convinced of the fact.
I was the first one on the ship. My mom dropped me off early so she could go to a photo shoot. Why else do you think they called me Recruit 1?
Joe frowned. She did? You're serious? He hadn't even bothered to learn Libby's number. When he looked at her armband, though, tiny numerals under the bold alien squiggle marked her as 1. He lifted his eyes back to her sad face. Lib, I didn't know.
It's okay, Joe. I didn't like them anyway.
She stood up.
I'll get better. Watch me. I'll get better than you, Joe. Then I'll never have to go back.
Then she went back over to the bed and settled her head on Scott's arm, tugging a corner of a blanket over herself and closing her eyes. Joe watched her, feeling a stab of pity. What had her home been like? His had been good until the end.
He flinched, remembering his mother's last words to him before the aliens caught him.
Go to hell, Joe!
Minutes went by. Joe, lost in thought. He started when he realized Scott was watching him over Libby's head.
You gonna sit there all night, Joe?
Scott asked softly, so as not to wake the others.
Thinking about it.
Gently, Scott levered Libby's head off of his arm and stood up. He came over to where Joe was sitting and squatted beside him.
She was really upset when they came looking for the knife.
Yeah, I know.
You gonna forgive her?
Guess I have to, don't I?
Scott glanced at the knife in Joe's hand, then shrugged.
You can do what you want. You're Zero.
Joe snorted. Scott slumped against the wall beside him, sighing.
You're not gonna sleep?
With you sitting there watching me?
I wasn't watching you. I was thinking.
About what?
About home?
Scott absorbed that in silence. The minutes stretched out between them before he said,
Do you miss it?
Yeah.
Joe felt his throat tighten. His eyes sting.
Me too,
Scott said softly. This time, it was he who seemed to zone out, staring at the far wall in thought.
Oh, yeah? Well, I bet I could hit that beer can over there.
Scott eyed the distance, then shrugged. Billy hefted the rock in his hand, then tossed it. It sailed past the can and landed in the dirt beyond.
Want me to try?
Scott said. Billy was still frowning after his last throw. He picked up another rock and tried again. It flew even further off course. He threw two more, neither of them even coming close.
Want me to try?
Scott asked again. Billy threw a pebble down in frustration.
We both know you could hit it.
What about with my eyes closed?
A sly look crossed his friend's face.
Eyes closed, and I get to spin you around.
Scott felt a smile itch his lips.
But that's gonna be a lot harder than just throwing with my eyes closed. I should get your juice if I make it.
Billy eyed his juice box.
I don't know.
I'll give you the rest of my gum if I lose,
Scott offered.
Deal,
Billy cried. No one could resist an almost whole pack of big red gum. Scott tried to contain his grin as he picked up a stone.
Okay, I'm closing my eyes. Spin me.
Bull,
his friend cried.
We need a blindfold.
He glanced around and finding nothing but dust, trash, and broken glass in the abandoned lot, he peeled off his shirt.
Here, put this on.
Scott wrinkled his nose.
It's all sweaty.
Well, it's hot out. Now put it on. I'm not letting you cheat.
Scott sighed and took the shirt his friend offered. He tried not to inhale as Billy tied it around his forehead and checked to make sure it was secure.
Okay,
his friend said.
Here we go.
He spun Scott around several times, stopping him in the opposite direction of the can.
There you go. Throw. You're facing the can.
Scott laughed and turned to face the can. He threw. Through the blindfold, he heard the tinny clatter as the pebble knocked the can over.
How do you do that?
Billy cried. Scott left his blindfold on and turned.
Dunno.
He grabbed Billy's juice box and unerringly poked the straw through the top, still blindfolded. He took a sip. Grape. Scott wrinkled his nose, but took another drink anyway.
You don't even like grape,
Billy muttered.
I do now,
Scott said. He was sipping through his straw, still showing off, when he felt something move overhead. He dropped the juice box and whipped the blindfold off.
What?
Billy asked, following his stare. Nothing but perfect blue sky. Scott felt another presence follow the first. Just as he could point in a straight line to any place he'd ever been, from his grandma's home in Idaho to the gaming store downtown, he knew something was up there, moving above them. Seeing nothing there, Scott felt waves of goosebumps electrify his arms and legs.
We need to get back home,
he said, staring at the sky. Billy frowned at him, then at the clouds.
You going crazy or what?
Something's happening,
Scott said. He felt another presence slide overhead.
Billy crossed his arms stubbornly.
So now you got ESP too, or what? Come on, Billy,
Scott said, grabbing him by the arm. The one above them had stopped, directly above the playground.
We need to go, now! What about my juice? Take it,
Scott said, backing away. Whatever it was sinking, getting closer.
I don't like grape anyway.
Feeling the impending presence descending from above, Scott turned and bolted. Billy, who knew Scott would never willingly give up the spoils of one of his bets, left the juice where it was. Chapter 16. Story Time. Battlemaster Nebel jolted them out of bed the next morning by upending their lockers over the floor.
Get your gear!
He was screaming.
Get your fire-loving gear on now! Faster! Faster! Do it faster!
The Ureki Battlemaster's translator was turned off, as it was most of the time now. Joe's ground team stumbled over each other as they tried to pull their clothes from the jumble. They weren't doing it fast enough, however, and Battlemaster Nebel started kicking their gear around the room in a fury.
You tacky sootbags would be dead by now! When you are fighting Dasha, you have only 3 seconds after the first man screams before you're all dead. Hurry! No, the vest goes on the other way. Useless human tacky! You're dead! All dead!
All the while, the Ureki Battlemaster was kicking clothes and boots around the room, upending lockers and throwing gear in all directions. Joe managed to find a shirt big enough for him and put it on. It was tight around the chest, but as long as he didn't breathe too deeply, it would work. He found pants that pinched at the waist and, finding no better alternatives, forced his legs into them. He got a mismatched pair of boots, put them on, and struggled to find a vest that would fit. He finally had to coerce one of the smaller kids and another ground team to give up a vest that was obviously much too big, getting into a fight with the kid's ground leader when he saw what was happening. The Battlemaster zeroed in on the disturbance like a hawk.
Zero, you tacky sootbag!
He let loose a string of Ureki curses, grabbed Joe by the neck of his shirt, and dragged him to the front of the barracks.
What were you doing, Zero?
He demanded, once Joe was out where everybody could see him.
Stand at attention, you miserable furgling!
Joe straightened, acutely aware that everyone was staring at him.
Tell them your name and what you were doing!
Nebel shouted into his face, Suda fluttering on his neck in fury.
I'm Joe, and I...
Battlemaster Nebel cuffed him.
You're a recruit! You have no name, only a number. Remember that. What is your number, recruit?
0!
Joe said. But my name is Joe.
Tell them what you were doing, Zero.
I don't understand.
Shut up, Suta! I don't want to hear your furgling voice unless I tell you to burn and use it.
But you just told me...
Did I tell you to tell us what you understand? No. I told you to tell them what you were doing. Do you know what you were doing? You were stealing from a fellow grounder. Stealing gear from another grounder. Do you know what the penalty is for stealing gear, Zero?
It was just...
Battlemaster Nebel cuffed him again.
Just a what, Zero? Just a vest. Just a piece of clothing. Just something that provides camouflage. Just something to carry your gear. Just something that keeps you warm when you're cold and hungry. Tell me, Zero. Just what is it?
A vest.
It's your life, you miserable tacky. Every piece of gear you have can be used to save your life.
Battlemaster Nebel leaned in close until his huge, gummy eyes were almost touching Joe's chin.
So why is your life worth more than the recruit you stole that vest from, Zero? Because you're a squad leader? That can change in a heartbeat, you tacky sootbag.
I know. Our clothes got mixed up because you...
You took it from him, and he didn't want to give it to you. You used brute force. You stole that vest, 0.
Joe pressed his lips together, scowling down at the Battlemaster. He was a foot taller than the Ureki, but the alien was a mass of muscle that could easily break every bone in his body. He waited.
You shame me. You do not steal from other Kongis. A squad leader gives everything he has to keep his grounders alive. He never takes from his own troops. Never!
Nebel broke into another string of Kongi curses. Then,
Chins will deal with you later. Say the ground team prayer.
Joe did, to the best of his ability.
No good. Again.
Joe did.
Do it again. That sounded like tacky ashes. You are wrong.
I don't know what I'm...
Nebel hit him.
You do what I tell you. Say the prayer. Again.
Joe tried. Nebel told him he was wrong. He tried again, and got it wrong. Again, and again. Finally, the Battlemaster recited it for him, and made him repeat it 6 more times before he was satisfied. Then Nebel shoved him out the door, vestless, rifeless, to march at the head of the platoon. He only tired of humiliating Joe when one kid started snickering at him as they went through rifle drills, Joe holding empty air. Nebel tore the rifle out of the snickering kid's hands and threw it to Joe, then proceeded to hound the snickering kid, shouting in Kongi they didn't understand. The kid ended up wetting himself and running off to change through a hail of Kongi curses. Then Nebel moved on to another unfortunate soul. Everyone got a taste of his wrath. Their 2 food breaks were treasured moments, a full half-hour of peace where all they had to do was eat in silence. Then Battlemaster Nebel herded them back out to practice marching. They marched with gear, without gear, with rifles, without rifles, and one unfortunate boy got to march without boots when he complained they were too heavy for him. Not even the youngest kids were spared Nebel's attention. Maggie tripped, and Nebel stood her up and shouted in her face until she was bawling. Maggie looked to Joe, who continued to stare straight ahead, knowing that Nebel was waiting for him to show a lack of discipline so he could punish his whole ground team. Though it hurt to ignore her, Joe knew she needed to understand he couldn't always come to her rescue when she was in trouble. In the end, Maggie stopped crying and started shouting back. Nebel cuffed her, shoved her rifle back into her hands, and stalked away. Maggie scowled after him so long that Joe thought she would drop her rifle again. But she got back into formation and didn't look at Joe the rest of the day. Later, Joe wished he could talk to Maggie, make it up to her, but between Sasha using his every spare minute to make him do push-ups in front of everyone and the complete monopoly Battlemaster Nebel had on their time during waking hours, Joe didn't find the opportunity until that night, when Nebel left them sitting on the floor of the barracks cleaning their rifles before bed.
What happens to Elf?
Monk asked once they were alone. It was the first time any of them had mentioned Elf's disappearance since Naarin had taken him.
Where'd those lizards take him?
No one wanted to answer her.
Naarin ate him,
Libby finally said. Monk's fingers whitened on her rifle.
He did not. Don't lie. I'm not lying,
Libby said, continuing to clean her rifle without looking up.
You're stupid. He didn't eat Elf,
Monk said.
They can't because he's a soldier now.
Like it was the Holy Grail or something.
Right, Joe?
Before Joe could respond, Maggie said,
Joe doesn't know everything, you burning ash soul.
The last 2 words were perfect Kongi, proof that Nebel had been teaching her something.
Maggie!
Joe cried, glancing at the door.
Stop cussing!
The Ureki, he knew, considered ash soul to be an extreme insult, one of the worst verbal invectives someone could say to another.
I don't have to. The Ureki cuss all the time. I've got a gun. I'm a Kongi now. Kongis can cuss when they want to.
Not in my ground team.
So make me stop, Asher.
Again, perfect Kongi. Libby, who was seated beside Maggie, swatted her in the back of the head. Without warning, Maggie threw her rifle down and lunged at Libby, taking the bigger girl down with her tiny fingers gouging her eyes. Joe and Scott had to drag them apart to break them up.
Let go of me!
Maggie cried, struggling in Joe's grip.
Let go! Let go! Let go! Let go! Let go!
Mag, calm down!
Maggie kicked his thigh in a move that bumped his nuts just hard enough to hurt and ran from the barracks as he recovered, jumping over startled recruits still cleaning their weapons. Worried Nebel might catch her in his rounds before lockup, Joe got up and ran after her. He caught her on the long, switchback stair to the ground.
Maggie, stop!
He shouted, grabbing her around the waist.
You know what they do to kids that run off?
She kicked him again in his knee for the trouble. He twisted her around.
Mag, I'm sorry I didn't help you. I couldn't. We gotta be big kids now. We're soldiers. We can't cry anymore. We gotta dig in and get this over with. Do what they tell us to do. You were doing great today. I was so proud of you.
Maggie wouldn't look up.
Sasha says I'm stupid because I can't hold my rifle.
Joe felt his irritation rise, remembering it. I know. Sasha had also made Joe do push-ups for taking the vest even after Nebel had forgotten about it.
You should tell Nebel she's mean to us.
I think he already knows. He doesn't care.
Maggie kicked at the stairs.
Mag, I'm sorry I couldn't help you today, Joe said softly, squeezing her shoulder. I won't always be there to help you. You gotta grow up and do things on your own.
It was heavy,
Maggie muttered, thumping her boot against the carved black stone.
What?
The gun. It was heavy. My arms hurt, and I tripped.
I know. That wasn't your fault. You're small now, but you're getting bigger. Soon you'll be as big as the rest of us, and it won't be so hard for you. She looked up at him, her tearful gray eyes seeking.
Is Elf really gonna get eaten?
Joe opened his mouth to lie. Seeing her plaintive stare, however, his words died on his lips.
I don't know, he said, honestly.
I miss my guppies.
Maggie's voice cracked, her eyes filling up with tears. She had the face and body of a teenager, but her mind was still a child's. Joe hugged her.
I know you do, Mag.
I can't remember what I named them. All I remember is their spots. It's even getting hard to remember Mommy and Daddy.
Joe felt at a loss. He'd thought he was the only one.
I remember you called one of them Jabber.
Can you remember the rest, Joe?
I can try, Joe said. Oh, yeah? Part of him demanded. How, you dumb shit? You don't know anything about her. She's gonna grow up an alien because she's not gonna remember Earth.
You can tell me stories.
Maggie said, taking his hand.
About Jabber and my parents.
Okay. Sure, I can do that. Oh, man, Joe. You idiot. You couldn't tell a story to save your ass.
By the time they returned to the barracks, the others were already done inspecting their weapons and had turned out the lights. The day had been so exhausting that not even their own ground team had waited up for them. Joe and Maggie finished with their rifles, folded their clothes, and Joe, hoping she had forgotten his offer, went to bed. Before he fell asleep, however, Maggie jerked on his sleeve and demanded her story. Blushing, Joe made up a halting tale about a fish named Jabber and how her parents would feed him one pinch of food morning and night. It was hesitant at first, but as he talked, the words grew easier.
But Jabber was getting lonely, Joe said, getting into it, so he went out looking for other guppies.
How did he get out of his bowl?
Maggie asked, fascinated.
He put on a dry suit. You know, like a wetsuit, but one for fish.
Maggie listened, enraptured, as he put in all the details about Earth he could, trying to fix it in her mind so she didn't forget her home. When he finished, he realized the entire barracks was sitting up in bed, listening to his tale. Softly, A little girl on the next bed over said,
Can you tell me a story tomorrow night? About my cat?
And my pet snake!
a boy cried, jumping up.
His name was Jax. Can you tell me about Jax?
Joe scanned the hungry faces, feeling good for the first time in weeks. Yeah. He grinned back at them self-consciously. I can do that. Feed them as much as you want, Maggie. They deserve a treat. Maggie gave the little cylinder of fish food a dubious glance. Her parents had been acting strange today. Maybe it had been Grammy and Pops showing up. They'd brought Maggie a lot of presents, but didn't have any for Mommy and Daddy. So maybe they were mad she got to open everything, and they didn't get any. Go ahead, Mag. Daddy smiled down at her, holding Mommy's hand. Their eyes were wet, but Mommy and Daddy had gotten allergic to the new sweater Grammy had given her, and that's why they were crying.
You feed them, Daddy.
Maggie said, offering up the canister to her father.
Jabber likes you to do it.
You should do it, Daddy said, making no move to take the fish food from her. You need to, baby.
As much as you want,
Mommy added. Maggie stared up at them, then down at the multicolored flakes. She considered dumping the whole canister into the tank, then dutifully reached inside and drew out one pinch. This she sprinkled atop the water. She giggled as Jabber raced the others to the top and sucked in 3 flakes before any of the others had one.
You sure that's all you want to give them?
Mommy asked.
You can give them as much as you want, honey.
But you said it would make them get sick.
Maggie accused.
Once in a while is okay, honey.
Maggie considered the surface of the water, which had been picked clean of food, and quickly put in another pinch. Then, feeling naughty, she twisted the cap back onto the canister and set it by the tank. She gave her parents an anxious glance to see if this had been some sort of test that she'd failed, but their faces held no disapproval. Her mother was being allergic again.
I don't have to wear Grammy's sweater,
Maggie said, glancing down at the little yellow duck on the front.
I won't wear it if it makes you cry.
Mommy wiped her eyes.
No, baby, you're fine. Keep Grammy's sweater. She made it for you.
But I don't like to see you cry, Mommy. I'd rather you were happy.
Her mother ran from the room, leaving Maggie alone with Daddy. Maggie stared after her, feeling something wrench inside of her. But before she could start to cry herself, her father knelt in front of her and pulled her into a big hug. You've got to be a strong little girl for Daddy, okay, Mag? Grammy and Pops are going to take you on a trip for a while. You like to go on trips, right?
Do I get to see birds?
You'll see all sorts of birds. Crows, blackbirds, seagulls. Maggie pushed her father at arm's length so she could see his face.
If I'm really good, can we catch a little baby seagull so I can have it as a pet? I'd rather have a seagull than a parakeet.
Her father looked at the floor. I'm sorry we never got you a parakeet, Mag. You like birds so much more than fish. We just thought... He broke off, and when he looked up at her, this time he was being allergic. Maybe Grammy will stop so you can get a seagull. You gotta ask her, though. Maggie's heart soared.
Thank you, Daddy. I'll get you a seagull, too. It'll be the littlest seagull I ever saw, and I'll give it to you so our seagulls can be friends.
I'd love to have a seagull with you, Mag. Somehow, however, her father's smile didn't seem very happy. He hugged her again. I love you, Mag.
I love you too, Daddy.
Chapter 17. Kegel's Fall. The morning of Kegel's trial, Battlemaster Nebel did not knock over lockers to wake them up. He used a pocket-sized device that broadcasted his voice like a bullhorn.
Get your gear! Get your gear, you useless tacky dogs! Ceremonial autoi and full regalia! Get dressed, Fergs! Faster! Faster! Move your bony human asses faster!
Joe scrambled to get his stuff on, but before he could finish, Nebel stopped them and made them take everything off again and start over.
Today is the trial. You will look good when Kegel gets burned. Now do it again! Faster! Faster! You soot-eating Ferglings, move faster!
All the while, he walked down the halls, shoving the alien bullhorn into people's faces and screaming at them if they weren't moving fast enough. All of their ears were ringing by the time they finally got themselves meeting Nebel's standards. Then he had them spend an hour cleaning the Atwa they had been drilling with the last week. Once they were pristine, he had them form up by ground team on the black roadway below the barracks and marched them to the plaza, cursing at them all the way. There, they met up with the 9 other platoons from 6th Battalion and got into formation. We look better, Joe thought with a bit of pride. Everyone was in step, and there was barely any jaggedness to their lines. That and the painful process of taking off and putting on their gear had paid off. They almost looked professional. He even could see the other members of 6th Battalion stand up straighter upon seeing the improvement. Then he saw the other battalions marching up, every member adult-sized and utterly rigid in spine and step. As they took their places on either side of 6th Battalion, Joe's heart sank. Whereas he had been proud of 6th Battalion's straighter rows and crisper uniforms, the other battalions marched with enough force to shake the ground. Their formations were confident and tight, and they carried dozens of streaming black banners bearing the symbol of Congress. 8 small blue circles surrounding a large silver sphere, and the blocky squiggles of Kongi writing. Once again, they were going to look weak and unprepared. Joe saw Battlemaster Nebel eye the black banners and curse. Even Lennon looked unnerved. He and the other Ureki of 6th Battalion conferred momentarily. Then Trill stalked over to the tertiary commander leading 5th Battalion and spoke with him with increasing intensity, loud enough to be heard over the commands of the battalions still arranging themselves in the plaza. Trill returned to 6th Battalion with his Sudah fluttering harder than Joe had ever seen before. Sharply, he shouted in Kongi,
Battlemasters! Are your platoons in order?
They are, Commander!
The Battlemasters returned in unison, their voices booming over the plaza with an intensity that made Joe stare.
Good! Retain them!
Retain!
Nebel shouted at them. That, Joe had learned, meant to stand with his heels together, his toes pointed at a 45-degree angle, his arms held tightly down in front of him, one hand grasping the butt of his rifle and the other grasping the barrel. 6th Battalion managed to do it quickly enough, though the sound of their boots slamming the ground were not as loud as the battalions on either side.
Check arms!
Joe quickly popped the rifle back, opening up the fist-sized bulbous chamber. Inside were a cluster of blue pellets inside a tight membrane resembling a sack of fish eggs. He snapped his rifle shut and winced at the way the snaps from 6th Battalion's guns echoed unevenly, spread out between a 10-second interval. In the other battalions, the snaps roared as one, a crisp and even sound that left his hair standing on end. Joe felt a rush of shame as they stood there, bannerless, feeling the other battalion's disdain like a hot poison in his chest. It wasn't fair. 6th Battalion's battlemasters seemed to share his anger. All of their Sudah were fluttering hotly as they stood beside their platoons. Down the ranks, 1st Battalion's commander called out a question, and they responded by lifting their rifles to their shoulders and, aiming over the heads of the recruit in front of them, fired into the sky. The
Kakaiden Rock!
That blasted across the plaza from 900 mouths made Joe flinch. He knew 6th Battalion didn't sound that good. Down the lines, each battalion fired their rifles in time, the echoing burp signaling they were ready. When it came time for 6th Battalion's turn, Commander Trill lifted his voice over the plaza.
Is 6th Battalion ready to serve?
They lifted their rifles and fired on cue and shouted a ragged that was garbled from everyone starting at different times. Then a kid brought his weapon up and fired late, probably thinking that being late was better than not firing at all. and the sound of his gun cut off Trill's ceremonial reply. Joe was close enough to 5th Battalion to hear several of them snicker.
"The 6th is ready to serve,"
Trill repeated, Suda whipping in his neck as he scowled at the child who had fired out of turn. Joe knew the poor kid would probably get run into the ground for his mistake.
"We shall hear the accused."
The rest of the regiment repeated the drill, then the entire plaza fell silent as everyone waited. Out of the corner of his eye, Joe saw bright-clad Ureki civilians watching from balconies like curious children. Then he saw him. It was impossible to miss the Dasha's iridescent rainbow scales silhouetted against the obsidian behind him. The beast rode in an elevator, descending one of the nearer buildings. He was scanning the formation as the machine bore him down the side of the Prime Commander's tower, his sharkish mouth open. Even from this distance, Joe could see the multiple rows of triangular black teeth, the egg-shaped crystalline green eyes focusing on them without pupils. He was only 100 feet from the bottom. Joe's heart began to pound. He wished the elevator would quit. He wished the building caved in. He wished the power would go out. Anything to keep it from reaching the plaza and releasing its cargo upon the recruits again. His prayers went unanswered. As Lord Naaran stepped off the elevator, a deep, resonant horn echoed across the plaza, vibrating in Joe's spine. Naaran strutted toward them deliberately, trailing a handful of the 28 children he had taken the week before. Joe could not tell if Elf was amongst them without turning his head to look. Instead of stopping at each battalion as he had the last time, Naaran stalked directly to 6th Battalion. Commander Trill stepped out to meet him.
"Where are your standards?"
Naaran demanded.
"Every battalion has standards except yours."
I was never notified our standards were ready, Konaaran,
Trill replied.
"So you are unprepared."
I was busy securing battle dress and Atwa cartridges for my recruits.
"So you're incompetent. That should have been done beforehand."
I was working with peacemakers until the last inspection, Konaaran. I'm still catching up.
The Dasha snorted, and Joe felt the blast of rotting breath all the way from where he stood.
"So be it. The Traitors' Battalion does not need standards."
I'll find them as soon as we're done here.
"You don't need them. Your battalion is a disgrace. They'll be stored for the day you deserve to carry them."
All around Joe, the Ureki of 6th Battalion stiffened. He could feel their anger like heat waves emanating from them, but none of them moved to object. Trill bowed his head quickly.
As you wish, Commander.
"You refer to me as your lordship, you stupid faggy."
My apologies, your lordship,
Trill said immediately.
I'd forgotten you used a different ranking system.
Joe had never seen an Ureki so subservient. The Dasha, meanwhile, appeared to be enjoying making the secondary commander grovel.
"You forgot, you ignorant tacky. Dasha spits on congressional titles. Perhaps I should just take you back to groom me tonight so you don't forget again. Eh, Trill?"
I apologize, your lordship. It will not happen again.
"See that it doesn't, and see that your humans learn the proper way to march. Their efforts are disgraceful."
Of course, your lordship.
Lord Naaran grunted and moved away, circling 6th Battalion slowly, eyeing its recruits. Joe caught Elf staring at him from the knot of humans following the Dasha commander. His eyes were red and puffy from crying, his face pale as death. Joe watched him until they moved out of sight, guilt scoring his chest.
"I want that one."
Naarin said, stopping. Commander Trill stepped forward. Battlemaster Nebel caught Trill by the arm and stopped him.
No, Ferg.
He hissed under his breath, glancing to make sure Naarin hadn't seen.
You'll only make it worse.
Trill's Suda were fluttering as he violently ripped his arm out of Nebel's grip. He stalked toward the Dasha, who was slowly walking along the ranks, eyeing the rest of 6th Battalion, his new slave walking behind him with the rest. Naarin gave a startled snort when Trill stepped in front of him.
I'm going to have to ask you do not take any more of my recruits, Naarin. We are down 29 as it is.
Naarin jerked to stare at him, emerald eyes cold.
You dare tell me what to do, Ureki?
Trill stood tall, despite the way the Dasha's rainbow lips were peeling away from his teeth.
It is a request, your lordship. Nothing more.
Then I deny your request.
Naarin began choosing recruits from the ranks at random. He didn't stop until he reached 29. Bearing huge, shark-like black teeth, the Dasha paused in front of a rigid Trill and said,
Now you're down another 29. If you haven't improved them in a week, I will take 29 more.
The battalion can't function in the...
It will function, or it will perish!
Lord Naarin retorted. Trill's body was stiff with rage.
Your lordship, the combined force exercises have minimum troop requirements for each battalion. You would put us below the standard if you take any more.
Naarin sprang at Trill, but landed short, his thousands of pounds of muscle making the ground shudder and spraying the front row of recruits with a shower of gravel. Commander Trill stumbled backwards, his Suda rippling in his neck.
Then if I take any more...
Naarin growled, his slick ebony teeth brushing Trill's neck.
I'll have to start with you, Ureki worm.
I'm sorry, milord. So sorry.
Trill fell backwards to the ground, cringing and babbling in terror. Naarin snorted and turned on the children behind him, Trill's groveling already forgotten.
Take the whimpering humans back to my quarters. They're making it hard to think.
Bet that's not very difficult, you asshole, Joe thought. Finished with 6th Battalion, Naarin moved to the front of the regiment and faced them. A Taki turned up the volume on the translator hanging from the Dasha's thick neck.
You all know why you're here.
The translator boomed across the plaza.
One of your battalion commanders is a traitor to Congress. We are here to give him the punishment he deserves.
You are here to give him a fair trial, Naarin,
Commander Legras said. Joe felt every Ureki in the plaza stiffen. Beside him, Battlemaster Nebel sucked in his breath and turned to watch their Ureki Prime Commander. Naarin twitched to stare at Legras.
Do you wish to join him, Commander? Perhaps you'll share a cell on Levrin. I hear a Vakala is always welcome there.
Such is why the Dasha are rarely elected to the tribunal.
The new voice came from above them.
You have absolutely no tact.
Lord Naarin looked up, digging his talons into the plaza beneath him. Representative Naaleen sat enthroned on a huge hawk floating 20 feet off the ground. 6 white attendants clustered about him.
Come down here and speak to me like that, you spineless, tacky coward!
Lord Naarin snapped up at Naaleen. Instantly, the pilot lowered the skimmer to the ground and Naaleen disembarked, striding up to Naarin and stopping directly under his huge jaws.
I said, your kind are too stupid to serve on the tribunal. You have the thought processes of an Ureki niche that just crawled from its membrane.
It would please me greatly to see you declawed and trained as beasts of burden.
Na'aran tensed, and for a moment, Joe thought he would eat Nalin. Finally, he said,
You're filled with empty threats. The trial proceeds at my direction.
Representative Nalin peered up into the Dasha's eyes, his electric blue gaze cold.
If I had threatened you, Ferg, you would be dead now.
He ignored the Dasha's teeth as if they did not exist to him.
I won't waste words trying to make a Dasha see reason. I came to watch and advise. You will heed me, or Congress will have to find a use for your scales once they tear them off your back.
The Dasha took a step toward the representative, forcing him backwards with his massive, scaly chest. Immediately, 2 bus-sized Trith materialized and jammed their glassy daggers into the Dasha's chest, under the scales. Na'aran backed up, teeth clacking together in a laugh as deep violet blood began to leak from around the Trith spearheads. The Trith, in turn, yanked their spears free and vanished again. Representative Nalin continued as if nothing had happened.
I did not come here to humiliate you, Na'aran.
He lifted a flat, paddle-shaped limb languidly, his cloth of gold cape shimmering about his shoulders.
I came to observe your pathetic attempt at justice.
He'll get a fair trial,
the Dasha said. Nalin bowed, surprisingly elegant for a being that most resembled a squid.
Then I leave it in your capable claws.
He moved in his awkward, 3-legged shuffle back to the skimmer and settled into the scoop-shaped throne in its center. Na'aran turned his back to the white abruptly. In an angry snarl, he snapped,
Bring out the prisoner!
4 black-clad Ureki emerged from the far end of the plaza, leading an Ureki dressed entirely in white. Joe realized, horrified, that Kegel was missing his arms. Where the flowing brown tentacles had once been, 2 wiggling stubs remained. They looked like the tail of a lizard regrowing itself. They tortured him. It left a tightness in Joe's chest as he watched. As much as Kegel had scared him over the course of the last few weeks, he had still saved him at the choosing and protected him from the Peacemaker. He had let Joe into his confidence. He had even tried to give him Battlemaster. I'd be dead if it weren't for him, Joe thought, taking in the gashes that were still raw to the fact that one half of Kegel's face was limp and drooping. The tension in the air as Kegel approached increased 1,000-fold, and the Suda of every Ureki in the plaza was fluttering. Kegel's escort came to a halt in front of the Dasha, then backed off several paces, leaving Kegel standing alone before the Predator.
Cut yourself, Commander?
Kegel asked, looking at the purple fluid leaking from the wounds the Trith had given him. The Dasha stiffened, and for a second, Joe thought he would eat him.
Battalion commanders, approach.
Na'aran snapped. Trill left 6th Battalion to stand with the other 8, facing Kegel in a grim line. The Dasha towered behind them, resplendent and gleaming. A young, dark-skinned Ureki with an 8-pointed star on his dark blue uniform stepped in front of them. Unlike a prime commander, however, each point of the young Ureki's star had a tiny circle balancing upon it, each a different color. Several of the Battlemasters stared at the symbol, their sticky eyes hard. The strange Ureki unrolled a shimmering scroll and raised it in front of him as he spoke.
Secondary Commander Kegel of the 325th Ureki Grand Force,
the new Ureki read.
You're charged with treason, conspiracy, sedition, and espionage. Myself and attending members of the Peace Force found forbidden volumes and artifacts hidden in your quarters. Further questioning revealed you have a vast knowledge of the Trith conspiracy. We have examined archives from your previous duty stations and found numerous occasions where your loyalties are questionable in your speech and actions.
On these grounds, we have found reasonable evidence to implicate you for the charges previously stated. What is your defense?
The peacemaker rolled up the silky parchment and waited. Joe held his breath with the others, willing Kegel to say something that would spare him. Kegel Suda remained utterly still.
I have no defense.
You admit your guilt?
Naarin demanded. Kegel continued to stare at the fluid dripping from Naarin's chest. It was already starting to slow now, becoming only a small trickle. Kegel seemed to take a breath, steadying himself, before returning his gaze to the line of battalion commanders.
This trial has only two outcomes for me, and I fear them both more than death itself. Do what you will.
The line of Ureki stared at him in silence. When it was obvious none of the other commanders were going to question him, the peacemaker insisted.
The ship's records indicate you questioned Congress's motives in making you train these recruits.
Kegel remained motionless, Suda as though dead.
In the beginning, I didn't believe they were worth my time. I wanted to get back to my old regiment on Lakarat, not waste my skills trying to train humans that would in all likelihood end up in a Dosha's pens. Ureki are Congress's grounders. No other species has even come close to matching our success in the tunnels. Humans are so weak. I thought they should have been assigned to the Space Force or the Sky Force. I didn't understand how the bureaucrats on Kolyanat could be stupid enough to put them in biosuits.
On his hawk, Representative Nalin made an amused snort.
So you believed Congress was wasting your time?
Trill demanded pointedly. Kegel turned to face Trill directly.
Hakai.
Proof of his guilt,
Naren said.
Please.
Nalin snorted from his hawk.
It's a common sentiment. If you'd ever sat through a Regency meeting over mineral rights, you would understand.
Explain to me why you ran.
Lord Naren said, ignoring the white.
If you are innocent, why did you flee?
I was afraid.
Joe blinked. Kegel had actually tried to run?
You are a secondary commander of the Congressional Army. You fought my kind on Ubashin and survived. If you were innocent, you had nothing to be afraid of.
I am not innocent.
The Dasha stiffened, its talons digging into the gravel.
If you're not innocent, why are we wasting our time trying you?
I don't know.
Lord Naren's thick muscles tightened under his metallic rainbow scales. The rest of the formation was silent as they stared at Kegel.
Do you have anything to say in your defense?
No.
The Dasha growled deep in its chest.
Commanders, your verdict.
For a long moment, none of them spoke. Then, softly, Commander Legras said,
Kill him.
Kegel Suda gave the briefest of flutters, then went still. No, Joe thought. Please don't kill him. Guilt was settling over his shoulders like a moldy jacket. This was his fault. Kegel had gone crazy over that stupid tattoo. Joe glared at the other commanders, feeling angry that Kegel's own friends would betray him. Legras, in particular. Once, Joe had thought the ancient, drooping-skinned Ureki was one of the good ones, one of the ones that saved children who were slated to die. Now, he simply looked old. The pale, sagging skin that had once made Joe think of power and wisdom now looked washed out and used up. The black scars crisscrossing were no longer impressive. They made Joe hate him because they made him look like Kegel. They're nothing alike, he thought angrily, looking from Kegel's still form to Commander Legras. Each was motionless, staring at each other. saying nothing more. A thin stream of neon-orange saliva began to drip from between the parallel rows of the Dasha's black teeth.
I hear no other opinions.
Neither do I.
As Kegel said it, his body relaxed. He almost sounded relieved. The peacemaker stepped forward with his silken paper, and two of his companions grabbed Kegel by the white uniform he wore, forcing him to face the herald.
Kegel, we have determined you to be a traitor to the Congress.
The interesting part over, the Dasha made a satisfied grunt and began to walk back to the elevator.
You are hereby stripped of all rank in the Congressional Army and shall be shipped to Levrin for further questioning. Afterward, you shall receive Trith poison through the chest until you are dead. 3 days later, your ure will be extracted and shipped to Poland for burial.
The peacemaker lowered his silken scroll.
Do you have any last words for the Assembly before you meet your fate? Kachai,
Commander Kegel said. He was facing the Dasha, who was walking away.
I'm looking forward to the day someone puts you animals in your place.
Lord Naaran turned back, mild curiosity in his gem-like eyes. When he saw Kegel staring at him, he let out an angry snarl and padded back.
What did you say?
Careful, Lord Naaran,
the peacemaker said.
This one belongs to us now.
The Dasha made a disgusted sound and swatted at Kegel lightly, shredding one of the new limbs growing from Kegel's side. Then he turned and began to walk away again. Kegel ignored his dangling limb like it didn't matter to him.
You're abominations! Congress should have never let you crawl off that soot-wad you call a planet.
What are you doing?
Joe's mind screamed.
Shut up, you dumbass!
Lord Naaran spun around on his haunches and launched himself at Kegel, who stared him down. Lord Naaran's basketball-sized emerald eyes were glinting like cold gems.
Take him back to holding!
The peacemaker snapped.
Lord Naaran, he is a Peace Force prisoner now. Killing him does us no good until we learn his secrets.
Lord Naaran was ignoring the peacemaker, his emerald eyes locked on Kegel's. He was utterly motionless, like a cobra about to strike. As the other peacemakers reached to take Kegel away, Kegel said,
You're just helpless niche. Silence that prisoner!
The peacemaker screamed. His companions cuffed Kegel and dragged his head backward until Joe could see a vibrating ball in his throat.
Release him.
Lord Naaran's voice was crisp, cold. The two peacemakers glanced at their leader, then reluctantly let Kegel go.
What did you mean by that, traitor? Who are helpless?
No, don't say it,
Joe pleaded.
The Dasha,
Kegel replied. Lord Naaran stared at him for long moments, his emerald eyes glinting. Finally, he said,
Are you calling me weak?
Kegel gave the Dasha Lord an amused look.
Without your Taki, you are nothing. Someday, they will grow tired of serving you, and you'll all die, starving and rotting in your own filth. Until then, you should be returned to the pitiful rock you came from and used to pull plows.
Lord Naaran let out a roar and lunged forward. In an instant, he bit down on Kegel's torso. A rush of brown fluid spilled out over the rips in Kegel's white clothing and out onto the plaza to soak into the crushed black diamond. Kegel's lower half started to thrash, and Joe could hear his former secondary commander screaming inside the Dasha's jaws. Naaran stepped on Kegel's feet and jerked back, separating the upper half of Kegel's body from his legs and groin, then snapped his head forward and swallowed.
You petty, stupid beast!
The high-ranking peacemaker screamed.
He was not to be killed!
Lord Naarin leapt at the nearest blue-clad officer and swallowed him whole. The survivors ran to hide behind Representative Nalin's skimmer, and Naarin tore into the white on the ship, knocking 2 of its passengers to the ground. Even as the white cried out and changed colors like startled squid, he ate them. Then Representative Nalin's hawk took to the air, pulling the representative well out of range of the Dasha's frenzy, while, simultaneously, 3 enormous ruby-scaled Dreet materialized in front of Naarin, the plaza resounding with their rumbling shwomp battle cry. Naarin's rainbow plates were tight against his body now, however, and only one of the Dreet spears made it into his chest. One shattered with the force behind the Dreet's attack, and another made a tortured, metallic sound as the scale deflected it. As the third slid against the grain and sank into his flesh, Naarin let out a roar that made the gravel tremble and threw himself at the Dreet responsible. The other 2 Dreet disappeared as Naarin slammed their companion to the ground, ripping it into long red shreds as if its body were made of lettuce. Higher up, a dozen more hawk appeared, crawling with white. They did not land, but fired hundreds of plasma shots that harmlessly bounced off Naarin's scales and into the spectators, dripping from his body like oil. Naarin sneered at them, pieces of the sentinel still clinging to his teeth. Then he went back to Kegel's body and began to feast, ripping and tearing at the Ureki's torso with black razor claws. The 2 larger Dreet used the opportunity to attack again. In an instant, they had both wrapped their long bodies around him, cinching down his arms and legs, drawing the Dasha to the ground in a stranglehold. As Naarin struggled vainly, one of the Dreet used its muscular red arms to pry up one of the scales guarding the Dasha's back, preparing to stab it with the poisonous appendage in its chest.
Leave him!
Nalin snapped. Immediately, the 2 massive Dreet vanished. Moments later, Naarin was on his feet again.
Cowards!
He screamed, spinning and raking his talons at air.
Come fight me, cowards!
All of it had happened in a matter of seconds. A dozen white and Ureki peacemakers lay scattered in bloody pieces, their corpses mingled with the crimson strips of an enormous Dreet. Several children in 3rd Battalion lay dead or dying, body parts disintegrating under the blue goo coating them. When the 2 larger Dreet did not reappear, the Dasha spun back to Kegel's body in a rage, tearing the corpse to unidentifiable strips before he ate it, ignoring Nalin's angry shouts. Then everything went silent. A glowing yellow ball had slipped out of Kegel's corpse and was rolling over the ground, tinkling across the rough black gravel. Around it, a luxurious golden fog was spreading, expanding with the pulse of a slow heartbeat. Several Ureki rushed to retrieve the ball, but Naarin swatted it out of their reach. The tiny sphere went tinkling across the plaza and stopped against a recruit's boot, the amber fog still pulsing around it. The startled child flinched, but managed to hold his composure until Naarin stalked across the plaza to retrieve it, at which time the recruit had to jump out of the way to keep from losing a foot.
Don't do it, Ferg!
Representative Nalin warned. Naarin lifted the small yellow ball in his mouth, the golden cloud spreading between the rows of black razors lining his jaws, caressing them. Naarin's rigid, toad-like tongue stretched out and licked at the amber fog, spreading it around like tendrils of disturbed smoke. Then he squeezed his mouth shut. Sparkles of gold cascaded from the Dasha's jaws, and the nearby Ureki gave a collective gasp. Several battlemasters stumbled out of formation in horror, eyes riveted to the glittering remnants of the Ure. The golden cloud spread over the fallen pieces, then slowly dissipated into nothing. Like dust in the wind, Joe thought, his gut twisting in horror. Still hovering above the plaza, Representative Nalin's voice was calm.
That's on your head, you ignorant savage.
At that, he wheeled his hawk around and flew away, his retinue of Dreet and white warriors following on a dozen ships behind him. The Ureki closest to the shattered Ure pulled its lower body to the ground and began a deep, heart-rending cry that built as more voices joined it.
They surrounded the scattered shards of Kegel's ure, pushing the dasha out of the way as they raised their sorrow in song. Narin backed up, glaring at them.
You are Jin's Verklings to mourn over a traitor?
The Ureki ignored him, their mournful voices rising in a growing tide. Lord Narin snorted.
I cannot bear these wretches howling.
At that, he turned and departed, trailing his escort of Taki. And it wasn't just the Ureki in the courtyard, Joe realized. The entire city was taking up the heart-rending wail. It was reverberating from every hollow cave, every skyscraper, bouncing off every wall, every crevice, a mournful sound that reached to the very soul. The kids stood in formation for another 20 minutes, but none of the Ureki made any motions to excuse them. They had gathered in a circle around the pieces of Kegel's ure and were ignoring them completely, their collective song loud enough to make the diamond jitter at their feet. Once the Ureki's screaming had lasted more than an hour, one of the recruits from the other battalions muttered he was hungry. His battalion disintegrated as its members went to go have lunch. Another battalion followed, and another, until Joe's and the 2nd Battalion were the last two remaining. Only the constant training of the past few days kept Joe and the others in place. After endless hours of Nebel's drills and Trill's attempts to trick them, one thing stood out in their minds more than anything else. They hadn't been dismissed yet. After a while, Sasha made a disgusted noise and started to move, but Libby stopped her.
They didn't dismiss us,
Libby said.
They're just standing there howling,
Sasha said.
Besides, I'm Battlemaster. I'll dismiss us for them.
She gave Libby a condescending look and started to leave the formation.
Stay,
Joe commanded. Sasha jerked, frowning at him like he'd just grown antenna.
What did you say to me, recruit? Stay, or I'll make you stay.
We'll make you stay,
Scott said.
Yeah,
Monk said.
we'll make you stay.
Sasha scowled at Monk, who was quickly becoming the smallest member of the battalion, and for a moment, Joe thought she would try to dismiss the battalion anyway. Then her gaze passed from Monk to Libby, to Maggie, to Scott, all of whom were staring her down with the obvious intent of pounding her freak jaw into oblivion. Nervously, she turned back to Joe. She looked him up and down with a disdainful sneer, and Joe watched her reach that split-second decision where she judged whether or not her 5'5" frame could win in a fistfight. Sniffing loudly with disdain, Sasha returned to her place as recruit battlemaster. For the next hour, she sighed, rolled her eyes, and fidgeted as the Ureki song went on. Joe glared at the back of her head as she stood in front of them, pouting. That spoiled brat doesn't deserve to be battlemaster, he thought bitterly, watching her scuff at the diamond dust. All around them, all activity in the entire city had come to an utter standstill. All hawks had landed, their colorful passengers all facing the courtyard and its pitiful group of black-clad mourners. Across the plaza, 2nd Battalion also remained where it was. The Ureki did not stop wailing. Instead, their despondent cry continued to grow until the very air trembled and all of Ali Shai was ringing with the sound. The noise was so powerful it made Joe's knees and lungs shake. It was so unavoidably strong it felt to Joe like they were inside a violin or a set of bagpipes, and that the sound was seeping into every single molecule of everything from his flesh and blood to the stone at his feet. Joe had to clench his fists together in front of him to keep from feeling his finger bones vibrating against each other. The sound penetrated everything, right down to his marrow. But still, it continued. Other cities took up the cry. Like the odd scraping sounds in the forest, the echoes of the other cities were a distant, softer tone that bounced against the Furlee and seemed to come from everywhere at once. It felt like it was going to rattle him apart.
That sound's driving me crazy,
Sasha said.
You guys are really stupid to make us stay here.
Her angular face was strained, her hands clenched into fists at her side. My fingers are going numb, Scott said behind Joe.
I'm hungry,
Maggie whimpered. And still, Bureaucracy howled. On and on, until Joe thought he was going to lose his mind. Then it stopped. All at once, like a conductor had dropped his wand, every single Ureki on the planet stopped screaming. The echoing silence was enormous, filling his ears until they hummed. Then, like nothing had ever happened, the Kongis all turned away from the shattered pieces of the Ure to face their recruits. 6th and 2nd Battalions got to sleep that night. The others did not. Chapter 18. Christmas Songs.
Any of you know any Christmas songs?
Joe asked into an otherwise sullen silence. He had gotten all of his chores done, and he was bored, looking for something to do. From what he could guess, it was sometime around Christmas, though he couldn't be sure. The Kongis measured time differently, and had never given them a conversion of turns to years. They just expected the kids to pick it up as they went.
I do.
Monk cried.
I know lots. Jingle bells, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Dashing Through the Snow.
That's Jingle Bells, Scott said.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Joe, is it Jingle Bells?
I don't know. Not big on Christmas. So why do you want to sing Christmas songs? Scott asked.
I think it's around Christmas time.
That was last week,
Libby said.
Well, soot. Damn. Crap. Burn. Mag, just close your ears, okay?
We missed Christmas?
Maggie asked in a tiny voice. Her eyes were wide, and her lip had started trembling. Wincing, Joe said,
Maybe. It was close to Christmas when we left.
It was last week,
Libby said again.
Well, hell,
Joe muttered, giving Libby an irritated look. She hadn't been wrong yet, but couldn't she just fudge it for once?
We can make our own Christmas.
When are we going to get our presents?
Maggie asked with instant excitement.
Aliens don't believe in Christmas,
Monk said.
Mom says they're all heathens, and Mr. Allen says they're all going to hell. Why would they give us presents if they're all going to hell? Santa could bring us presents,
Maggie retorted.
I don't want alien presents anyway. I want them from Santa. When is Santa going to bring us presents, Joe?
Monk frowned.
There is no...
We don't have to have presents to have a good Christmas,
Joe interrupted. He shot Monk a pointed look and pulled the top of his collar shut to retain warmth. The sun was on its dark cycle again, and they were all wearing heavy, heat-retaining jackets because the barracks weren't heated.
How can you have Christmas without presents?
Maggie asked, perplexed.
Christmas isn't about presents. It's about getting out of school,
Scott said.
It is not,
Monk cried.
Christmas is about making sure you give everyone a good gift so the Lord doesn't think you're stingy and send you to hell.
Libby rolled her eyes and stayed out of the conversation. She was using Joe's Swiss Army knife to cut holes in her gear. Joe had already tried to stop her, but she had ignored him. Joe rubbed the acne that was itching on his back, then sighed.
Let's hear Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. I don't know anything else.
Monk joyfully broke out into Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and he and Maggie joined in. It took a little bit longer for Scott, but soon enough half their barracks room was singing. Libby looked up with a frown and watched them over her gear, but didn't join. Once they finished Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Joe started Deck the Halls, and even more kids got into it, some of them learning the lines as they went. For the first time in months, Joe saw an entire roomful of kids grinning and laughing. He heard more of 6th Battalion start up all around him, their voices reverberating off the honeycombed black walls and glass ebony tunnels. Joe thought 6th Battalion was singing awfully loud when he realized that it wasn't just them. The level above them was singing too. He actually stopped and listened, stunned, as kids on the other barracks levels took up the song. They finished Deck the Halls, and Monk started singing Frosty the Snowman. This time,
The sound was incredible. It echoed against the glassy walls, threatening to shatter them.
You hear that?
Libby whispered after the last verse was over. But by that time, the battalion below them had started singing the 12 Days of Christmas. All around them, the stone was vibrating with thousands of voices. Joe went to the locked barracks door and quickly punched in the code he'd seen Nebel use to open it. After glancing both ways for battlemasters, Joe stepped onto the balcony. Libby followed him outside to listen. Standing still on the circular highways surrounding the other buildings, brightly garbed Ureki civilians had stopped their daily activities and were staring at the barracks. Some had even boarded Hawk and approached, their brown eyes alight with curiosity. Once Deck the Halls was over, someone started, Old MacDonald had a farm. Then it was row, row, row your boat. Joe was dumbstruck. 8,000 voices vibrating in the caves sounded like thunder. They stuck to kids' songs for a while, then someone started Oh Say Can You See, and they went through a litany of patriotic songs loud enough to make the walls shake. They did every song Joe knew, and more he didn't. More Ureki gathered to watch, some even walking to the base of the barracks and climbing the stairs to get closer. But the songs continued.
You humans have voices to make the ancestors cry,
a translator said beside him, bringing on a full-body wash of goosebumps. Joe's heart stuttered like he'd been dipped in a bucket of ice water, the songs forgotten. He ducked, bracing himself for a blow.
Battlemaster Nebel,
he began quickly.
We were just...
A brightly garbed civilian stood behind him, his hawk sitting on the deck a few feet away. His skin was so dark it was nearly black, which, Joe had learned from observing his captors, indicated youth. Scott and Libby, who had followed Joe to the door, backed away from the young Ureki nervously. Battlemaster Nebel had made it clear that any recruit caught talking to a civilian would be exercised until he could no longer feel his feet, and Joe had the door wide open when it was supposed to be locked.
You look much different than I imagined,
the Ureki said, stepping closer to Joe, his huge pupils dilating in curiosity.
The images they sent back showed so little detail. Your eyes are actually different colors.
He seemed to find that fascinating, glancing from Joe to Scott and back.
Is that natural or altered?
We're not allowed to talk to you,
Libby said, grabbing Joe's arm.
Come on, Joe. Let's go back before Nebel sees the door.
But Joe was staring at the Ureki in front of him with equal fascination. The alien wore long, graceful swaths of bright red cloth glittering with waves of colorful stones. As he watched, the cloth changed color, shifting from a deep scarlet to a bright orange, then yellow. Thousands of dasha scales the size of Joe's thumbnail gleamed like jewels in spiral patterns radiating outward from the Ureki's abdomen. Pebble-sized gems of all colors hung in silver tassels from his arms. Silver caps laced with the same Celtic-type knots as Kegel's armband encased the tips of the Ureki's tentacles on the right hand, leaving only the left still functioning. Joe could not stop staring. In the background, the children had switched to Mary Had a Little Lamb.
What is the significance of their song?
The Ureki asked. He was taller than most of the Ureki Joe had seen, almost 5.5 feet. Joe hesitated, not sure he wanted to risk Nebel's wrath for talking to the civilian. And at the same time, he was dying to talk to him. Maybe he knew things, knew ways to get them home.
Come on, Joe! You're gonna get in trouble.
Libby had stepped back within the confines of the barracks, leaving him alone with the civilian. The bright-clad Ureki looked from Joe to Libby and back.
Your name is Joe?
Kakai, Joe said reluctantly. Joe Dobbs. Who are you?
Joe.
The Ureki youngster's eyes began to gleam with excitement.
You.
He stepped closer and glanced inside the barracks.
Ghosts,
he said in astonishment.
They make you live like the Trith. Where is your art?
I don't think the Battlemasters care about art, Joe said. Around them, the last children's song was dying down, and the barracks once more descended into silence.
Every Ureki cares about art. We did not evolve out of the darkness of the lower canopy not to appreciate beauty.
Uil flourished his metal-tipped fingers toward the fir trees ringing the edge of the city.
It's an abomination that Congress makes us give up so many young ones for the draft. To wear black all day.
Uil Suda began to tremble.
It's unnatural.
Joe stared at the Ureki. You mean they don't want to be soldiers? Just like us? He found it hard to believe Battlemaster Nebel and Commander Trill might actually desire to wear the bright cloth of the civilians.
Only the Dasha and the Trith want to be soldiers. The rest of Congress is filled with lovers of peace. That's why there is a Congress. Without it, the Trith would renew their wars with the Ureki and the Dasha would eat us all.
So, why don't you just kill all the Dasha and stop drafting people? Joe asked. Uil glanced back to his friends.
As much as I love a good conversation, this is not a subject I should be discussing in public. Especially not around army property.
Then take me somewhere. We can talk there.
Joe!
Libby cried. The young Ureki hesitated, glancing at Libby.
Perhaps another time, Joe. It is too dangerous now. Everyone is watching because of their singing.
Uil hesitated, then quickly got back on his hawk and floated away. Joe felt the lost opportunity like a knife in his gut. Come on, he muttered, stepping back inside the barracks and entering the alien code to shut the door. It was remarkably easy, the same set of characters that meant 416, or 4th Platoon, 1st Company, 6th Battalion. Let's go back to sleep. Trill caught Commander Legraw's arm as he approached Lord Naharin's elevator.
Commander, a word.
Legraw nodded at his aides, who boarded the elevator and waited for him.
Commander Trill, I'm quite busy,
Legraw said, turning to him with a tired look.
Priests from Pon have come to collect Keagle's remains, and my battalion is currently preparing for a hunt.
Trill felt his Suda quiver angrily.
That's what I wanted to talk about. 6th Battalion has been overlooked in the drawings for the hunts 8 times now. No one is acknowledging my requests.
And I'll be surprised if they ever do,
Legraw said, body rigid.
You've doomed your battalion, Commander Trill. There's much resentment for Keagle's death.
Legraw had confirmed his fears. Trill's unanswered messages and lonely meals weren't a mistake. The other Ureki were avoiding him.
He did that to himself! If he hadn't taunted the...
Legraw held up a hand scarred by Onin.
I am not arguing with you, Commander. If you hadn't turned him in, someone else would have. His lifestyle led to his demise. Still, Keagle was loved. The regiment feels you bear the responsibility for his demise.
You called for his death, Legraw!
Trill retorted, disgusted that the Ureki could not see his own hypocrisy.
Not I!
You Ferg. The last thing Keagle wanted was for the peacemakers to take him to Levrin.
Trill frowned at him, having to take a moment to comprehend the inference.
You mean you wanted him to die before he could be questioned?
He blurted. Was the whole regiment filled with traitors? Legraw narrowed his eyes.
Regardless of his fascination with the fourfold prophecy, Keagle deserved an honorable death. There are many who would see you disappear for what you did, and plenty of them are capable.
The symbol of planetary ops, a single sphere with a diagonal slash through its center, one half red, one half blue,
stood out on Legras' shoulder where he had earned it from many years of tunnel wars and special operations. From many years of killing.
Is that a threat?
Trill managed, taking a reflexive step backwards. Legras gave him a very long, cold look, then said,
I suppose the fact that Kegel was a better friend and Ure than you will ever be crosses my mind often.
Trill just stared at him, unable to speak. The nerve.
I could tell the peacemakers!
Legras just smiled at him, his pale, elderly eyes filled with disdain.
Commander Trill, there are 15 Planetary Ops veterans who were brought in to teach this human regiment alone. How long do you think you will survive if you betray another of your comrades to the Peace Corps?
Trill blinked. He, a Yiri, was being threatened. By a Vakala. It was so utterly beyond his comprehension he could only stare. After a long moment of trying to compose himself, he said,
I am formally requesting for 6th Battalion to be included in the next hunt.
Legras just watched him a moment, then shook his head.
Commander, your recruits are not ready.
He reached forward and touched his arm in a beseeching gesture.
Forget our personal differences for a moment and think of your charges. Do them a favor and wait.
It's been 3 weeks!
Trill snapped, shrugging off the Vakala's repulsive grip.
3 weeks, Commander!
And they're not ready. You'll only humiliate yourself if you enter your battalion in a hunt.
Trill stiffened. He was a Yiri. He refused to be told he was inadequate by a fire god. It was beyond humiliating. Forcing his body into rigidity, he growled,
Every day, the 6th wastes preparing for the hunts. Your battalion is getting better, and we are being left behind.
Commander Trill, you're not the Commander Kegel was, Legras said softly. The other Ureki battalion commanders despise you. If you take the 6th out to the hunts now, it'll become the weakling the other battalions rip apart. You're too inexperienced to keep your recruits from disintegrating under that kind of pressure. Had I to make the judgment, I would say only Battlemaster Nibble is worthy of the job.
Yet another mention of Battlemaster Nibble's supposed worthiness made Trill want to scream. The impudent Ureki Battlemaster had been a talon in his side ever since Kegel's trial.
If Nibble were worthy, he wouldn't have been demoted to Battlemaster. Repeatedly.
Legras gave him a tired look and appeared for a moment as if he wanted to argue, then just shook his head.
Trill, withdraw your recruits from this cycle and wait for the next training schedule. You would have a better chance if you started with a new regiment. Bring your papers to me, and I will approve your request.
It almost sounded like an order.
My battalion will enter the hunts if I have to write the invitation myself,
Trill said, fingers nodding in fury. Commander Legras eyed the scars on Trill's right hand where he'd been forced to remove the ADP to enter recruit training. After a moment, he said,
The army is not like the Yiri Academy, Trill. Failing here means death. If you subject your troops to hunts with this regiment against commanders and battlemasters who had once been Kegel's closest friends, your recruits will become like beaten tacky. Seeing that, the Dosha will swoop down on them and eat what remains. They will all die for your pride.
My pride is not the issue here. You just don't want a Yiri crushing your pathetic battalion against his boot, you bigoted old ash soul!
Commander Legras stared at him long and hard.
Then, softly, he said, "So be it." This afternoon, like every day for the past week, Battlemaster Nebel was in a bad mood. He barked complicated commands in Kongi, cursed them even if they did their tasks right, and ran them down the glittering black roads until kids began falling down, puking. Halfway through the afternoon, in a particularly wrathful mood, he pulled out a white, arm-length switch that he began using on every recruit who dared to make a mistake in front of him. Finally, Sasha made a minor misstep in her marching commands, and Nebel laid the switch across her back. Instead of humbly falling back into place in front of the platoon, she turned on the Ureki and shouted,
"Stop hitting us! It's not our fault he ate your stupid traitor friend!"
Nebel's entire body posture tensed and, without any other warning, the Ureki yanked Sasha out of line and began whipping her with a violence Joe had never seen before. His huge Ureki arms lashed out with full force, the white switch turning pink as it cut through the cloth of Sasha's cami jacket and into her flesh. His wet eyes glinting with fury, Nebel continued beating her until her entire body was a mass of bleeding red welts and her Kongi blacks hung from her limbs in gory strips. Even Joe, who had for weeks wished Nebel would do that very same thing, felt nauseous watching the flesh peel from Sasha's limbs and back. After several minutes beyond the point where Sasha had finally stopped her piteous whimpering and wasn't even twitching anymore when Nebel hit her, Joe finally couldn't take it anymore.
"Stop it, you asshole!"
Joe snapped. He stepped out of formation and grabbed Nebel by the arm.
"You're killing her, goddammit!"
Nebel instantly spun and took Joe by the throat, his stinging grip tightening on his neck like a boa constrictor. Looking into Nebel's furious brown eyes, Joe knew he was going to die. His vision dimmed, and he struggled for breath, his knees already going weak as his brain was denied oxygen. Suddenly, Nebel stopped tightening his grip. For a long moment, he just scowled up at Joe, the gills in his neck flipping madly. Then he released Joe and shoved him roughly backwards.
"Get back in formation, Zero."
Without another word, Nebel dropped the switch and turned back to face Sasha's limp and bleeding form. Looking irritated, he pulled a black box the size of a cigar case from his vest. He took out a silvery vial and a huge needle with a handle that kind of looked like a tiny screwdriver. Unstoppering the lid on the vial, he dipped the tip of the needle into the silvery solution. On the ground, Sasha was much too pale. Nebel slackened the muscles in his lower body and pooled beside the girl. He rolled her onto her back and yanked her jacket apart, exposing her breasts. As her eyes widened and she feebly reached up to try and stop him, he stabbed her in the chest with the silvery needle. Every recruit recoiled in sympathy as Sasha's body jerked when the needle sank through her ribs, all the way to the handle. Then Nebel yanked it out, replaced needle and vial in their case, and returned the box to his vest and stood.
"Take your battlemaster to medical,"
Nebel said brusquely. Then, without another word, he turned and strode off, the switch still on the ground where he'd left it. Libby immediately walked up and broke the switch in half over her knee, glaring after the Ureki. "Come on," Joe muttered, stepping up to squat beside Sasha. "Scott, Libby, help me here." Joe grabbed Sasha's arms, his groundmates each grabbed a leg, and together they carried the unconscious girl to the front of the hospital. Ureki medics rushed out upon seeing them approach and began firing questions at them about her condition.
"We didn't do it,"
Libby snapped.
"Battlemaster Nebel did it. Then he stabbed her in the heart with a needle and walked away."
The medics seemed to think that was perfectly normal, because they stopped asking questions and just relieved them of their burden. Later that morning, Battlemaster Nebel returned.
"Listen carefully, you tacky turds. I've got bad news. We're finally doing a hunt. That means your recruit battlemaster will be working closely with your squad leaders to conduct you through the exercise."
Battlemaster Nebel once again carried a switch, though he seemed content with pacing along the ranks, scowling at them.
"Squad leaders, this is where you shine. A squad leader is in charge of 3 ground teams. It's your job to know exactly what each ground team is capable of and use them to follow your recruit battlemaster's orders. It is not your job to tell each grounder what to do. That is for their ground leaders.
Battlemaster Nebel stopped, glaring at Joe.
Tomorrow's only going to be practice, company on company, but we'll be getting the real thing here soon. That Jen Fergling Trills made sure of that.
Nebel sighed and looked down at the switch he carried, then collapsed it in a telescoping paddy and stuffed it into his vest.
Zero, you're in charge until Chins gets back. Make sure they get some food and take them to Trill for drills.
Then Nebel simply turned and departed, leaving Joe standing there, staring after him with his mouth hanging open. Sasha returned to Nebel's platoon that evening and, upon seeing Joe standing in her spot at the head of the platoon, she gave him a look that could have cut through metal. She reclaimed her position rudely, barking at him to return to his ground team. Joe did, unable to stop staring at her. Sasha's face and arms were a mass of puckered pink scars. Half of her ear had been cut off, giving her a wretched, lopsided look, and apparently the medics had seen no need to replace it. Joe felt sorry for her, despite himself. The next day, Battlemaster Nebel lined them up outside the barracks and handed everyone a blue cartridge for their rifles. Earlier that morning, Battlemaster Nebel had singled Joe out for screwing up and had stood on his back with one heavy, cylindrical boot while he made Joe do push-ups until his arms gave out. Joe got a fleeting rush of excitement as Nebel handed him the cartridge, thinking about how easy it would be to load it into his rifle and blow off the Battlemaster's foot. Self-preservation, however, kept Joe's itchy fingers at his side. Ureki were fast. He'd only get a toe, at best.
Load your cartridges,
Nebel shouted. 90 recruits hurried to do as he asked.
Now, Chins, you're leading them today. You know how to talk to the squad leaders on your headcom?
Of course she doesn't, Joe thought.
Kakai, Battlemaster,
Sasha said.
Good.
Nebel swung around to face Joe.
Squad leaders, get your ground teams cleaned up and dressed in their full tunnel gear. Then get them back down here in 9 ticks. The battalion's going on a hunt.
You heard him! Let's go!
Sasha said.
Upstairs! Get up there, you useless tacky worms! Push-ups for the last one to the top!
They climbed up the stairs to the barracks, stripped out of their diamond-encrusted clothing, and filed into the shower. The noxious vats of liquid were big enough to fit 20 at a time, though nobody stayed in them long enough for them to fill up. As Joe dunked himself, every scrape that he had endured in the last few days burned like fire, making the experience akin to throwing himself into a vat of needles. Still, the endless laps around the base of the barracks that Battlemaster Nebel dished out to recruits caught not bathing made the alternative even less pleasant. Once he'd sluiced the diamond dust from his body, Joe hurried back into the hall, still unable to see or breathe. The fans on the wall activated at once, chilling him to the core as the alcohol evaporated from his skin. Once dry, he threw on a new set of clothes, shouldered his gear, and stumbled back down the stairs to where Battlemaster Nebel stood, waiting for them.
You're late,
he barked, swatting Joe across the arm with his switch.
You call yourself a squad leader?
Joe flinched at the sting, but held his composure while inwardly hating Sasha, who was giving him a smug look from the recruit Battlemaster's position. She had been the first one back down the stairs, and Joe knew she hadn't bathed. She'd taken too much time to harass the kid who'd made it up the stairs last. Battlemaster Nebel marched them to the plaza, where a flotilla of large hawks waited for them. Other platoons were already boarding, the plaza a milling mass of confusion and shouting Ureki. Nebel loaded them all onto a giant hawk and pulled the gate up, locking out the other straggling platoons. The platform jerked as the Ureki pilot lifted off and began following the other hawk down the Black Diamond Road.
Shut up and listen,
Nebel shouted, though no one was talking.
We're about to start an in-battalion hunt. It's a practice hunt for when they put us up against another battalion. Attackers wear black, defenders wear white. Second company defends, first company attacks. Defenders will be at the bottom, trying to keep us out. Somewhere underneath, you will find a congressional flag, if you get that far. That's your goal. Reach that, and the hunt is over.
Joe's hands grew sweaty where they gripped his rifle, his focus suddenly narrowing to the battlemaster's every word. Somewhere underneath? Were they sending them down tunnels?
Any of you Jonja pellets have questions?
Battlemaster Nebel demanded. Joe cleared his throat.
Is this live ammunition?
Does it look like it's live ammunition, Jen Fergling?
Several kids snickered. A Ferg, as Linen's eye-opening species recognition classes had taught them the evening before, was a short, squat, very hairy alien that was as ugly as it was stupid. A Fergling, a younger version of the same primitive beast, was shorter, hairier, and stupider. A Gen Fergling was an evolutionary offshoot of the same species that had lost a few brain cells along the way and delighted in beating its hairy face against the ground and playing with its own excrement. The video clip of a group of them running in circles around a boulder, shrieking and flinging excrement at each other, had been the highlight of their capture. Remembering the gun Kegel had shoved into his face, Joe said, "Well, yeah." A look of respect passed through Nebel's sticky brown eyes before it was hidden again.
It's not. It's full of marker shots. Real plasma will twist the light until it hurts to look at it. Even a soot-eating Ferg knows that.
So, what happens if we get hit?
Libby asked, giving her gun a nervous look.
Don't get hit. You will not like it if you do. Any other questions?
Where are we going?
Libby asked.
Practice flats 95,
Nebel said, as if that answered her question. Not to be outdone, Sasha said,
So what do we do when we get there?
You charge the tunnels. If you survive, you fall back and try again.
That doesn't sound very smart.
In horror, Joe realized the words had left his mouth before he had a chance to stop them. The Ureki swiveled to face him.
Say that again. 0.
Joe bit his lip.
Why can't we just drop a bomb down there and blow them up?
Because if it were Dosha trapped down there, their Taki would just dig them out again,
Battlemaster Nebel retorted.
Collapsing the tunnels is something they do to defend themselves, you Ferg.
Oh.
Joe kept his mouth shut for the rest of the questions. Then, before they were ready, the Hawk dropped down in the middle of what had once been a city, broken only by a few odd remnants of buildings and deep pits filled with white-clad recruits that were already firing at them. A blob of blue hit one of the attackers in the head, and he collapsed with a scream, twitching and convulsing like a dying thing. Then he lay still. Joe and the others stared at the body, their confusion quickly turning to fear as more blue shots whizzed over their heads like blue hail from the hundreds of defenders firing at them. 2 more black-clad recruits went down in convulsions, blue goop moving on their bodies like it was alive. Everyone ducked, trying to shield themselves with the scant protection of the railing and their fellows' bodies. The Hawk's gate clanged open, and no one moved.
Out!
Nebel shouted.
Get out and fight, you gutless cowards!
Then Nebel was whipping them all, forcing them off the Hawk and into the blue-painted hell. 5 went down immediately, falling in a screaming, shaking heap, hunkered down behind the bodies in a panic. Then Nebel and the pilot were lifting off, leaving them there, the sucking, wet sound of gunfire coming from all around them. The wall of bodies wasn't enough to protect them. One guy beside Joe had nothing but his eyes showing when a shot hit the body in front of him, sprayed, and a couple drops caught him in the face.
He fell just as quickly as the rest. All around him, recruits were falling, screaming like something was ripping open their innards.
Come on!
Joe shouted, grabbing Libby by the arm. He had no idea where the other members of his group had gone.
Where?
Libby shouted back.
There's nowhere to go!
A jagged block of diamond jutted from the ground a few dozen feet away. Joe ducked his head and ran. He heard heavy footsteps pounding the crushed diamond behind him, but he wasn't sure if it was Libby or someone from another ground team. Joe's vision narrowed to only the battlefield in front of him. He felt a few shots whoosh over his head as he ran, all high. He reached the block and fell into a prone position behind it, gripping his rifle with white knuckles. Libby fell down beside him, as did two other kids Joe didn't recognize. Back at the drop-off point, a few attackers were trying to make a stand, but the fire from the tunnels was destroying them. In minutes, they were all convulsing or still. A cheer went up from the defenders.
That was fast,
Libby said, eyeing the pile of bodies.
You think they're dead?
A younger boy asked Joe.
They looked dead.
He was shaking all over, but he looked excited nonetheless. Joe examined his three companions. Of all of Nebel's platoon, only the four of them were still functioning. Farther away, on the other side of the city, they heard more sucking burps of gunfire. Apparently, another platoon was meeting the same end.
You think they forgot about us?
The other survivor, an older girl, asked.
They're not shooting anymore.
They're probably circling around,
Libby said.
I saw tunnel pits all over this place when we landed. They might be walking under us right now. Then let's beat them to it,
the younger boy cried, hefting his rifle.
Come on, Zero!
Joe glanced at the pit closest to them and swallowed down the fear in his gut. The last thing he wanted to do was go down there.
It's too open. They'd shoot us up before we even got there.
Libby frowned at him and edged her head around the block of diamonds just enough to see the other pits. Immediately, one of the defenders fired a blast that bounced off the stone only inches above her head. She jerked back and took a deep breath, staring at the blue goop crawling across the stone where her head had been.
Yeah, they know we're here.
Behind them, more defenders were firing at their diamond block, keeping them pinned. Joe stared at the pit in front of them.
Come on, you big baby. You're gonna have to do it sooner or later. We're gonna need a distraction,
Joe heard himself say.
We aren't going anywhere until—
No!
Libby said. Joe glanced at her.
What?
She shrugged out of her pack.
That's not the way. There's another pit on the other side that's closer.
She pointed.
It's just got little kids in it, and they're bad shots. We can get to it before they shoot us. Gotta leave our gear behind, though.
Joe gave it a split-second thought, then said,
Okay, everybody get your packs off. When I say go, grab your rifles and run like hell after Libby and me.
He doubted the two kids with them would be able to keep up, but maybe they could avoid getting shot. Both of them looked older than Libby, but Libby was getting tall. She was easily 6 inches taller than the boy and 7 inches taller than the girl. She could almost keep up with Joe on the runs. Almost.
Okay,
Joe said, pulling his pack from his shoulders.
When I say go, I want everybody to throw their packs in that direction.
He pointed in the opposite direction that Libby had done.
I don't care if you have to kick them or they only roll a little ways. As soon as they leave your hands, get up and run after me and Libby.
As they waited for the two smaller kids to get out of their gear, Joe eyed the pit directly across from them with increasing anxiety. He could feel the defenders creeping through the tunnels under them. Looking over, he saw Libby's grim stare was fixed in the same direction.
We ready? Count of 3. 1, 2, 3!
They heaved their packs away from them and lunged up into a sprint toward 3 wide-eyed kids in the pit. The other defenders were already recovering, and blue shots spattered the ground and flew past them as they tried to catch Joe and Libby in their sights. Behind them, Joe heard a scream. Then they were in the pit, struggling with the defenders. They were forced to wrest the rifles out of the little kids' hands before they had a chance to fire at them. Diamond dust tinkled and crunched underfoot, scattered by their stomping boots. Libby finally got a weapon free and fired point-blank at the nearest defender. His agonized scream made Joe cringe, but Libby fired again, taking the second boy in the chest. Joe yanked free the remaining enemy's rifle and held it trained on the wide-eyed girl on the other end, who stared back at him in unconcealed terror. Libby shot her, too. Joe lowered his gun and stared at her.
They're the bad guys,
Libby said, shrugging.
We're supposed to kill them. I guess,
Joe said, feeling bad regardless. Joe tore his eyes off the 3 convulsing defenders and glanced over the edge of the pit at the 2 bodies lying out in the open.
Damn, the others didn't make it.
They were too slow.
Libby said it as if she couldn't care less. She began picking up the defenders' weapons and taking their charges to refill her own. Joe found himself staring at her, glad he'd never pissed her off. After looting the defenders, they fell back against the edge of the pit, staring down into the dark, diamond-encrusted tunnel. The opening was a full 10 feet tall by 6 feet wide, and Joe felt his heart rate increase just by being near it. He had to grip his rifle tightly to keep his hands from shaking.
We're not in a very good position.
No flashlights.
No, I mean numbers. They've got us outnumbered.
Libby said nothing. In the distance, down the tunnel, they heard voices.
Well, let's get this over with.
He took a deep breath. Sweat stood out on his face and his hands felt slick. He felt like he was going to vomit. Somehow, he made himself stand and led them into the tunnel.
It's not so bad,
Joe tried to tell himself.
I can handle this.
He was standing erect, the ceiling another foot above his head. Still, he wasn't fooling anybody. He had broken out in a cold sweat, the damp earth sucking the warmth out of him on all sides. It was almost a relief when he got shot. They were rounding a corner when a group of white-clad defenders opened fire. The bluish, gooey blast caught Joe full in the face. Joe's world collapsed to a blinding white fire that roared down his spine and tore through his limbs. It was the worst pain he had ever experienced. Tortuous seconds later, he felt his heart stop. Chapter 19. A Battlemaster's Folly. Joe woke up with an Ureki needle jammed in his arm. All around him, spread out in piles like fallen timber, hundreds of black-clad kids lay in silence. Some even had their eyes open, watching their Ureki caretakers. Was he dead? Joe tried to sit up, but couldn't. He tried to ask a question, but his mouth wouldn't work. All he could do was lie there, helpless, as an Ureki worked over him, his golden medic circle almost pressed up against Joe's face. He was squeezing a bag of some sort of red liquid into his arm. Joe's mind raced. Blood? Were they giving him blood? He couldn't remember losing any blood. For that matter, wasn't this supposed to be practice? Why did they need medics? And why couldn't he move? The Ureki medic that was treating him did not seem to understand or care about Joe's increasing panic. He simply finished with what he was doing, removed the needle from Joe's arm, and moved on to the next person, bringing out a fresh bag of red liquid and using the same needle he had used on Joe. A whole new wave of worry washed over him. What if one of the kids before him had had AIDS, or some other horrible disease? Didn't they know they had to sanitize the needles before they used them? What if he was going to die of a cold like a drug addict, just because these Ureki bastards were too stupid to use fresh needles on their human victims? For that matter, why was Joe even breathing? He had felt his heart stop, felt his body shut down. He had felt himself die. If only he could sit up and ask someone.
Listen up, you soot-eating genferglings!
Battlemaster Nebel roared.
We lost! Not only did we lose, but we never even got inside their tunnels. I've never seen such a tacky screw in all of my time in the army. You are pathetic. Worthless. We should send you worthless suitors home.
Good, Joe thought. You do that.
Nebel continued to berate them disgustedly.
You're not warriors. You are worms. Small, terrified worms. Niche would eat you all alive, you fat-assed primates.
The medics continued with their tasks, oblivious to Battlemaster Nebel's tirade. When they finished working with the humans, they packed up their supplies and boarded a hawk, leaving the kids behind.
Joe listened as their battlemaster ranted on and on, alternating between cursing at them, shouting at the ancestors for cursing him, and kicking up sprays of diamond dust in a rage. Nebel finally ran out of breath, though his Suda still beat in a fury.
"Grab your gear and find your own way home,"
he snarled.
"Ancestors save your worthless asses if you don't make it back to the barracks before I lock it down."
Then Nebel got on a hawk loaded with the 9 other battlemasters, the medics, and a few tacky assistants, and departed. Joe's anger turned to worry as he watched their skimmer slide out of sight, following the road back to the city. Joe and the rest of the kids continued to lie there, helpless, as the light rapidly faded from the purple planet. Somewhere off in the distance, the fingernail-on-chalkboard sound filled the silence. Joe wondered whether or not the creatures making that horrible noise could acquire a taste for soft, helpless flesh, should they be given the opportunity. Joe's stomach churned at the thought of walking back to the city in the dark. Apparently, some of the other recruits were having the same thoughts, because their eyes were wide as they stared at the deepening purple of the sky.
"It's just a walk through the woods," Joe told himself. "Nothing to worry about."
Half an hour later, after night had fallen completely, the paralysis wore off. For everybody, all at the same time.
"Those bastards," Joe thought. "They waited until dark."
Libby found him as soon as he stood up.
They're trying to scare us,
she said, scanning the huge furlee surrounding them. Even with night vision, the upper canopy was too dark for them to see it. Likewise, they could only see parts of the forest around them. Everything under the second canopy was obscured in shadows that even sunlight could not touch. With only meager amounts of starlight filtering down through the spore-thickened atmosphere and then the tight weave of the upper canopy, everything from the ground to the 200-foot mark was completely black. They had to be really close just to make out the shapes of the huge furlee root systems.
"Let's find the others,"
Joe said, once they'd found their gear amongst the recruit belongings the Ureki had graciously dumped into an enormous pile.
"You hear, Nebel?"
Libby said.
"He said none of us made it into the tunnels."
"Maybe 2 out of 400 doesn't count,"
Joe said. Libby's face twisted, but before she could reply, Scott jogged up, panting.
"Joe, you gotta stop them. They're going the wrong way. Monk, too. She wouldn't listen when I told her it was a trick."
"Oh, what's a trick?"
Joe asked, glancing at the stream of people following the same road the Ureki hawk had taken. He thought he saw Monk's slight form amongst the walkers, but he couldn't be sure from so far away.
"That isn't the way,"
Scott said. He turned 180 degrees and pointed at a road that looked abandoned and dark, all the way across the battlefield from where they stood.
"That's where we need to go."
Joe and Libby peered doubtfully into the darkness, squinting.
"I saw them go that way,"
Libby said, pointing at the flood of humans. More than one platoon had already begun walking down the path after the battlemasters.
"Me too,"
Joe added.
"Look,"
Scott said.
"just trust me, okay? I'm really good at this. We've got to go that way."
He pointed at the empty road behind them.
"Why?"
Joe asked, still unconvinced.
"Because that's the way we came in,"
Scott said.
"You recognize something over there?"
Joe asked dubiously. Everything about the planet looked pretty much the same to him.
"I don't need to."
"Why not?"
Libby demanded, frowning.
"I just don't,"
Scott insisted, looking desperate now.
"You've got to stop them, Joe. They're going to get us in trouble."
Realizing that Scott was verging on panic, Joe lowered his gear to the ground and took the hyperventilating kid by the shoulder.
"Okay. Dude, tell me what you know, then we'll see what I can do, okay?"
"I know direction. My dad said I must have been a homing pigeon in a past life. Back home, I never got lost anywhere, not even in the city."
He jabbed a finger at the departing group.
"And that is the wrong direction. Home is that way."
He yanked his thumb behind him. Joe glanced at Libby, who shrugged.
"So you want me to chase those other guys down and tell them they're all going the wrong way? They won't believe you.
Scott's impish face stretched in a grin.
They'll believe me next time, after we get home and they don't.
Joe gave Scott a long look, inwardly feeling like Monk had a bit of sense when she spoke of safety in numbers.
Either way, we're gonna look like morons,
Libby said, shrugging.
Or we get lost and eaten and never seen again. Maybe a few years from now, somebody'll find a few pieces of our gear scattered over the upper canopy, or shards of bones stuck in—
You don't believe me, Scott said, his grin sliding from his face. Seeing the kid's anguish, Joe felt something twinge inside. I think I'm going to give you a chance to prove it to me, Joe decided, to which Scott immediately started beaming again. Let's go get Monk. Where's Maggie? They found the other two members of their team wandering amidst the exodus. Maggie was happy to be reunited with her group, but Monk stomped and screamed like a banshee when they tried to take her.
But everybody's going that way!
Monk started walking again, and Libby caught her roughly by the arm, yanking her back. Monk shrieked and tried batting off her grip, but Libby held fast, glaring down at her with impassive brown eyes. Monk let her legs go limp and began an all-out tantrum right there in the road. Joe lost his temper.
We're going,
he snapped,
and you're coming with us. All of 3rd Squad is.
Something in the tone of Joe's voice quieted Monk. She still held her chin in a pout, but at least she closed her mouth and followed them as they went to collect as many of their squad members as they could find. The others followed Joe willingly, gathering around him in an increasing knot until he had over a dozen children with him. He even saw a few faces that didn't belong, but since none of the other squad leaders were taking charge and forming up their own ground teams, Joe let them stay.
What the hell are you doing, Zero?
Sasha had seen the disturbance and had come to investigate. His back to her, Joe winced. He'd hoped to collect everyone and be gone before she noticed.
Scott thinks we came in on the other side of the clearing,
Maggie said, motioning the road at the far end.
Nebula and the medics went that way,
Sasha barked.
Let's go! Now, recruits!
That's not the right way,
Scott blurted.
I can feel the city we came from over there.
He pointed. Sasha snorted.
You feel it?
Yes,
Scott said, dead serious. Sasha frowned at Scott, then at Joe.
That's soot. Get moving, Zero. The others are getting ahead of us.
We're going this way, Joe growled, shouldering his rifle where she could see it. He still had cartridges left, and you can stuff it.
Yeah,
Monk said.
Stuff it.
Sasha narrowed her eyes.
It's safer if we all stay together. So you're coming.
We're not gonna walk off a cliff just because the rest of you do,
Libby said.
Joe's our squad leader. If he says we go, we go.
Sasha's smile faded, and her spine straightened proudly.
He might be a squad leader, but I'm Battle Master. Get back in the group. Just go burn off, Sasha,
Joe snapped.
Yeah,
Monk said.
Burn off.
I'll tell Nebel if you don't listen to me,
Sasha said, glaring at Monk. More children were coming to stand around Joe. Almost half a platoon now.
We are listening to you,
Libby said.
And when Nebel promotes Joe to Battlemaster because you're a dumb bimbo who doesn't know her ass from her head, we'll be listening to that too.
Fine. Go with him.
She waved a disgusted hand at Joe.
I'll just make you all run laps around the barracks until you all puke.
Sasha sneered. At that, she jogged to catch up with the rest of the battalion as it departed. Within minutes, Joe and his group were the only ones remaining in the war-pocked city that was Practice Flats 95.
Well, let's get this over with,
Joe said, turning toward the other side of the clearing with a sigh. He knew Sasha would be as good as her word, regardless of who got back to Ali Shai first.
You won't be sorry,
Scott insisted.
I'm right. I know it. It doesn't matter if you're right,
Libby said, sounding tired.
Sasha's in charge of us and we didn't listen to her. Nebel's gonna be pissed.
As it turned out, she was right. Not because they went the wrong way. Scott's instincts had proven right, and they were the first and only squad to appear at Ali Shai under their own locomotion. The other platoons arrived huddled on hocks, red-eyed and white-faced, their battle masters still screaming at them in Kongi. As they shuffled off the ships and directly into drill, however, Nebel descended upon Joe with even greater fury.
You disobeyed your battlemaster?
Nebel screamed at him.
Why?
Because I believed my groundmate was right,
Joe replied, cringing for a blow. The blow did not come.
What?
Joe hastily explained how Scott had pleaded with him to go the opposite direction. As he told his story, Nebel Sudah fluttered more and more rapidly until they were a blur down the sides of the Battlemaster's neck.
You said he felt the city?
Nebel demanded finally. Kakai, Joe replied.
Tunnel instinct,
Nebel barked.
Burning tunnel instinct. You lucky, trait-loving sooter.
Nebel shook his head. What is...
Never mind,
Nebel snapped. He suddenly lashed out, lifting him off his feet by his jacket.
Listen up, you soot-eating Asher. This is the only time I'm gonna tell you. You disobeyed a direct order. That is unburning acceptable, you get me? The commands of your battlemaster supersede anything you want, no matter how burning stupid she is.
He released Joe harshly.
100 laps around the barracks. Once you finish that, go rake down the plaza. Alone.
Then Nebel turned and stormed off to help the other battlemasters yell at their platoons. Joe took a deep breath and let it out slowly. The massive barracks tower had a base the size of a football field, and raking the plaza was usually a whole platoon's job. Apparently, Nebel had decided he wasn't going to sleep that night. Setting his shoulders and lowering his head, he began to jog. As he passed the Prime Commander's tower, he caught sight of a dead-eyed human descending the stairs, one of the slaves Naarin had captured the week before. The boy was so badly scarred that Joe missed a stride, almost falling flat on his face. Only the boy's hands were untouched, beautiful and slender, the hands of an artist. As Joe watched, the kid reached the bottom and entered one of the rooms at the base of Naarin's tower. That could have been me, Joe realized, guiltily. He bit his lip and pushed himself back into a run. Well into the night, Sasha joined him. She was as full-grown as she was ever going to get, with wide hips and a thin, wiry frame. Her face, however, reminded him of a pouting child.
You told him,
she accused.
You liar.
Joe, whose lungs were already struggling with the dual load of Furlee spores and running, had to pant.
What are you talking about? You told him I didn't listen to you. You didn't. You were the only ones who wanted to go that way,
Sasha shouted.
But we're right.
Sasha's eyes narrowed.
The Battlemaster gave me 100 laps, and then I have to help you with the plaza. Good luck. It's gonna be time to wake up before you even get done with your laps.
Then he fell into silence because it was either that or pass out.
You better listen to me next time,
Sasha said, eyes glittering. Joe rolled his eyes and ran faster. Even fresh, Sasha couldn't keep up with him, nor did she have the heart to try. She just settled into a lazy jog and waited for him to pass her on another lap. The longer they ran, the slower she went, until she was running slower than most people could walk. Then she stopped running altogether and sneered at him every time he loped past. Joe was on his 87th lap when Battlemaster Nebel popped out of a door in front of him and nearly bowled him over.
Zero! Why aren't you on the plaza yet?
Joe doubled over, gasping.
87th lap.
What about your battlemaster? I sent her out here 4 hours ago.
It was too much. Joe started dry heaving into the diamond dust. Fortunately, Joe didn't need to explain. Sasha rounded the corner at a walk, and by the time Nebel was finished with her, she was running as fast as Joe had ever seen her go. When Nebel returned, his Sudah were beating in his neck. In a deft maneuver, Nebel snaked an arm under Joe's sweat-soaked jacket and pressed the metal ranking unit to Joe's chest. In an instant, the silver triangle on Joe's breast began to morph into a 4-pointed star.
You're the new recruit battlemaster for 4th Platoon, Nebel growled. You'll also be the ranking battlemaster on the field, so you'll be in charge of all of 1st Company. Don't burn it up.
Joe's mouth dropped open. All he could say was,
I will?
No, that star on your chest is just for show. Now go finish your laps. The plaza can wait. We've got a hunt coming up tomorrow, and I won't have my battlemaster falling asleep in the middle of a raid.
Joe stumbled back into a run, but the prospect of being in charge of half the battalion on the next hunt gave him the extra energy to once again find his stride. He finished and, not even glancing at Sasha, climbed the barracks steps. Sasha ran up behind him and grabbed his shirt.
Where are you going? We're not done with the plaza. Battlemaster Nebel said I could do it later,
Joe said. Sasha released him.
Well, if you're not gonna run, I'm not gonna run either.
The ridiculousness of the statement would have made Joe laugh if he weren't so exhausted. He just nodded and somehow found the energy to finish climbing the stairs to the barracks room.